Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 20 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 377, There were ways to protect the mind from outside invasion. One such method was using highly specialized and complex ninjutsu to place mental blocks inside the target's mind to stop them from divulging sensitive information. The ninjutsu protected the mind against the administration of truth serums that lowered the target's inhibition and made them much more susceptible to revealing knowledge they wouldn't otherwise. It also protected the mind against the Hidden Leaf's Yamanaka clan. Since their creation, the 5 great shinobi nations, including Hidden Leaf Village, were locked in an active arms race where they competed against the Yamanaka clan in terms of trying to come up with better and stronger ways to defend against the mind-body ninjutsu that itself improved over generations. At the start of the post-Warring States era, the Yamanaka clan was possibly the biggest problem in the shinobi world. They were stealing secret and confidential information directly from the people's minds, giving the Hidden Leaf a massive advantage in intelligence, which they used to gain and assert their advantage over other hidden villages. It had got so bad that giving false information to foreign intelligence operatives and spies or keeping them in complete darkness had become a common and necessary practice, as being captured by Leafmen and meeting with a Yamanaka who would scour their mind for any information. Even Hidden Leaf was cautious of the mind walkers that resided in their house. However, that couldn't be the solution, so the villages began researching ways to keep them out. Jinjutsu was soon identified as a promising avenue, and it was pursued with such vigor and desperation that a young Hozuki Jinjutsu from the Hidden Mist created the first working Jinjutsu to block Yamanaka from accessing memories. He would later go on to become the second Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village. But what In-Pachi had before him was not Jinjutsu. It felt like a natural part of the central hub, something that was created by the mind for some purpose. He stepped off the tunnel and floated into the spherical room. Instantly, a massive pressure slammed him into the web of yarn. Is something wrong? Outside, Takuma felt something was wrong when he felt the pressure from In-Pachi's hand on his head increase. Your brain is tougher to traverse, In-Pachi said calmly. In his experience, telling people he saw something wrong in their minds tended to freak them out and make them exponentially more difficult to work on. He wanted to find out more about this anomaly he had never seen or read about before. Luckily, his choice of words seemed to do the trick as Takuma seemed pleased that his mind was difficult for a Yamanaka. The pressure inside the mind was a natural response of the mind trying to protect itself. It was a common occurrence for a Yamanaka, but he had never felt a response this strong, and this was when Takuma was willing to have him in his mind. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he were forcefully trespassing. He endured the pressure, maneuvered around the yarn web, and floated close to the brain. It sat in a brain-shaped hole in the wall, and he could tell it was still intact in one piece, but half of it was on the other side, shrouded in darkness. As he held a hand to the brain, a scroll as thick as his body slid out of the tissue. In-Pachi closed his eyes to focus on the brain and received all sorts of information about Takuma, from his stress levels to how well he processed inputs like sensory and motor domains. His brain seemed to be exceptionally proficient in processing auditory inputs, which meant he had excellent hearing. He checked all the things he had originally come to check before setting his eye on the metal door. He floated up to the vault-like door, which was so black that it seemed to absorb all light. In-Pachi noticed that the web of yarn seemed to be avoiding the door, as the space in front of it was empty. The door didn't seem to negatively influence the central hub, which reaffirmed his feeling that this was another natural structure, but he also couldn't deny that the wall shouldn't be there. A fever was the body's response to kill the virus. It was completely natural and beneficial, but that didn't mean everyone should always have high fevers. The metal door before him was of the same function as a fever. He raised his hand towards the circular wheel on the door and instantly felt the pressure grow heavier, as though it was warning him not to touch it. When he grabbed the wheel, he felt the pressure double, and it was still rising. He needed to hurry because Takuma's mind was trying to crush him, and it seemed to be fully capable of doing so. In-Pachi twisted the wheel until the door clicked loose, and suddenly all the pressure disappeared like wind behind a wall. The thick panel swung open to reveal an infinite, stretching darkness. And when he looked down, In-Pachi beheld a child the age of 9 or 10. His skin was the color of ash, and his hair was barely visible, almost blending into the darkness around him. He was barefoot, draped in gray rags that hung off his malnourished, bony body like clothes hangers. Takuma? The child, a spitting image of Takuma, looked up at him with eyes that were darker than the abyss around him. He opened his mouth, and his jaw dropped a little low before he let out a horrifying scream that brought with it a soul-crushing pressure. In-Pachi instantly pulled out of Takuma's mind with no second thoughts as a world of pain assaulted him. After In-Pachi was gone, the ash-skinned child closed his mouth and stepped back into the darkness as the door swung closed. The wheel turned and locked the door, returning equilibrium to silence to the central hub of Takuma's mind. In In-Pachi's office, the Irionin and his research subject were on the floor, screaming in pain, both of them clutching their heads. What did you do? Takuma screamed as he shakily stood up and took out a kunai, only to fall in the next moment when his vision had quadrupled. He felt his heart pumping faster than in any fight he had been in, and felt adrenaline suitable for a horse in his veins. In-Pachi stopped screaming and lay flat on the ground with eyes wide in shock, fixed on the ceiling. His chest heaved and fell rapidly as though he was out of breath. Takuma called for him a few more times, but he didn't respond. Takuma calmed down as the pain subsided and his balance and vision returned to normal. He approached In-Pachi, who seemed out of it. His eyes were unfocused, and he seemed listless, as though he were unconscious with open eyes. His caution faded, and his worry for the Irionin took over as he saw him lying still on the floor. In-Pachi? Takuma touched the man's arm, which seemed to snap him out of whatever condition he was in. In-Pachi hurriedly sat up and turned around to grab his shoulders with a firm grip. He was sweating so much that droplets dripped from his nose and chin. "There's something really wrong with you, Takuma," said In-Pachi in a severe tone. His usual calm, gentlemanly demeanor was nowhere to be seen. He seemed almost fanatical as he shook his shoulders. What? Forget about shadow clones or anything else. We need to talk about what I saw in your mind because I fear something that shouldn't be there in the deepest depths of your mind. Takuma thought he was exaggerating, but the look in In-Pachi's eyes told him otherwise. Straight-faced. What In-Pachi had told Takuma concerned him greatly. The way it was described made him stressed about the thing inside his mind that even a Yamanaka couldn't be sure about. The only silver lining was that In-Pachi was confident it was a creation of his own mind and not the work of any external force, but that didn't really matter much at the moment. Takuma ended up telling him that he had no memories from before he was 10 years old, in desperation that if he gave some information, In-Pachi would recognize what it was and come up with a solution, and everything would be good. He chose his words carefully because he didn't want anyone to know about his real secret. He also withheld the visions of repressed memories and the headaches that would occur whenever he tried to think about his past. Your missing memories might be because of this separation, In-Pachi said in speculation. Likely due to a traumatic experience your mind is trying to shield you from by burying it, but I must advise, this is not healthy. I have seen cases of repressed memories, but never anything like yours. We have no idea what might be happening on the unseen side. It might break one day and flood your brain, which could cause untold damage. It's imperative that you deal with it on your own so we can solve this with the least amount of hardship. Takuma's shoulders tensed as he shifted uncomfortably. His eyes flicked nervously toward the door while his breathing grew quick and shallow. Though nothing in the room had changed, the air seemed to compress around him, becoming almost suffocating. In one sudden movement, he shot to his feet, his chair screeching against the floor. I'm not ready to talk about it right now, he said, unable to meet eyes with the Irionin. For some reason, he felt ashamed of this moment of weakness. He hadn't come to the Yamanaka for mental health purposes, but for a research collaboration, which had now derailed before it even started because of his issues. I understand, In-Pachi replied with complete understanding. Take as much space and time to think about it before deciding what you want to do, but don't ignore this. Talk to someone you trust about this first. He thanked him and got out of there as fast as possible. After leaving the clinic, he found himself in a park. The afternoon sun hung in the sky as he sat on a bench under the shade of a tree. His foot tapped rapidly against the ground while he felt anxious enough to puke up everything in his stomach. He was sure that the divide in his mind was because he took over the body, and wondered if whatever lay behind it belonged to the boy. He always knew that the memories hadn't disappeared despite never receiving them. Now he had proof that not only were they present, but his possession of the body had turned them into something abnormal. It felt like having a bomb inside him that could blow up at any moment without warning. He tilted his head back and draped his arm across his eyes, but couldn't stop the hot tears that welled up beneath his eyelids. The irony wasn't lost on him. Just days ago, he'd been seething at the foreign emotions infiltrating his mind, intrusions that threatened the boundaries of who he was. Now, that anger had transformed into something far worse, raw, unfiltered terror. What if clearing the mental block meant the boy's memories would flood in, mixing and merging with his own? Would he recognize himself after absorbing someone else's lifetime of experiences? His fingers trembled against his forehead. Everything from his previous life had already been stripped away. All that remained was his sense of self, his final possession, and now even that stood at risk of contamination. The weight of his watch pressed against his wrist as he lowered his arm. Ignoring the problem wasn't viable either. Whatever this was, whatever dwelled behind that mental barrier, would likely metastasize into something unimaginable if left unchecked. His stomach twisted into knots. Logic told him there was only one path forward, yet that path paralyzed him. The temptation to pretend none of this existed pulled at him like a dangerous undertow. Just contemplating his options sent waves of anxiety crashing through his chest. What would happen when he actually took action? He'd never understood the appeal of denial until now. The sun had shifted positions dramatically by the time his mind finally exhausted itself. It felt like hours had passed, leaving him slumped on the bench, no closer to resolution than when he'd stormed out of the clinic. Through the mental fog, one clarity emerged, where he needed to be, and who he needed to see. With heavy limbs and a heavier heart, he rose and turned towards home. Chapter 378, Maraboshi sensed something was wrong when he returned home to find Takuma brooding in the living room. He was still dressed in outdoor clothes and had an untouched bottle of water on the table before him. "How did the visit to the Irionin go?" he asked as he sat across from Takuma. Takuma pushed the bottle of water across the table to him. "I want to tell you something." "Is something wrong?" After living with him for several months, Maraboshi had observed that Takuma didn't like to be free. He was always doing something, being productive in some fashion, often putting his time into learning different things. At a single glance, it seemed like he was averse to sitting still, but he had also seen how Takuma shut himself in his room and bed during his rare breaks as though he had no energy to even eat. To him, it almost felt like Takuma was scared of wasting time and was desperate to make the most out of it. So, to see him sitting there doing nothing was out of the ordinary. "I've a secret I want to share." Takuma looked him in the eyes. "Okay, I'm listening." Maraboshi felt this was something serious. "I don't have memories before I was 10, Takuma said while he looked down at his hands in his lap. "The farthest back I remember is roughly a month before our meeting. I don't know what kind of person I was before then. I could barely remember the directions to my home. Almost everything, important or trivial, was gone and continues to be missing." Maraboshi's mind was on a tape delay as he tried to catch up with what was just said. He recalled Takuma's academy days and remembered thinking how poor his skills were for a final-year academy student. He had simply thought of him as a bad student trying to learn things he had missed. Knowing that memory loss was probably the cause, he looked at the situation differently. "Oh, Takuma. I'm so sorry. It must have been so difficult for you." Takuma rubbed his forehead, and it looked like he was struggling to control his emotions, which were threatening to overflow. "I never told anyone because I didn't want anyone to know," he said with his eyes closed. "I don't know what I would have done if you weren't there to walk me through training. If you weren't there to guide me, I would have collapsed under the combined pressure of training and learning to manage my life with the orphan allowance. I didn't even know how to cook. I was so relieved when you taught me how to cook and meal plan to get my weight up. I was so He couldn't continue and went silent. Maraboshi felt surprised because, from what he remembered, he was surprised how well Takuma followed and handled his instructions. His perception of Takuma was that he was a bad student, but he never complained, which impressed him. That was partially why he continued to teach. He felt his efforts were being returned. He had no idea that Takuma was struggling so much. I regularly tried to remember, but all I got were headaches. After some time, I stopped trying and moved on. Eventually, I was fine with not knowing because I was fine with who I was. But recently, I started having visions. Memories? Takuma nodded. They're not good memories. The Yamanaka Irionin says my amnesia is most probably a result of traumatic memories. I saw Khan in those visions. The root agent? If it was just that, I wouldn't have cared that much, but today, the Yamanaka told me there's a partition in my mind and all of my memories and experiences are on the other side. It's unusual, even compared with people who repress their memories, and he said we can't know what's happening on the other side. You must get help and take care of this as soon as possible, Maraboshi said with some insistence, because if Takuma had ignored it for so long, then there was a chance he might continue to do so because of the comfort. I have some connections. I can have a Yamanaka with great skill in their hidden jutsu to work with you. No, I'm going to continue with Yamanaka in In-Pachi, Takuma said with a tired expression. I already told him about the missing memories, and I don't want this information to spread and possibly reach ANBU because they'll kick me out if they find that I'm not in good health. More people knowing even a little bit means greater chances of this getting out. I can't risk that. Maraboshi felt sorry for his student, who now had to hide his struggles to avoid risking his employment. He wanted to tell him not to care about them and unabashedly seek him and prioritize his health, but he also knew what ANBU meant for Takuma, and given his personality, he would rather take a kunai in the gut. That's okay, but you must make this a priority. Takuma nodded, smiled, and looked at him. I wanted you to be the first one to know, he said. Maraboshi was so touched that he didn't know what to say. He had just heard Takuma credit him for being the guide who helped him succeed in a very stressful time, and now he told him that he was the first person he wanted to know about his secret. He tried to be helpful throughout his entire life and had aided many people who had expressed gratitude to him, keeping him going and always being there to help. But this was perhaps the first time he had been so involved in someone's life. He had tried to keep some distance and not get involved due to his fears, but Takuma had continued to come back to him, and he was grateful for it. His voice cracked as he tried to speak, and in the end, he just nodded with a grateful smile. Takuma had, in some ways, helped him just as much, so this acknowledgement that he could do the same felt so much more than he thought it would. Let's see this through together. Straight-faced. The next day, Takuma returned to work. He sat behind his office desk with an official document in his hand. It was the access pass that gave him the right to learn a B-rank ninjutsu from the ANBU archives. It was the thing he most wanted from his time at ANBU, yet he found it difficult to be joyful seeing the result of his efforts. There was a knock on the door, and Takuma looked up to see Amami. Come, my dear 13. Time for the first meeting. She was smiling brightly, excited to be on the root case. Seeing her joy made him sizzle with irritation. Why did everyone have a good time while he suffered on several fronts? He clenched the letter momentarily before catching himself and calming down. Let's go, he said, putting on a smile while putting the crumpled letter into the drawer. They had reserved one of the archive rooms as the location of their meeting. Krite, along with Jotomi and Bajinori, two staff members who would be the primary support for the case, were waiting for them. Takuma noticed Krite stretching his neck with fatigue on his face as they sat down. When did you return? He asked. A few hours ago. Krite hadn't returned with the rest of the squad and had remained at the bunker site to ensure everything was properly collected and documented. Okay, before we start. I have an announcement, Krite said after taking a deep breath. Barbary has given us the big space on the second floor for this case. Until we have sorted through whatever we collected, we'll be exclusively using that space. Nothing related to the case leaves that space. Next, it might take a couple of weeks at least for the biological and medical material to be analyzed by a team of Irionin at another site. We'll be working with them and interrogating the scientists to find out what exactly they were doing in there. While they figure out the inside, we're responsible for the outside. Our team will be focused on finding the bunker's connection to a part of the root network. Barbary assigning them a separate space and restricting material movement within the space was a sign of importance that he and the captain had tacked onto the case. Anything root was going to be treated with importance, and with a department-wide shift in focus on the horizon, this could be seen as the captain's decision to gain a foothold to then gain a spearhead. "There's a lot of stuff I've hauled back from the temporary storage site," said Jotomi with pursed lips. "It'll take weeks for us to go through all of it. Get ready for a hectic month and then a busy few after that," said Krite. "We're in for a rough time." "Great," said Takuma with a spark of enthusiasm in his words. Everyone turned to him with varying reactions, but all of them looked at him as though he had done something strange. "I'm just excited to work with all of you," Takuma said. "I'm sure that's it, buddy," Amami teased him. Takuma cleared his throat and leaned into his chair as Krite resumed speaking. Before, he was enthusiastic about the case because it gave him an into root. Now, he was going to rely on it and welcome the business because if he were left alone with his thoughts right now, he would collapse into himself. His friends often called him a workaholic, so it was time to lean into that reputation. Straight-faced. To start it off, Amami was put in charge of the interrogations. Because the Irionin also needed access to the scientists to get answers from them about their research, she would also work with them. Takuma went with her for their first meeting to introduce himself as a secondary contact. "You know, I'm excited about this. Other than the interrogations I did for you, this is my first time doing this since joining ANBU. I've missed this," Amami said as they were guided to the location by a staff member. "Tell me if you need me to play a dynamic," Takuma said. He was assigned to review the document and the material to find things. It was going to be a lot of indoor time for the next month. He needed to find things that would help Amami in the interrogations, and she would see vital intel that could be used to focus or narrow down their search in the documents. It was going to be a mutually beneficial process, and they had to work as a team, even though they probably weren't going to spend a lot of time together. They arrived at the location, and the person waiting for them turned around when they called out to her. "Ah," the woman with short hair exclaimed when she saw Takuma. She put on a contemplative expression before shrugging. "I don't remember your code name. What was it again?" Takuma sighed when he saw Sango, or Copperhead, standing before him. "Radel." He pointed to Amami. "This is Kestrel." Radel and Kestrel. "It's nice to meet you both. I'm Copperhead. I'll be your contact with my team," Sango replied with a smile. "You two know each other?" asked Amami, looking between them. Takuma hung his head. "Yes. We go way back, don't we, Radel?" "We know each other from before ANBU," Takuma replied as he shot Sango a glare, and she mouthed a "don't worry" in response. Even though he trusted both of them to keep his personal information to themselves, he could already tell they would share innocent tidbits to make jokes at his expense. Chapter 379, The bunker wasn't the place in his vision. Takuma sat behind his new desk in the big open space assigned to the team for the case. All 5 people involved had a desk in the space they would be using for the coming months. All sort of evidence was transported to the room, taking over half the room with shelves, boxes, cupboards, piles of paper, and everything else that contributed to the mess. Jotomi and Baganiro had done their best to organize, but it was too much for 2 people. 2 sets of architectural and construction plans lay on his table. One was retrieved from the bunker while the other was from ANBU's archives. They were over 80% identical to each other. As it turned out, the bunker followed the standard design created and used by ANBU en route for a particular type of construction. There were dozens of buildings around the Land of Fire constructed using a similar design. His chair creaked as he leaned back and stared at the ceiling. The new problem in his head was bothering him. There was a pit in his heart that he wanted gone, and yet, he was terrified of stepping into In-Pachi's clinic and potentially changing himself forever. He looked down and suddenly saw him nibbling on the skin around his nails and stopped doing so with a groaning sigh. "This is ridiculous," he whispered to himself and got up to join his 5 water clones, who were processing documents. 2 of them looked out of it, and another had an unsettled body language. The remaining 2 were concentrated on work, but their furrowed brows made it clear they were using it to escape their thoughts. At least they were having a better time at it than he was. "Updates, please." He would hold off using the shadow clone until he visited In-Pachi, which was yet another reason to visit the Yamanaka Irionin besides his memory problem. Water clones couldn't transfer memories and experience, which meant whatever they saw would disappear along with them, so he had them prepare reports and give him updates so he would have the knowledge that could be retained and passed on to the next set of clones. "Supply records go back to 3 years, said one of the clones. "The architectural blueprints are dated 4.5 years ago, Takuma recalled. "That seems the right margin for construction and initial occupation. I think we can safely conclude that this research group were the first and only occupants." Which was the proof that the bunker wasn't the place in his visions. He asked them if they had found any signs of former residents. If the bunker had been operational for 3 years, there was bound to be some influx of people in and out. If they could identify someone who had left, they could track them down. It was one of the focus points in Amami's interrogations. "Not yet," replied another clone. "Keep looking." He turned to another clone. "What's the status on the human test subjects? Is there any noticeable pattern?" They had discovered subject files of 22 people. He had read the file of the kid he had found, and it was possibly the most horrifying thing he had laid his eyes upon. They saw no difference between human and animal subjects. Their general treatment, the experimentation forced on them, their adverse reaction to it, everything was incomparable to the worst torture. "Yeah, there's a pattern. All of them wound up dead," the clone replied, his face twitching in anger. The kid they had found was their biggest success, and even he died. None of the other test subjects ever survived. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath when the clone beside him rubbed his back. "The location. All of them are recorded as being from the south. The area is too big. I plotted it on the map." He pointed to the map spread on the rolling bulletin board behind him. Takuma saw that his clone had drawn a big circle around the location pins. It was indeed too big for a viable search. "There," Takuma pointed at a location printed on the map. "This city, we start here." The city wasn't in the middle of the circle. It had 2 pins on it, which meant 2 people came from there, but he noticed how the other pins all seemed to avoid it. He could draw a circle around the city devoid of pins, making it appear that someone was actively trying to prevent it. And that seemed to be a place as good as any to start. We might have a problem and an opportunity," said the clone that had been looking at supply documents. "What is it?" "The supply records are appended every month. That means someone either brings supplies to the bunker or someone goes out for supplies." "A connection to the outside," Takuma muttered as his eyes widened because that's what they were chasing. Before he could ask, the clone added, "There's no date on here, only the month, which might mean it's all on the same date, and that's the problem." "All right, I need to go tell Amami so that she can ask one of the prisoners. We might only be a day out from a delivery." "This is top priority," Takuma said while walking to his desk to put on his flak jacket so he could leave for the facility maintained by torture and interrogation, of which ANBU leased a small portion, only to be stopped by the clones. "If you go, we need to go with you." The haste deflated out of Takuma's body. Water clones had to be near the original and would break down if they were out of range. And unlike shadow clones, the unused chakra didn't return to him, which meant he would be wasting a lot of chakra. "Jotomi." "I heard it all." "I'll go," Jotomi, one of the staff on the case, replied while putting on a coat. "Thank you," he sighed while getting tired of sighing. Straight-faced. The scientists and guards fessed up quickly. A man came to the bunker with supplies every month on the same date. It was positive news for the team. Takuma had killed a lot of people in the bunker, which had become somewhat of a problem as they had lost many, including the senior guards, with more information whom they could have interrogated. If someone from the bunker had to collect supplies monthly, it would have been a problem because those with information probably would have been dead. They were a week out from the monthly supply, which was enough for them to prepare. Barbary has authorized the use of an assault squad. Krieg communicated the update in their daily morning meeting. Assault squads were teams consisting of shock troops specializing in field work. Takuma was offered to join an assault unit, but chose the Inquisitor unit. They were using an assault squad due to the lack of manpower. Amami was busy with her interrogations, which left the other two, and sending a duo was considered too risky when a high-value target was involved. "I'll be accompanying the squad to the bunker location to catch our target," said Krieg. "I'd like to go as well," said Takuma. Capturing this target was necessary for the case. He wanted to be there to see it go down successfully. "No, you're needed here," Krieg denied his request. "You and your clones are needed to process all this information. I, myself, don't want to go, and trust the assault squad to do their job, but there needs to be a representative from our side on the field." Takuma wanted to argue, but couldn't deny that both of them were going to assist a 5-member assault squad who didn't need any help capturing a single target in a surprise ambush, which would be a waste of time. "It'll be a quick trip." Krieg turned to Amami. "We'll bring the target to you as soon as possible, so you can get us some information. Depending on what we find in his head, we might be on a quick timeline and have to leave the village, so make the arrangements just in case." Straight-faced. Takuma continued working on the documents with his clones for the next few days. He was doing the work of multiple people and dove into his work to avoid his thoughts. The only reason he clocked out on time was because he still cared about working on the shadow clone jutsu with In-Pachi. But he also added an after-work training session because the exhaustion helped him combat his own thoughts and get some semblance of the proper sleep schedule recommended to him by the man. However, on the day Krieg was out with the assault unit, he couldn't focus on his work and clocked out a little early. That day, he skipped out on training and instead went to the ANBU headquarters so he could visit the jutsu archives. He had been thinking about his second B-rank jutsu since before he had decided to exchange his points for shadow clone jutsu. For a while, he had been exploring water release ninjutsu like water release, water dragon jutsu and water release, water colliding wave because he was much more experienced with water release over earth release and wanted to spend time developing the latter before committing to a B-rank jutsu. However, things changed when he saw Onokuma Komagoro falling from the sky with his skin the color of charcoal. He searched for the ninjutsu and found it to be B-rank, Earth Release, Earth Spear. The user flowed Earth-natured chakra through all or parts of their body, causing it to turn darker, all while increasing their defensive power to become as hard as diamond, allowing the user to easily withstand attacks with little to no damage with the exception of lightning release. Furthermore, the destructive power of taijutsu experienced a massive boost. It was perfect. While the two water release choices caused massive damage in a single attack, Earth Release, Earth Spear gave Takuma a flexible defensive option he had been lacking. It also paired seamlessly with his taijutsu forward combat style. It reminded him of Bishop's Fire Release, Chakra Mode and how deadly it was when he faced it. Takuma thought that this jutsu could be that for him, something that could give him a qualitative boost, benefiting his combat in a multiplicative manner. The water release ninjutsu also risked wasting all the chakra if he missed the target. In exchange for not possessing the single massive destructive power, he was reducing the risk of wastage, as if he missed, he could just go in for a second strike. He knew that he had a one-shot attack option like water release, water dragon jutsu had its place, and he definitely needed and wanted one. In fact, it was the top contender for his third B-rank jutsu, but for his first combat-oriented B-rank jutsu, Earth Spear suited him more at the moment. His recent experimentation with C-rank, Earth Release ninjutsu boosted his confidence by trying his hand at a B-rank, Earth Release ninjutsu. "Are you sure about your choice?" asked the kunoichi at the ANBU Jutsu archive. "Once you sign, there will be no going back. You're locked in with your choice." Takuma signed the form and slid it to her. He was feeling mild purchase anxiety because of how big each B-rank jutsu was, but he trusted his research would pay off when he became proficient with the jutsu. He spent an hour reading the jutsu scroll in an archive reading room before leaving. As he walked through the headquarters corridors, he thought about how he had just prioritized his free time visiting the jutsu archive instead of visiting In-Pachi. He used the excuse of not having an appointment to not visit, but he hadn't even called in to check to see if there happened to be a free slot. Just the thought of going to the clinic made his mind and his body reject the idea from the bottom of his being. He wished he could just escape the problem, but that would never be an option. He was walking down the main stairwell in the ANBU headquarters while struggling with his thoughts, when he heard the doors swing open and footsteps echo in the silent well. He looked down and saw someone had entered the stairwell from a lower floor, and that man also heard Takuma coming down and looked up. Their eyes met, and usually, they would have ignored each other and gone their own way in silence, but both of them stopped in their track because they recognized each other. Takuma recognized Uchiha Itachi standing a few steps below him. Chapter 380, the two ANB Unins stared at each other for a moment until someone else's footsteps broke the silence in the stairwell. Both of them looked up and saw a kunoichi skipping up the stairs by leaping from railing to railing every couple of floors. She looked at Takuma, ignored him, and did the same with Itachi until her eyes widened in recognition a moment later. She slipped on her landing and fell with a short but shrill screech. Both of them hurriedly looked down the stairwell because it was tall enough that people could fall to their deaths. They saw the kunoichi had managed to catch a railing and immediately vanished from their way in embarrassment before they could ask if she was okay. They again looked at each other momentarily before Takuma walked down the steps. Radel, he introduced himself. ANBU operatives' real names were actively discouraged. Weasel, Itachi returned. He already knew Itachi's codename. Uchiha Itachi was the youngest shinobi to be ever admitted to ANBU, the youngest squad leader, lieutenant, and captain. There wasn't an ANBU employee who didn't know about him. He was currently one of the most influential ANBU captains among the two branches and held the consensus that he was one of the top candidates for the next ANBU commander of the domestic branch. "Here for work?" asked Itachi. "Yes, sir," Takuma replied, feeling some of his nerves. He was talking to an ANBU captain, all of whom were jonin, and thus, vastly outranked a new chunin like him. "Let's drop the formalities in private. We're the same age, and you know my mother." Takuma thought he heard a hint of awkwardness in Itachi's voice, but dismissed it as a figment of his own imagination. He glanced at Itachi as they descended the stairs. The first time Takuma had ever seen him, he was scared shitless because, at the time, he thought he was near someone who could commit familicide in the form of the Uchiha massacre, which never happened in this reality. The chances of this happening in the future had disappeared along with Danzo, though. He was undoubtedly scared of Itachi, but that fear had somewhat tempered now. It wasn't because he had grown stronger, an ant was no different to a cockroach against the sole of a boot. It was probably because the chain of events he knew had changed, and the fact that he had been visiting Itachi's home regularly for so long. Despite that, he only saw Itachi a handful of times. "I heard about your team's findings in Taihio Evergreen Forest. How's the progress?" Taihio Evergreen Forest was the location of the bunker. "It's still early days. We're still setting up," Takuma replied. Even though Itachi was an ANBU captain, he wasn't his direct superior, so sharing information about the case wasn't okay. If Itachi wanted to know more, he could follow proper channels. "This is the second time you have encountered root. If this goes well, you might become a root expert," said Itachi. When Takuma looked surprised, he continued, "Your team's report from the land of hot waters was directed to the foreign branch as it came under their purview, but I was keyed in because of my position." "Ah, well, I don't mind becoming a root expert. Institutional knowledge is important after all. Root is a hole in our national security, so we must exterminate them as soon as possible, as thoroughly as possible, before they start helping foreign powers." While his words were calculated, he meant every word of it because he did want to demolish Root for personal reasons, but also that Shimura Danzo being out there, planning against Hidden Leaf, could be anything but good for him. "That's commendable," said Itachi, still calm as ever, but Takuma knew he wasn't a fan of Danzo either. The Uchiha clan might still be alive, but Uchiha Shisui was dead. I'll be keeping a close eye on this case's progress. As soon as a few months, I'll be heading a targeted initiative against Root involving units across the department. Someone like you with experience will be essential in that initiative. I hope I'll be seeing some good results from you. Takuma's eyes widened when he heard about the initiative because it very much sounded like the department-wide shift towards Root that he had been targeting. Itachi's position as an ANBU captain gave his words credibility so that he could believe them. The team will deliver, Takuma said confidently, the previous gloom about his situation dissipating as Itachi's words renewed his focus. Save me a seat on that initiative of yours and I'll give you the results you want. A faint, close-eyed smile appeared on Itachi's face as he nodded. Work has kept you busy, hasn't it? Mother has been complaining that you aren't visiting as often. Ah, yes. I'd like to visit more often, though. Takuma scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Learning from her has been an absolute delight and one of the best opportunities of my life. I can't even imagine how I would go about repaying her for everything she has done for me. Her birthday is in a few months. Do you have any recommendations? Takuma stopped and looked up a couple of steps where Itachi had stopped. The pronounced tear troughs below his eyes gave him a more mature look, making him seem older than he was. Itachi looked like he was considering something as he observed him, and the gaze made him nervous. He tried to recall if he had said something that would cause such a reaction, but nothing came to mind, which only served to make him tenser. What? Takuma asked. You wish to repay her? He asked. Of course. Then here's a piece of advice, Itachi spoke, the lighting casting a shadow on one half of his body. If someone asks you to spy on my family, don't do it. It'll destroy everything you have with her because she'll know the truth the moment you try anything. He didn't need to say any more because Takuma instantly understood what he was talking about. She knows. Itachi saw Takuma's face fall with realization that his mother knew about his job as an ANBU operative. Officially speaking, Itachi should have reported it to ANBU, which he hadn't, so telling Takuma put him at risk of being reported for breaking rules. He wasn't that concerned about it. However, he did care about his mother, and she really liked her student. After his father found out that Takuma was an ANBU operative, he talked with her, and they had gotten into a fight about what to do about the situation. His mother trusted Takuma and didn't think he would spy on them, and even if he did, now that she knew, she would be on the lookout and be careful about not leaking any information. On the other hand, his father reasoned that keeping an ANBU operative near them was an unnecessary risk and an unreasonable decision, regardless of whether she trusted Takuma, and insisted on phasing him out to be completely safe. In the end, Takuma continued to visit, and the topic was pushed aside even though neither side agreed with the other. In some ways, his reduced visits due to work had benefited the situation as it had kept both sides quiet. However, Itachi knew another fight was bound to happen sooner or later. Thus, his decision. It wouldn't be out of ANBU's wheelhouse to spy on his family, especially when they had an operative already present in the perfect position. He also understood that telling Takuma not to spy on his family guaranteed nothing. He could still very much agree if someone important enough asked, but it was the best he could do because if ANBU decided to spy on his family, Itachi would be the last to know. He gazed at Takuma, who rested his palm on his forehead with a pained expression on his face. She knew, he replied with a groan, which means she was probably forced to consider my words to see if I was trying to get information out of her. Itachi didn't know Takuma personally, so he had a limited impression of what kind of person he was, but he was aware of him for a very long time. Even before Takuma had become his mother's favorite student. They were the same age and would have been from the same batch if he hadn't graduated early. He remembered meeting Takuma while in town with Izumi. His two recollections were that Takuma was scared of him for some reason and how he had suddenly gone from a decent academy student to someone worse than a first-year kid. At that time, he had theorized that Takuma was holding back his real skill to make it seem that he was improving rapidly. Given Takuma's rank and his current employment at ANBU, that theory seemed to hold some weight. However, since then, Takuma had not only become a police force officer, but also his mother's student, led an immensely successful task force, and had been deployed to a war. From what he heard about him from her, he was a dedicated, hard-working shinobi driven by the intense desire to improve. To reach this stage, it was clear that he had actually improved over just pretending to be rapidly improving, and given his age, his progress was nothing less than impressive. Not to mention, Takuma had introduced Izumi to Itachi's mother. He hadn't met with Izumi in a while, and talked to her when she visited home to talk to his mother, which is where he learned about the introduction. Izumi, too, had a positive impression of Takuma. Did he trust Takuma? No. But seeing how the reaction was focused on his mother being inconvenienced showed that he cared about her at the very least. "What are you going to do?" Itachi asked. Takuma leaned against the wall with a tired expression on his face. He stared at the floor for a few seconds before finally turning to him. "I'm going to talk to her. It will require me to inform my lieutenant that she knows about me." "I'm assuming your father knows about it as well?" he asked, not happy about it at all. Itachi nodded. It was a problem because he would have to explain how they knew, and even if Takuma claimed that he didn't tell them, they wouldn't believe him, mainly because of his known relationship with Uchiha Mikoto and his previous employment in the police force. And once that got out, which it would have, given how high-profile Itachi's parents were, Takuma would be bound to receive some pushback because many would undoubtedly see him as associated with the Uchiha clan. There were many ANBU operatives tied to clans, but no one talked about it. However, once it came to light that someone had done something for a clan, it became impossible to ignore. Reporting, in Takuma's case, would have similar consequences. Most operatives didn't report people beyond their spouse and parents because ANBU didn't like their operatives sharing with more people. "You are an operative. You need the ability to lie well to succeed in this job," said Itachi. "You're an ANBU captain." Takuma stared at him with an unsure look. "You're telling me not to report it?" "I'm telling you nothing, Radel." This conversation never happened. He didn't doubt Takuma's ability to keep it a secret. He had read the file on the precursor mission at the spring city of Yu in the land of hot waters. Takuma had shown incredible competence, which was probably the reason behind his ANBU selection at such a young age. His recent work had also been impressive, so he didn't think he needed to spell it out to him. "Very well. Thank you," Takuma said. "By the way, my mother would like something she can use as a kunoichi. She hasn't been active for long. She would appreciate it if your gift says that you see her as a shinobi," Itachi said, replying to Takuma's question about gift recommendation before he changed the topic. "It'd be better if you don't wait till her birthday to give it to her." Takuma nodded, and the conversation was over. He walked to the railing and leapt down. Itachi followed him with his eyes until he disappeared. Telling Takuma about the situation wasn't just about peace at his home. Radel was handling a case about root, which was important for ANBU, and thus important for Itachi. When Takuma talked about institutional knowledge, he agreed because they needed more people familiar with root. He was going to wipe them out from the face of the planet, and he needed all the help he could to accomplish that. By giving him a little heads up, he gave Takuma a chance to clear up a future potential problem because he didn't believe Takuma's relationship with his mother would have remained smooth sailing when both sides were keeping a related secret from each other. It was a small favor, which he hoped Takuma would remember in the future. Chapter 381, Krite and the assault squad successfully captured their target at the bunker. He was transported home to be interrogated by Kestrel at the facility managed by torture and interrogation. However, unlike the scientists with loose lips, the supply courier had the mouth of a monk who had taken a vow of silence. That would have been a problem if she weren't a Yamanaka. In a room with a stone-gray floor, walls covered with dirty, square white tiles, and a single bulk hanging from the ceiling, a bruised and beaten courier was tied to a metal frame bed. He lay unconscious with Kestrel's hand cupping his head as she sat on a chair behind him. She was using her clan's hidden jutsu to observe her memories. Krite sat in the corner on a chair with his arms crossed for the past 3 hours. The room was so small that if he stretched his legs, he would reach one of the bed's feet. She was vulnerable while using the jutsu, so he was there to ensure nothing happened. He felt restless in the silence as not a single word had been spoken since she had begun. He knew Yamanaka's hidden jutsu took time, as the mind was nature's most complex creation, but he didn't expect it to take so much time. They were on a tight timeline. They didn't know where the courier came from or if someone was waiting for him to return. If he remained missing for a long time, there was a chance that people on the other side would get suspicious. They wanted to get information they could quickly act upon and catch Root unguarded. According to Kestrel, recent memories were the easiest to access. She could access 2 to 3 days of memories quickly before it became difficult to find specific memories inside a mind. Every time a person slept, it became a bit more difficult for a Yamanaka to locate the relevant memories without going through several tedious processes and trying different things which took a lot of time and effort and didn't guarantee success. Fortunately, the courier didn't have protections installed in his mind, which made things a little bit easier, or they would have needed anywhere from a day to a week to enter the mind with her skill. Another hour and a half passed until there was finally a movement from Kestrel. She moaned tiredly as she removed her hands from the courier. She wore an unpleasant, labored expression which worried Krite into thinking she hadn't found anything useful or actionable, but her displeasure came from sweaty and oily hands after having them inside hair for several hours straight. "Well, that was something," she said while wiping her hands with a handkerchief. "What is it?" Krite asked, unable to tell anything from her tone or expression. "Do you have water?" "Yes." "Of course." Krite hurriedly passed his canteen to her. Using chakra for several hours surely must have been difficult for her. "So what did you find?" "Do we have a location?" "We have a location." He immediately recognized the city's name. Radel looked into people whom the scientists killed, and all of them came from the region around this city. This guy must have also transported the human and animal test subjects to the bunker. The carcasses in the bunker and his blood boil. They were treated like resources and tools to further their research without humanity. Kestrel gave more information she had seen in the memories, like the rough location of their base and the number of people the courier interacted with. "So what's next?" she asked. "We move out first thing tomorrow morning," said Kestrel as he began to think about what he needed to do to move out. He had to report to Campbell and Barbary about their findings, ask them to authorize using the assault squad, coordinate with them, and organize the mission. It screamed late overtime. He sighed, "Times like this make me wish I learned a clone jutsu like Radel." "How is he? Didn't he look out of it recently?" Kestrel asked after emptying out the canteen. Krite caught the canteen tossed to him. "Did he?" "I don't know. I have been busy." "What happened? Did he say anything?" "Not really. He's the quiet type. When he's silent, you can actually tell he's focused on work. How he has so much energy, I will never understand," he sighed. He didn't think he had that much energy when he was Radel's age. But for the past couple of days, it feels like his mind is somewhere else. "Can you be more vague?" he asked. "Let's just say it's an interrogator's intuition," she shrugged. Getting information out of people was her trade, and speech was only a part of how people communicated. There was just as much to glean from the nonverbal. "Maybe he's thinking about his new ninjutsu?" "I heard he got it as a performance bonus," said Krite. He heard from the staff that a Jutsu archive access pass had come from the headquarters for Radel. "Maybe, but I don't know," Kestrel didn't sound convinced. "I'm not going on this mission. Information is in high demand, and we need more of it. I'll stay here, so take him with you." Krite thought about it before nodding. Radel, with his clones, was matching the workload expected from Dole when dealing with processing documents, and they needed him to continue on, but unlike the recent visit to the bunker, they needed more than just Krite to accompany the assault unit. Yamanaka in In-Pachi sat opposite his newest patient, Takuma, who seemed uncomfortable in the cozy leather lounger. He didn't say anything and instead waited patiently for Takuma to open the conversation at his own pace. There was time for him to be assertive, but by coming here, Takuma showed a willingness to improve his situation, which was more than enough. I want whatever's in there out and gone. Takuma all but vomited his words with much discomfort, as though the act of speaking those words was excruciating. In-Pachi wrote his thoughts down in his journal. Takuma wanted the mental block out and gone, indicating that he saw it as entirely negative. It was not at all surprising. No one sane would be happy about having an unknown entity in their mind. "What are your expectations of what we'll find on the other side?" he asked. "Nothing good," Takuma spat. "Why do you say so?" "Come on, document. That block exists because of a traumatic memory. There's nothing good on the other side." Takuma's body language was entirely negative and closed up, which was a problem if they were going to work on removing the block. In-Pachi once again jotted down some notes. It was interesting how Takuma accepted the presence of the mental block. Most people with repressed memories didn't acknowledge their presence because, in their view, they had no memories of their trauma, and the mind was actively encouraged to keep things that way. His active acknowledgement of the block's existence was a unique circumstance. "Not everything behind the block would be traumatic," said In-Pachi. According to Takuma, he had lost all memories from before he was 10 years old, which was yet another unique feature because such widespread memory loss was firmly out of the norm. Generally speaking, only memories directly tied to the trauma would be blanked out, but here, his whole life was turned dark. "Don't you feel incomplete without those memories? Don't you want to find who you were before your memory loss?" "No." In-Pachi was surprised by the vitriol in Takuma's tone. He glared at him as though he had suggested something horrendous. "Please expand on that," he asked. "Yes, while I would like to know who Takuma was before me, I don't feel incomplete. I have worked extremely hard to make myself who I am today. I'm proud of what I have accomplished. I am my own person, and those memories have no bearing on my identity." A realization dawned on In-Pachi. When Takuma set out and gone, he wasn't just talking about the mental block, he was most definitely also talking about the repressed memories. He truly wanted everything gone, as though he wanted that part of his mind lobotomized. He was looking at a part of himself with open hostility, a hazardous point of view. However, pointing it out to him could worsen the problem. People didn't like to be confronted, and right now, as emotional as he seemed, confronting him didn't seem like the right move to In-Pachi. "Unfortunately, I can't vaporize your memories, at least not without taking major risks." He observed Takuma's expression, and fortunately, he didn't seem to like that option, which meant he didn't hate the mental block enough to accept the risk of self-harm. If Takuma had even mentioned anything even close to it, they would have spent weeks fixing that dangerous line of thought, which would have been difficult because he seemed impatient about being here. Our first focus should be understanding the nature of mental block. You need to be familiar with the anomaly before you can eventually remove it. "What do you mean?" Takuma frowned. "You're a Yamanaka. Mental blocks were created to combat your clan. You must have something to break it. That's all true, but not in your case." "Why?" Takuma leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "Because someone externally places the blocks we deal with, they came from outside, so someone could remove them from the outside. Your block is a natural existence created by your mind in its deepest depths to protect you from yourself. I can only guide you through the process, but the onus to deal with it will remain firmly on your shoulders." After their meeting, In-Pachi had done his own research and conferred with his peers about the matter without disclosing Takuma's identity. In truth, he could do a few things. After all, he had opened the gate in the mental block, which meant his jutsu could partially influence the block, but everything he read, heard, and intuited with his experience told him not to interfere because it could seriously harm Takuma if he tried to push it. It was far better for Takuma's health if he dealt with his own strength. Moreover, getting involved in the process would help him come to terms with the mental block and the existence of the memories behind it. Takuma looked like he had been hit with a sledgehammer and collapsed in the lounger, suddenly looking exhausted beyond his years. He stared at the ceiling for a minute before finally speaking. "I don't want to change. I fear," he took a deep breath, "I fear those memories and experiences will change who I am. I have problems with who I am right now, but I don't want to lose what makes me myself. I am scared," Document. I'm scared of losing myself. It's the only thing I have, he whispered at the end. You will be who you are, Takuma. Those memories are yours, they won't change you, In-Pachi said to dissuade the fears. In fact, those memories might even help you understand who you are. Perhaps a habit you don't know why you have suddenly become clear. I urge you not to be scared and to understand it instead. It's alarming and unnerving because it's unknown, understanding it will shed light, which will bring clarity. Takuma didn't reply and continued staring at the ceiling before sighing and sitting up straight. Let's do it, he said. It looked like he had come to an acceptance, but to In-Pachi, it seemed more like resignation. In-Pachi had a choice before him. He could first work on Takuma's negative view and only then deal with the block. Or, he could do those things simultaneously. He couldn't say how long it would take Takuma to change his unhealthy mindset, and during that time, things behind the block could continue to worsen. The block's existence was akin to a bomb, and the longer they left it unattended, the greater the danger. When do we start? Asked Takuma. In-Pachi made his choice. Let's start now. Chapter 382, In-Pachi watched as Takuma was utterly taken in by his own mindscape. From the moment they had come in, he had become absorbed in the surroundings and hadn't made a single comment or asked any question. Everything that didn't make sense to In-Pachi seemed to make sense to him. Do you recognize these things? Takuma had stopped to stare at things sticking out of the walls. Skyscraper, plane, car, train, smartphone, he said with a joyful smile. It was the first time he had smiled innocently and freely since they had met. At that moment, he seemed like a young teenager who hadn't become a hardened shinobi. In-Pachi didn't recognize half of those words. What he recognized didn't resemble his image of those things. He wondered if those things were from his imagination and held significant emotional value to him because Takuma turned away to wipe tears that rolled down his cheeks. I'm sorry. Let's progress, he said, facing away from him. In-Pachi didn't ask him to voice the reason behind the tears, but took note in case it became relevant. The deeper they went into the mind, the quieter and dimmer it became. A cold chill lingered in the sterile air inside the tunnels of Mindscape. He hadn't felt this way the last time he was here. At first, he thought it was just for him because he was an outsider, and his actions last time made the mind cautious about his presence, but Takuma also seemed to feel the same unwelcome feeling. They finally reached the central hub, which was behind layers of swaying multicolored ethereal curtains. I can feel it, said Takuma nervously as he stared intently at the curtains. In-Pachi asked him to step through. Takuma hesitated for a moment before pushing through the numerous layers to reach the central hub cavity with the floating brain. Once again, Takuma was awestruck with what he saw and stared at the network of yarn that weaved between corkboards and the floating brain. However, his attention was almost instantly grabbed by the black vault door. Is that it? That is it. What do I need to do? Takuma asked with pursed lips. The more he stared at the back door, the more uncomfortable he became. His body was half turned away from the central hub, ready to sprint out at a moment's notice. His eyes darted everywhere as though anticipating enemies in his own mind. It was by no means normal. You have to make contact with the door. Every fiber of his being was screaming at Takuma to turn away and never return. He could tell from watching In-Pachi that his reaction wasn't normal, but the Irionin didn't know that this wasn't his mind. Everything he had seen outside the central hub told him that the years of living as Takuma had influenced the mind as tunnels resembled the underground ring tunnel system, their color matched the paint in his old house, objects from his old world grew out of the walls, and even his trauma was present in the form of the abandoned factory equipment from you. The central hub itself had transformed to match its new owner. The corkboards, thumbtacks, and yarn were something he saw every day at home and the office. However, that didn't change the fact that all of it belonged to the boy he had taken over. The black vault door with its ominous aura held more presence than everything else he had seen. It was as though it was declaring that no matter how much the mindscape changed, it would never change the truth that he was an usurper. You have to make contact with the door. What will happen if I do so? You'll have to face your repressed memories, and then we'll talk about them. He thought it would be some Yamanaka hide jutsu bullshit, but this very much sounded like plain old therapy. He sighed and then looked at the daunting vault door, which couldn't be more inviting. He stepped into the cavity and carefully floated around the delicate yarn to reach the vault door, only to be hit by an oppressive pressure. What the? Takuma gritted his teeth as weight surpassing the heaviest weights he had ever worn bore down on him, but that wasn't the main problem. He felt emotions coming from the door. The emotions of hostility, disgust, and repulsion washed over him. His eyes widened because he couldn't believe what he was feeling from within his own mind. Once again, he was reminded that this entity was separate from him, and if it could direct such intense emotion towards him when the memories would seal, he could easily imagine those memories tainting his mind when they were unlocked. "Fuck you," he hissed through gritted teeth as he grabbed the wheel on the door. He didn't want to reintegrate the boy's memories with him. He wished they would just disappear. The pressure bearing down on him vanished. Takuma blinked in surprise and suddenly felt optimistic, thinking that his presence had managed to influence even the mental block. He thought he could influence it to erase itself with the memories altogether. "You're not needed," he thought. "Takuma!" In-Pachi suddenly yelled. Takuma felt a pulse from the wheel thrum through his body before a monstrous force assaulted his body. It was more powerful than any attack he had endured and flung him through the central hub like he was nothing but a bug. In-Pachi waved his hand, and the yarns curved out of Takuma's way and crashed into the wall. In In-Pachi's office, Takuma grabbed his head as a world of pain assaulted him. The Irionin leapt out of his chair with the speed of a shinobi, rushed to his side, and held his hands over his head. A greenish-yellow glow burst from his hands, and within 20 seconds, Takuma went from yelling in pain to whimpering with body shakes to silence with deep breaths. He didn't stop and fetched a pitcher of water, held the glass to Takuma's mouth, and helped him drink it. What happened?" Takuma asked. "The mental block didn't like whatever you did," said In-Pachi as he handed a towel to Takuma, who was now drenched in sweat, dripping onto the leather he sat on. "What happened in there?" Takuma recited what happened while his head throbbed in pain. In-Pachi looked like he wanted to sigh, but being the professional he was, he sat down in his chair and spoke calmly. "You can't erase those memories, Takuma. They're firmly a part of you, whether you like it or not. You have to accept that, and you have a nosebleed." Takuma touched his philtrum and found blood on his fingers. He closed his eyes and put the hand towel to his nose while rubbing his temple. Those words meant something entirely else to him. Someone else's memories had firmly become a part of him, he couldn't get rid of them even if he wanted to. A part of him said that he should have seen this coming. If he didn't have any problem with taking over the body, then he shouldn't have a problem with taking over the memories. In fact, he cursed the gods when his life was miserable in the beginning because he hadn't received any memories. He prayed and begged for the memories so he could adjust to the new world. And now he wanted those same memories gone. "It's difficult," he half whispered. "I understand," In-Pachi said sympathetically. "We'll talk about that fear later. Let's find the reason behind that fear so we can understand it and leave it behind. We have done too much for today. You need to rest and recover. I suggest we meet twice a week." Takuma nodded. He took out a wristwatch without the strap from his pocket and saw that he still had half an hour for an appointment. "We still have time. Let's move on to the other thing," he said. "What other thing?" In-Pachi, who was finishing his notes, said in confusion. "The shadow clone research." "What else?" said Takuma, placing the bloody hand towel on the side table beside him. "I haven't used shadow clones for training or work. I've been sleeping as well as I can with that thing in my head. I'm eating properly, drinking less coffee, and everything else you asked me to." "You want to do that now?" asked In-Pachi, surprised. "I'm not going to let this thing derail my life," said Takuma, almost offended. If he let every little problem stop him, he would still be running D-rank missions. "This is a small hiccup. We're going to solve this quickly, and I'm going to get back to my life. I'm not sure what to say." In-Pachi opened his journal and made another note. But sure, let's do it. Go ahead and make a clone. Takuma weaved hand seals, and a shadow clone from a plume of smoke appeared beside him. In-Pachi asked the clone to go out and roam around for a minute before popping itself. The clone nodded and leapt out of a window. You could have gone out the door, he said to Takuma. Takuma shrugged. He knew the clone didn't want to show his face to In-Pachi's assistant outside the office because he had just screamed like he was being murdered and wanted to avoid embarrassment, so he went out the window. I'm going to observe your mind for a moment. You're going to feel something different when the clone pops itself, In-Pachi said. He weaved hand seals before placing his hand over Takuma's head, who suddenly felt as though someone had pumped mint into his head. What's this? He asked because the clone's memories hadn't hit him yet. Focus, In-Pachi said sternly. A minute later, the memories and chakra returned to his body. The clone had walked around the block feeling like shit. Normally, his clones were too busy to stop and think about his life, but a depressed clone's thoughts were hard to chew on. At the same time, he felt something akin to an electrical tingle that started from the top of his spine, traveled to his head, flowed around his head for several seconds before disappearing. His whole body involuntarily twitched before clenching up as it caught him by surprise. Was that it? He asked, unsure and cautious. With the mental block in his head, he was sensitive to anything that came near his head. In-Pachi stayed silent for a long half-minute before removing his hand and returning to his chair. After you proposed the training, I went ahead and bought the shadow clone jutsu for myself. In-Pachi saw Takuma's surprise and nodded. It was really expensive. That's why people apply for a research grant for this kind of stuff. Anyway, I began my research on the jutsu and found out that the memories and experience of the clone are carried back to the user inside the spiritual energy that returns from the clone. It made sense to him because spiritual energy was a product of the mind's consciousness. The feeling you experienced was the spiritual energy coming from the clone flowing through your body. After my research, I thought about approaching the problem and came up with a method that I think might work. You notice how the spiritual energy flowed into your brain for a couple of seconds before it assimilated back in? Takuma nodded. It was an extraordinary feeling that he wouldn't have ever felt if not for In-Pachi. It was fascinating and terrifying that it happened every time he received a clone's memories. Imagine a clone releases itself after a full day. The brain is forced to receive all those memories over a few seconds, something that it usually does over the course of a day. It's no surprise your brain was overwhelmingly overstimulated. In-Pachi said. So what's the solution? I think by manually altering how the memory-carrying spiritual energy flows through your brain, we can reach a point where your brain won't be overloaded while it processes these external memories. In-Pachi sounded very passionate as he explained the scientific intricacies of his method, most of which flew above Takuma's head. And that will solve the problem? He asked. We can't know for sure right now, said In-Pachi, calming down. It'll be many sessions of trial and error as we try different approaches. I must inform you that it might not work at first. You might even lose parts of your memories from the clone. We might be doing great one week, but our progress could shoot to hell the following week. This method might not even work, and we might need to start from the bottom. I'm saying this because we don't know how long it will take to find a solution, if there is any. So, you need to have patience. It's all right. I don't mind as long as we are working towards a solution, and well, I get to use the jutsu while we find a solution, said Takuma. He had done his fair share of experimentation with his chakra augmentation to make it usable and suffered numerous injuries while doing it. As much as he wanted a solution yesterday, he was okay with waiting. We will start a clone who stays up for 4 hours, said In-Pachi. Even if it was a fourth of what he wanted to achieve, he was itching to resume training, and he was going to make sure to squeeze everything out of those hours because he had a future to survive and live through. That's the best news I've heard all week. Document. Chapter 383. Early the next day, Takuma arrived at the designated spot where he was meeting Krite and the assault squad before they were leaving for Inohara. It was the city he had identified as the possible location of the kidnappings for the human test subjects used in the bunkers. It made sense that the courier also transported them with supplies and that a root cell existed in the same city. He arrived to see Krite standing outside a guardroom next to a smaller secondary entrance in the city wall around the village during its inception, before it was expanded out and was now called the Inner City. "Where's the assault squad?" he asked as he checked his strapless wristwatch. "They're inside," Krite pointed to the guardroom. "They're with their captain, so be on your best behavior." "Oh, who is it?" He didn't know anything about the assault unit they were working with, except that it was the same squad Krite had taken to the bunker. "It's Fox." The cogs in his brain halted when he heard the codename. "Let's go in," Krite said and walked to the door without giving him any chance to prepare himself. There were 7 people inside. The 5-member squad, their lieutenant, and the captain. They stopped talking, and all eyes fell on the duo before they turned to look at Takuma, the newcomer, including the single eye of the silver-haired captain dressed in standard leaf gear, hiding his transplanted eye under the fabric of his forehead protector. He was Fox. He was also Hatake Kakashi, a jonin of the Hidden Leaf, and the shinobi given the moniker of the Copy Ninja, who had copied over 1,000 jutsu. It meant a great deal considering that a clan of people with the same special eyes existed, and the moniker had still gone to an outsider, who only possessed a single eye. "This is Radel. As I previously mentioned, he'll be joining us today," Krite introduced him to the squad. "Did you graduate from the academy yesterday?" "My god, you're young," said the sole kunoichi in the squad in surprise as she looked him up and down. "I've heard that a lot," Takuma laughed it off. He didn't take it personally because he was used to getting that reaction. His gaze went to Kakashi for a moment before he forced himself to look away in case he ended up staring. The 5-member squad were all dressed in ANBU field gear like him. The lieutenant was also dressed in standard gear like Kakashi, which meant that only the squad was coming with them. He could see their lieutenant coming to see them off, but he wondered why a captain like Kakashi was there. Takuma hadn't even met his own captain yet. As he looked at the squad, he saw someone he recognized. "Yo, 13. Long time no see." The tall, young adult with a big afro on his head grinned as he waved. Despite his height and well-built physique, his most striking feature was still that broad grin full of unbridled joy that could brighten any room, even one with shinobi armed to the teeth. 10, Takuma nodded. Sanaba Yatso, one of the final candidates selected from Takuma's ANBU recruitment batch. None of the recruits from their batch had shared where they were placed inside the department. It wasn't for any particular reason other than that they hadn't met after their training period, instantly being wrapped up in the hustle of their new jobs. That's why he didn't know where Amami was placed until he met her during the unit's welcoming surprise. "You two know each other?" asked the lieutenant, looking between them. "Same recruitment batch," Takuma replied as he sat down in an empty chair beside Krite. He couldn't keep his eyes from going to Kakashi, and suddenly found the future Hokage staring at him. "Is something wrong?" he asked nervously. "Have we met before?" Kakashi tilted his head and audibly hummed as he stared deeper at Takuma. "Apparently, we did. You were there at the Genin Corp basic tournament that I participated in," said Takuma, doing his best to stay calm while everyone stared at him curiously. "I don't actually remember seeing you that day. I was too occupied, getting the stuffing beat out of him, but I was surprised to hear afterwards that Jonin had come to watch." "Oh, yes. I remember going to the tournament that day." "The actual tournament, not so much," Kakashi nodded in satisfaction at getting his answer. That, too, wasn't a surprise. In the eyes of a Jonin, a bunch of fresh-out-of-academy genin, from the Genin Corp at that, probably didn't have anything of interest for it to stick in his mind. "Please proceed with the briefing," the lieutenant said, moving the conversation forward. Krite took the lead and addressed the group. "This is the same group we targeted on our last outing. The target we apprehended has been confirmed as a root agent who transported supplies to the bunker. Our target this time is his base of operations in a city named Inahara, and yes, that means our target for this mission is a root cell." "Objective?" asked the squad leader codenamed Hopper, wearing a rabbit mask. "Capture." The cell is a rich source of information for the department, and we want to capture as many of them as we can. I will repeat. Capturing the target alive is a priority, Kreitz said, looking at everyone, including Takuma. Target details? Their number and combat capabilities? Our interrogations resulted in 4 confirmed root agents, but we can't dismiss the possibility of more. As for combat capabilities, unfortunately, we don't have that information. The 4 confirmed are all males in their mid to late 20s, and their physiques indicated regular training. How do you know that? Asked Yatso, codenamed Shire, with a horse mask. It had only been a day since they had brought the courier back to the village. Yamanaka, Takuma replied shortly. They shared a glance and Yatso realized that he was talking about Amami. What's the timescale we are looking at? Asked Hopper. We fear the courier's absence alerting the cell and losing track of them. While I would love to have some time to scout our target, I believe we will have to move in quickly, said Kreitz. As Kreitz addressed the squad, Takuma thought about Kakashi, who hadn't said a word. He looked so detached and unbothered that it felt like he wasn't listening, but he was moving his eyes to the person speaking, so perhaps he was listening. Takuma thought about Kakashi and his role in the story. He was Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's Jonin teacher. The trio was nearly 10 years old and in their 4th year at the academy, but they were a little over a month away from their 5th year, meaning they had 2 years until the story's start. That made him wonder how long Kakashi would stay in ANBU. He couldn't remember when he left. Did he go right before the trio's graduation, or did he leave a little before? He also thought about Kakashi's Sharingan. There were plenty of rumors behind why the Uchiha clan had allowed him to keep their clan's dojutsu. One such rumor was that he was secretly married to a Uchiha woman, which tied him to the clan and thus allowed him to keep the eye. Another rumor was that the clan valued one of the village's greatest geniuses and had allowed him to keep the eye to bring him to their side. However, Takuma had talked about it with Makoto, and she told him that the Uchiha clan wanted to study the Sharingan and see how it would work in the body of someone who didn't have the Uchiha blood. Kakashi also provided them with a fresh perspective. Knowledge about how to use the Sharingan was passed down in the clan, which was something very important, but it also made it so that a few things became tradition, rigid, and an ideal image of how to properly use the eye was created that most people followed blindly. As an outsider, Kakashi wasn't exposed to any of those things, and being a genius as he was, he had used the dojutsu in ways they hadn't thought about or considered incorrect. He didn't really seem like a captain, did he? Takuma commented after the briefing ended. He glanced at the assault squad out of earshot, discussing their plans. Kakashi was among them, but slightly on the side as the lieutenant addressed the team. You'll find that Jonin are rarely normal. Some might seem normal, but spend enough time and you'll find an eccentricity or two at the very least, Kreitz replied. I guess, you have to be somewhat abnormal to become an absurd existence, Takuma sighed. You know, I heard a rumor about Fox, said Kreitz, his voice lowering to a whisper. Yeah? Fox has been in the ANBU for over a decade now, said Kreitz. Half a year ago, I heard that his contract only had a couple of months left on it, but he hadn't renewed it even though he was next in line for one of the ANBU commander positions. He was really set to leave the department for good, until the root thing happened and the Hokage personally requested him to stay because a captain leaving when the department was still dealing with the root exodus would have left us very unstable. Only then did Fox extend his contract and decide to stay. Kreitz looked at Kakashi with a look of respect on his face. A decade in the department is not easy. He was there when Lord Fourth died, and he fought in the Third Shinobi World War before that. Takuma was having trouble hearing Kreitz's voice over the sound of his heart beating faster than an internal combustion engine. Kakashi had decided to stay in ANBU. Why? Because Root had been run out of Hidden Leaf. Why did that happen? Because the Uchiha clan had accused Shimura Danzo of bloodline theft. Why did they think that? Because Danzo had indeed stolen late Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. How did they know about it? Because Takuma had sent Makoto a letter. Takuma's face contorted in pain as he placed a hand over his chest because it was thumping so hard that it had begun to hurt. His ears started ringing, and he couldn't hear what Krite was saying. He looked in Kakashi's direction, and his vision doubled. Had he destroyed the future? If Kakashi was staying, then who was going to teach them? When the Uchiha clan lived, he considered it positive, even though he worried about Sasuke. He thought his lack of hatred-based motivation to kill Itachi could be replaced by his clan's support. But he didn't know whether Kakashi could be replaced. The Jonin might not have taught them much in terms of combat, but he had instilled the morals of teamwork and caring about one's teammates in their young minds. Sure, one didn't really take to them, but he played a big part in molding a very important portion of their values, which in many situations was more important than combat ability. Had his decisions ruined the world and his chances of survival? How? Takuma cleared his throat to hide his panic. How long is he staying? Maybe another year until things calm down a little. Can't be sure, Krite made an offhanded comment. Takuma, who was having a problem breathing, suddenly felt a fresh, cold air enter his lungs, and he could suddenly see and hear again. 1 year was good. Kakashi could rest for 1 year before becoming a teacher. Hey, are you alright? You're sweating, Krite softly exclaimed as he looked at Takuma and suddenly found him sweating as though they were in a steam sauna. I'm alright, Takuma said as he repeated to himself that Kakashi would still teach the leading trio and repeated his words. He had to repeat them because if he didn't, the fear would return. I'm alright. Chapter 384, The city of Inohara was among the major cities in the Land of Fire. It had a large population and a growing economy, owing to its position as the center of a thriving region in the country. It had a larger civilian population than the Hidden Leaf Village, generating more business for shinobi who lived there and warranted a jonin overseeing the operations in the city. Are you alright? Asked Krite as he fell back from the front of the group to behind where Takuma was running alone. What? Yeah, of course, I'm alright, replied Takuma, snapping out of his thoughts. They had already left for Inohara, and during that time, Takuma hadn't spoken a single word to anyone. While Krite had provided the assault squad with more details about the mission, he was preoccupied with thoughts about Kakashi's prolonged presence in ANBU and what that meant for the future. It was fortunate that all of them had their masks up, or everyone would clearly see that he was not mentally present. You don't have to do this, Krite said. It hasn't been long since we found the bunker. You were injured quite badly that day. Normally, you wouldn't be sent out so quickly, so it's completely natural for you not to be ready. I'm fine, said Takuma, his tone on the border of snapping. He paused to gather himself and continued calmly. I was just distracted by something on my mind that I shouldn't have been thinking about while on duty. Don't worry about me. It won't happen again. From a physical standpoint, the bunker fight didn't hold much significance in the long term. During his busiest days, he fought 3 times a week in the ring against vicious opponents. He was much more resilient than Krite would expect, but he couldn't communicate that without telling others about his history, something he preferred to keep private. He didn't know if Krite was convinced or not, due to his mask, but he at the very least didn't pursue the topic. What's the status on local support? Hopper, the assault squad leader, asked after the duo rejoined the squad. Takuma and Krite exchanged glances before the latter replied. We haven't informed the local authority of our presence. This is a time-sensitive mission, and going through the bureaucratic channels would take at least a couple of days, if everyone expedites the process. We don't have that kind of time, it's better to apologize later. The entire squad was listening. A couple of them glanced back at them and then at Hopper, who replied after a few seconds. I would have liked local support to clear out the area and minimize risk to civilians, but we'll do without it. If there's a problem afterwards, it's yours to deal with anyway. The responsibilities were clearly defined. It was the Inquisitor Squad's mission. They were supposed to set everything up, including communicating with the local authorities for support. The assault squad was simply the muscle following orders. In this case, if civilian lives were lost, the assault squad would get some flack, but the majority of the blame would lie with the Inquisitor Squad because they failed to do the needful. When, not if, the Inohara Jonin came asking questions, it would be the Inquisitor Squad who would have to face the anger. It took them half a day to reach Anohara. The city, like all the cities Takuma had seen, was much less green than Hidden Leaf Village, which had a culture of planting greenery in every corner they could, sometimes even to the detriment of roots-damaging buildings. The yearly budget included a substantial gardening and landscaping fund to maintain a healthy and clean environment. It was one of the things he loved about the place he lived in. Before they entered the city, Hopper made them stop and change into civilian garb. "No cloaks," he said when Takuma tried to put on a cloak so he could keep most of his weapons. "They're a dead giveaway. Except for a couple of things you can hide away under your clothes, seal everything away. We want to blend in completely while we scout." Takuma felt uncomfortable not having much of his arsenal on hand, but recognized the logic and put everything away. They had left the Hidden Leaf Village at first light, and by the time they arrived at Anohara, it was already noon. Amami only had access to recent memories and thus could only glean nearby landmarks. In a city as big as Anohara, it took them another hour to finally find their location with the help of locals. The location was a small-time flour mill located in a lane with other shops. It looked perfectly normal and was a legitimate front that turned grain into flour for commercial businesses, such as restaurants and food manufacturers. "Let's spread out and start scouting," said Takuma, wanting to take advantage of the hours with street traffic to blend in while they observed their targets. He was interrupted by Hopper. "We should first perform a sensory need check." "How so?" asked Krite. "We go near the shop and use a jutsu. If someone comes out to check, we have a sensory need." "What if they get cautious?" Takuma asked. "There are plenty of shinobi in Anohara. If they have been here for any amount of time, it won't be unusual for them to have gotten used to it. We'll use a D-rank ninjutsu." He turned to look at his squad. "What would have the least impact?" Takuma replied before they could. "I have an earth-release ninjutsu that allows me to scan the earth with seismic vibrations. I can check for a basement or a secret tunnel. And I can do it from here." They were a fair distance away from the stop, so as not to seem suspicious while keeping it in their sight. "That works, but move closer to the shop so they don't ignore it, thinking that it wasn't near enough." He stopped at 2 shops before reaching the flour mill. There were no side alleys he could dip into, so he had to do it on the street. He turned his back to the road before pretending to tie his shoes while he weaved hand seals and pressed his hands into the ground. A few shops had basements, including the flour mill, but he didn't sense a tunnel, which meant exiting the actual building was the only way out. He didn't linger around and walked away without looking back. No one came out of the shop, which gave the team a clear view to scout. The assault squad coordinated their scouting efforts and divided the work, with Krite contributing the most by sending some of his bugs into the shop itself. Takuma stayed away from the shop and instead mapped the surrounding area. He didn't know the city, so he could only guess where the agents would try to escape if they decided to run. However, he had experience chasing down people in urban environments while working in the police force, which he used to identify potential spots and routes. Half an hour later, the team, bar one, who was keeping an eye on the shop, gathered on top of a tall building's roof to share their findings. "There are 5 people inside the shop," Krite said with a bug sitting on his knuckle. "We can't be sure if all of them are agents, but it'd be safe to operate with that assumption. There are 3 points of entry. The front entrance, the window beside it, and a back door." Hopper squatted on the ground and drew on the floor with a thick piece of chalk he apparently carried around. The assault squad wanted to use smoke bombs and flash tags to flood the front and force the agents to take the back exit to escape. The front street was open and wide, with a lot of civilians who could be taken hostage, something everyone wanted to avoid because they weren't clearing out civilians. It was a well-planned approach that aimed to minimize their risk. "What if one of them is a civilian?" asked Krite, raising his previous point. "We aren't using any explosives. And the moment they escape, we'll know who's who," said Yatso. Shinobi were much faster than civilians, which was very apparent when they were moving during stressful situations, such as a sudden attack they were about to conduct. Takuma remembered that Yatso used to hunt Rogni near a border region. His previous experience perfectly complemented his current job. They quickly divided their responsibilities, and Takuma volunteered to be at the back. As they were changing back into their gear, Takuma noticed how heavily armed the assault squad were. Their armor jackets were thicker, they carried more weapon pouches and packs, and all of them had a big dagger on their back. He hadn't noticed it during their journey because everyone was covered in cloaks. 3 of them carried swords, one of whom had 2 swords. The other 2, who didn't have swords, had backpacks. "What's in there?" he asked Yatsu, who wore one of the backpacks. "More weapons," Yatsu replied with a toothy grin and opened a side flap to reveal a dozen mini-scrolls. "If there's anyone who doesn't want to run out of weapons, it's us, and we don't like to run out of weapons." Takuma gulped when he thought about how much firepower they were carrying in that backpack. There was probably a small armory worth of weapons in those scrolls. He looked at Yatsu and was reminded that he was running a mission with an assault squad. All they did was fight and cause destruction. "That as well?" Takuma looked at the member with the other backpack, thinking that 2 backpacks worth of scrolls was overdoing it. "No, that'd be absurd even for us," Yatsu chuckled. "Koyul is our Irionin. He's carrying our medical supplies. All our units are mandated to have 1 Irionin. It makes it harder for us to be killed." There was a big problem with a lot of turnover in assault units, worse than it currently is, which was still the worst in the entire department, until Irionin became mandatory for squad configurations and the number dipped quite a bit. Koyul, the Irionin, heard them talk and gave them a stern frown. "I'll be there to heal you, but don't treat my presence as a sign to be reckless. Always, and I mean always, assume that there's no Irionin because I might die or there might be 2 critically injured, and in that case, I'll make the choice to concentrate on the one I think has more chances of survival. You very well might be the unlucky one." "That's harsh," Koyul said Yatsu, but didn't say anything to Takuma, which meant he more or less agreed with the Irionin. "No, it makes sense," said Takuma. He hadn't had an Irionin on his team ever, so as long as he conducted himself the way he usually did, he would be fine. Hopper asked them to gather around. Although the Inquisitor squad was in charge of the mission, the assault squad was leading this ground operation. Takuma and Krite would have to follow Hopper's instructions. "We're going to do a 3 to 4 split. 4 in the front and 3 in the back. Takuma, Yatsu, and Hopper were going to take the back while the rest of them were assigned to the front. The heavier split was given to the front in case the root agents tried to flee from the front. They had to be there to minimize any potential damage to civilians. Remember, the aim is to capture the targets, not kill them. I know people here have a problem with holding back in combat," Hopper said, fixing his team with a stern expression. At the same time, Takuma felt Krite glance at him. He immediately thought of Arisu and how she would be talking his ear off about holding back when they went out on arrests and raids. "Protect yourself, but also remember that the more we capture, the more information we will have. Our targets are undercover and will most definitely choose to flee the moment they realize that their cover is blown. The thing you need to be most concerned about is losing sight of them. Confrontations do them no good, they'll be fully focused on losing us." Takuma straightened his back when bad memories of fleeing from rude assassins aiming for his life resurfaced to the top of his mind. He could still remember the chill in the air, the wetness on his skin from the pouring rain, clothes heavy from being soaked, weakness from continuously losing blood while he fought, the feeling of being the prey with his life on the line. Everything felt fresh as though it had happened yesterday. He still had nightmares about that night from time to time. This time, he was the hunter, but that didn't make him feel any better because the hunters from that day were all dead, and he would meet the same fate if he wasn't careful. "They'll try to split up to make us split up the first chance they get. Don't go after a target alone if you can help it." Yatsu shared his knowledge with the Inquisitor duo. "It's really difficult, but try to block off paths to prevent them from going separate ways so we can remain together." A shinobi with their increased physical prowess could traverse almost any landscape with ease, and trying to stop one was an annoying challenge. The duo nodded. "Finally, stay alive because there won't be anything to take back home if you kick the bucket," Hopper said while touching the death seal on his right shoulder that would burn an ANBU operative's body, and everything they wore, to ash. Takuma felt a phantom heat on his left shoulder where his death seal sat. Thinking about death was never pretty, but looking at the people around him who would suffer the same fate as him if they died brought the twisted sense of warmth that came from not being alone. Chapter 385. The sun had just begun to fall from its peak and the weather was beginning to cool. People on the streets stopped in surprise when they saw heavily armed and armored men moving quickly through the streets. And were they to look up, they would see similarly dressed men jumping across rooftops. One of them had strange water appendages protruding from his back. "Run away if you don't want to get hurt." The loud warning startled the crowd because it felt as though it were spoken over a microphone from right beside their ears. Mere moments later, one of the masked men threw a kunai tagged with flashbang tags into the flour mill. The resulting screech and flash of disorienting light only made things worse for the people outside, who were falling head over heels to man smashed the front window and threw in smoke bombs that flooded. Screams broke out as people on the streets ran as far as their legs would take them. Those who owned shops in the street shuttered themselves inside in fear of the battle raging. Though people of Inohara were used to leaf shinobi, they didn't recognize ANBU because no one knew about their existence. The ANBU wasn't known outside shinobi circles. Most shinobi went without ever coming across one for their whole lives and wouldn't be able to recognize a real one from a row of fakes. Behind the flour mill, the backdoor team was ready. They decided that two of them would be on the ground, blocking the back alley from both sides, while the third would be positioned at a height for support and assistance. Takuma wanted to be on the ground, but Hopper rejected him because two teammates would work better on the ground. He wanted to use earth release, earth and stone bamboo shoot, which condensed spikes that attacked the target from separate directions, attempting to skewer the opponent. It was the perfect jutsu to impair mobility, without a high risk of death, by crushing a leg bone. He wasn't skilled enough to target specific parts of the body, but as long as he aimed low, he would hit the legs. But to do so, Takuma needed to be in contact with the ground. He weaved hand seals for water release, spirit water wave while kneeling on the wall of the building behind the flour mill with chakra adhesion. Water bubbled into existence in front of his finger and flowed as though filling an invisible globe. If he couldn't crush the legs, he was going to shoot them. It was a shame that the initial flashbang had hurt his ears while he was listening out for footsteps. The backdoor trio grew tense as the commotion, from the street over, reached them. 8 tentacles floating out from Takuma's back, all holding kunai, stilled. Yatsu's body language changed as he leaned forward in anticipation. Hopper didn't pull out his sword, but he anchored his feet to the ground with his hand hovering above its hilt. Then the door burst off its hinges. Takuma's finger twitched, but he held his breath to control himself as Kreit's words echoed in his brain. What if it was a civilian? Just a second, he told himself. A man caked in flour stepped out as the door swung back from the force it had been pushed open with. He didn't look at the door, nor did he raise a hand to push it back, because he had already cleared out of its way with a speed impossible for a civilian. It was a root agent. Takuma held his breath and focused on his heartbeat as he aimed for the right leg. A shockwave rippled through the water ball at his finger right before it shot out. His lip twitched at the missed shot, but simultaneously, 2 tentacles moved wildly to build enough momentum to launch kunai at the agent. He aimed ahead, and both kunai struck the ground in front of the man's feet. But if a moving target was difficult, then all Takuma had to do was stop the man from moving. A second water bullet ripped through the air and hit the agent's leg the moment he stopped. Takuma didn't let the easing breath go and released a third shot that hit the left leg, causing the man to let out an ugly scream in pain. He didn't know how much damage he had done, but it was enough for Hopper to take care of the rest with his sword. A loud crash followed by a singular scream from somewhere nearby reached Takuma's ears. He wondered what was happening with the front door team as he turned to the second root agent, who was moving toward Yatsu. Only, instead of engaging, the root agent threw his bomb high into the air, obscuring Takuma's view. He released a blind shot in hopes that it would hit, but couldn't shoot any more lest he risk hitting Yatsu. He couldn't see Hopper, Yatsu, or the agents. Takuma tried to focus on his still impaired hearing and heard shuffling, but he couldn't make out anything concrete. 13. Yatsu's voice pierced through the smoke and immediately gave him a location. One's getting away. Takuma's eyes swept the surrounding area until he saw a man appear hurtle out of the fringes of the smokescreen. He was quick and had abandoned his comrades without a single thought. Go! Takuma bolted across the rooftop. He recalled Yatsu's words of not going after a target alone, but reality was rarely ideal. He let off the remaining 2 water bullets he had left, but both missed by wide margins. Hitting moving targets was hard enough, adding running on top of it made things much more difficult. One thing people often overlooked when discussing ninjutsu mastery was the practical skills. He could cast the jutsu, but that didn't mean anything if he missed his shots. The escaping root agent's brown hair was tied in a ponytail. He turned brown eyes on to look at Takuma running up a wall and unsealing a utility belt from a small scroll he removed from his pocket. Only, instead of ascending it completely, he jumped off the wall when he was halfway up and used the momentum to round the corner and exit the alleyway. When Takuma turned the corner, 3 kunai were flying straight for his face. Seemingly on instinct, the kunai bearing moved on their own to deflect the incoming salvos as he chased the agent running through the middle of the street. He's good, thought Takuma. In that one glance, the agent had seen how high up the building Takuma was running along. After turning the corner, he threw the kunai at that same height and continued to run without waiting to see whether he hit his knot for his water tentacles. Takuma would have needed to slow down, something one couldn't afford to do during a chase. As Takuma fell, the tentacles moved to fling kunai at the agent, but couldn't find a clean shot that didn't risk killing civilians. Though the agent didn't take civilians as hostages and just ran close by them, so they were always at risk of getting hit if he let his tentacles loose. Despite how much confidence he had in his practical skill with the tentacles, he couldn't make that throw with complete surety that he wouldn't hit a civilian. While his eyes were fixed on the agent, Takuma took in the street, the shops, and the people scattering away in fear, and instantly recognized it from when he was mapping the area before. An eagle-eye view of a fairly limited area around the flour mill appeared in his mind. He glanced at an alley the agent had skipped and where he was heading right now. There was only one way to go from there. Almost immediately, Takuma figured out where the agent was heading. Rue pushed a woman, who had frozen from surprise, out of his way as he ran through the street of the place he had been living for the past 3 years. He had an ANBU on his tail after barely avoiding being trapped within their surprise attack. The ANBU had tried to flush them out from the back, which meant they were only manning and expecting exit from the mill's front and back entrances. They weren't expecting him to use the building next door. Rue couldn't be sure how the ANBU had found them, but if he had to guess, it had something to do with the lab located in Taihio Evergreen Forest. Their man was a day late, which wasn't unusual for their youngest, who liked to sightsee, but it was still his best guess. As he turned a corner into an alley, he glanced at the ANBU, only to find that he wasn't there. Unease rippled through him because he knew he couldn't have lost a tail so quickly. So, the question to be asked, where had his pursuer gone? He caught a glance of how the people farther from him were all looking in the same direction. He was already on the next street when his thoughts clicked together to complete the puzzle. The ANBU had taken an alternate route. It seemed his pursuer was planning to surprise him. But even if the ANBU had scouted the place, he had lived and worked in Inahara for 3 years, he knew the streets better. It was a poor decision, Rue thought as he decided to change latitude by running up a building, or maybe it wasn't a poor decision. His opinion changed mid-thought as he realized there was only one good direction if one wanted to escape. If the ANBU recognized that, then the route his pursuer could take was faster than his own. Rue's eyes widened a fraction when a shadow suddenly bloomed on the wall he was running along. The ANBU was smart, he thought as he leapt to the side at the last moment before the ANBU descended on him and smashed a fist into the bricks. He felt the tremor from the building climb up his legs as a monstrous impact created widespread cracks and crevices. The force was so great that ANBU drove his arm up to his elbow into the building. He's strong, Rue noted as he weaved hand seals for the advanced C-rank derivative of the parent D-rank jutsu, wind release, breakthrough, that reworked the jutsus to make it more powerful, efficient, and more importantly, turned it into a scalable ninjutsu, which meant it could be pushed beyond its rank without penalty depending on the user's skill. Wind release, great breakthrough. Rui breathed out a concentrated stream of wind towards the Anbu to blow him away. The winds were so strong that they tore away the shattered bricks. It was one of his favorite jutsu, having spent a lot of time mastering it. As expected, the Anbu, who had quickly pulled his arm out of the building, was blown away. Not even chakra adhesion was unable to keep him stuck to the wall. However, just as his feet left the wall, one half of the 8 tentacles behind his back wrapped around him, and the other half merged into 2 thicker tentacles that stabbed the kunai into the wall, creating a hold. That jutsu isn't supposed to bear that much force, Rui thought as he resumed scaling the building. He recognized the niche jutsu, and he was right because the tentacles were rippling and convulsing under the strain of withstanding Rui's jutsu. They soon snapped, blowing the short man away, which was when the Anbu grabbed a third kunai, spat out from the destroyed tentacles, and stabbed himself into the wall. Rui realized that the Anbu was going to endure and not be blown away. As he scaled up the building, he glanced at the struggling Anbu's mask. Badger, huh, he muttered to himself as he quickened his escape to get as far as possible while his pursuer was still locked inside the winds. Something told him that escaping wouldn't be easy. Chapter 386, Takuma gritted his teeth as he desperately gripped the handle of the kunai on the side of the wall as he faced the full force of the wind-release ninjutsu. It felt like trying to resist a windstorm strong enough to uproot trees and houses. He raised his hand to protect himself from the dislodged bricks coming for his head while praying the section of wall he was attached to didn't give out. His attempt to throw a kunai at the agent climbing the wall was swiftly thwarted by a gust that sent his throw wide. He cursed as the agent disappeared from his view over the ledge. The ninjutsu lasted 2 more precious seconds. He immediately leapt up to the roof in one push. His eyes darted for the agent, who had put 3 buildings between them but was still within sight. Takuma ran forward while weaving hand seals for body flicker jutsu to catch up. He was sure the agent would do the same and was surprised he hadn't already used it. It took a full second for Takuma's brain to register what his eyes caught while he was hurriedly climbing up the wall. There were 2 explosive tags on the roof ledge. The black ink had taken on the color of fire as the Fuinjutsu reached the detonation point. Fuck! He propelled himself while bracing for impact. The force of the explosion hit his back just as the body flicker jutsu kicked in. The positive was that he was saved from fiery death, but along came the negative. Ordinary, it already a headache to control oneself using the body flicker jutsu, so when the explosive force disrupted his balance, he had no way to course correct once he was thrown off balance. His shin caught against the ledge of the next building, and Takuma bounced off the rooftop floor, rolling half a dozen times over before he was able to push himself up. It hurt like hell, but he got up instantly and continued his pursuit of the clever root agent, who had yet again increased the distance between them. Takuma wished he could have created a water clone beforehand, like he had done with the water tentacles. However, creating one right now wasn't an option because water clones required an external water source for the clone body as opposed to simply turning his chakra into water. To do so, Takuma would have to spend precious time on using a wild water wave to then construct a clone. Luckily, he had a perfectly usable alternative. A short set of hand seals later, one shadow clone stood beside Takuma. It was the first time since creating the bunker that he had made a shadow clone, which wasn't that long, but it felt like ages, considering he had created one every day before In-Pachi banned him. He wasn't going to use it today either, due to its cost. With a full tank, he was only left with 45% of his maximum chakra after the clone. It was still an ample amount of chakra as he rarely ever bottomed out his reserves in combat, but it still forced him to be conservative with his spending. Even if he was fighting alongside multiple teammates, he didn't want to be in that position when he was facing various shinobi, which was why he'd not used it before. But now he was alone, facing a singular target, doubling his numbers was all to his advantage. Straight-faced. Rui heard the explosion from the little gift he had left the Anbu. He signed the seals for the body flicker jutsu and put more distance between them by directly skipping multiple rooftops. Then, he he changed latitude again and dropped to ground level and vanished in the crowd. As he thought about changing clothes and finding somewhere indoors to lay low, he glanced back only to find the Anbunine still on his tail. He was farther away, but now, there were two of them. A clone? Rui muttered under his breath as he glanced at the identical figures before he dropped down the roof. Was it an illusionary clone or one of the corporeal clones? Did it matter? No. The bigger problem was that the Anbunine was still on his trail. He assumed the worst-case scenario and that the clone was of the corporeal kind. Not only did he have to deal with two pursuers, but he also didn't know which one was the clone. Hey, stop right there. Elite shinobi saw him dropping down from the building and tried to stop him. Instead of avoiding him, Rui ran towards the shinobi, punched him in the face, snatched the weapon pouch on his leg, pushed him to the ground, and continued running. The man was a patrolling genin. He wouldn't be able to catch Rui if he tried. Taking hostages was useless as it would only slow him down. He would only take one to preserve life once he had no chance of escaping. Rui looked up behind him to see the Anbunine take a giant leap from a rooftop toward him on the ground while the other remained on the rooftops to his right. Rui knew that the moment a masked shinobi ran through the street, everyone would scatter, leaving him clear to be nailed by a long-range ninjutsu from the Anbunine on the rooftops. He urgently needed cover, so he thought about his location in the city and decided to head to the left into the next alley to stay away from wide streets with clear aerial views. However, the Anbunine on the ground was too close for comfort. Before heading into the alley, he weaved hand seals for a very simple and weak D-rank jutsu. Wind release, tiny twister. A palm-sized wind twister spun into life in his right palm. He grabbed a man and shoved him toward the Anbunine, who effortlessly dodged the human obstacle by spinning around him, but while doing so, missed the wind twister on the ground. He stepped on it and was immediately thrown off balance. Rui pulled out a smoke bomb from his utility belt and threw it on the ground in the middle of the alley to add cover. Even if the Anbunine on the rooftop could track him, the one on the ground wouldn't, at least for a little while, which essentially meant erasing the advantage of creating a clone. Straight-faced. Takuma saw his clone seemingly trip on his feet and leapt across the street when the root agent dipped into the alley on the other side of the street. He clicked his tongue when he saw a smoke bomb go off. As he jumped across rooftops, he looked around and found that, while the streets were narrower than before due to higher building density, nothing was blocking the view, unlike crowded balconies. He spotted the agent and quickly followed, still keeping to the rooftops. The agent was nimble on his feet and innovative with his decisions. He never ran in the same direction for too long and was constantly changing directions, making himself more challenging to keep track of. Takuma lost sight of him for every few seconds but stuck to him like glue, never letting him out of sight for too long. I should get down, Takuma thought, as he looked ahead and saw that the building heights were increasing, which would make tracking someone on the ground harder. He looked behind him and saw that his clone had recovered and was leaping across the rooftops in his direction. He would wait until the clone caught up, and then he would get down. Takuma was 2.5 buildings away from the agent when he turned left, and for a second, because of the building layout, disappeared from his view. Takuma kept running while keeping his eye on where the agent would reappear, only for him to not do so for a whole second. Where did he go? Takuma first thought it was a trick because the agent had previously thrown fakes where he would turn left, but then immediately run back towards the right to fool him. But then an explosive went off in the far right. It was indistinguishable from the sound created by an explosive tag. Was it his clone? No memories returned to him, which meant the clone was still alive. He pumped the brakes and looked back to immediately spot the clone still some distance away and nowhere near the origin of the sound. Takuma whipped his back to the front only to have his breath caught. The agent had jumped high enough to clear the building's height and had an egg-shaped mass of concentrated air, pumped with wind nature chakra, between his palms. They only had a building's distance between them, so it took almost no time for the attack to reach him. Takuma moved as fast as he could and punched out a second form augmentation, but there wasn't enough time for him to gather enough chakra or properly release it. The jutsu ripped through the augmentation like it was nothing and hit him straight in the chest. Takuma flew off the rooftop and crashed into a shop's flimsy wooden sliding door that snapped in half when he went through it. He didn't think it broke a bone, but he felt a nasty bone bruise coming, which was going to do numbers on his. Ignored the startled person inside and got up, trying to go forward, but the pain in his ribs spiked. He needed a couple of seconds before he could get going again. "Hey!" The clone finally caught up and stopped to check on him. "Go!" Takuma said before groaning. Straight-faced. Rui continued to run for 2 minutes before sneaking into a 3-story building and climbing to the top, where he reached the door to the roof so that no one would run into him on the staircase. He wanted to sit down, but he knew he couldn't rest yet. He believed he managed to throw the ANBU and his clone off his tail, but he didn't have proof. He was going to wait for a couple of more minutes before he could be sure that he had evaded capture. He repeatedly looked out of the window present on each floor in the staircase to see if he could spot the ANBU, but saw no one. After a few minutes, he finally felt a sense of safety and confidence that he was successful and finally sat down. It was a closer call than he expected. The ANBU had come close a few too many times for his liking, and combat would have been bad for his chances of escape. He didn't like to fight, and he remembered how that dislike had got him punished when he was younger. What was good about getting bruised and cut? He couldn't relate to his peers, who liked to fight, in the least. But well, fighting was among the few things that were beaten into his bones, so it wasn't like he was helpless. He thought about the sudden encounter with ANBU. There was no telling if any of the others had escaped, and he had no desire to find out because that meant dipping his toes into danger when he had just avoided falling headfirst into the deep end. His priority was to get out of Inohara, travel to a large town some distance from the city, submit a report, and then report to the nearest emergency location. It was crucial that the chain of command was aware of the ANBU raid. If all of them had been captured, it would take a long while before leadership found out about it. Root was no longer part of the Hidden Leaf, so when ANBU inevitably buried the new information, it would take another 3 months for the leadership to realize something was wrong, because his unit only made contact with their handlers through letters every 4 months. The last contact was a month ago. After taking a short rest of a couple of minutes, Rui stood up to leave, but then looked down at his clothes. He needed to change and wondered if someone in the building had clothes he could borrow. His heart had been beating in his ears, so he had missed the buzzing sound near his ear. He waved his hand to shoo whatever it was away, and it went away, but as he walked down a step, he heard the buzzing again. It was abnormally louder, but it was coming from down the stairs. He looked down, and his eyes widened when he saw a black cloud of bugs filling the entire staircase and flying up toward him. It was a terrifying sight and by no means natural. There was an aburame nearby. Rui looked at the window in the staircase and, without a hint of doubt, crashed his body through it to avoid being swallowed by the swarm. Shards of broken glass dug into his body as he went out of the building, and while in midair, he saw a snake-masked ANBU with a cloud of bugs flying around him on the ground. Their eyes met, and both of them instantly weaved hand seals. The aburame ANBU shot a concentrated ball of white fire. Rui pushed his palms forward, and the winds rippling through him as he fell coagulated into a rectangular wall. Crap, Rui cursed emotionlessly when his wall of wind caught on fire before blowing up in his face. As he shot back with his body catching on fire, he cursed the fact that escaping wasn't going to be easy. Chapter 387, What Do I Do Now? Rui thought as he crashed into the boundary stone wall of a house that all but crumbled on impact. He bore the agony from his back as he slid against the cracked stone surface. He wanted to rest, but the dozen or so foot-sized beetles that appeared from around the corner got him up to his feet and moving. Their massive head claws made an ominous cacophony of clicks as they chased after them, not to mention they were terrifyingly fast. With an aburame in play, the conditions for escape had changed. It was highly likely that there was a tracking bug on his body placed on him before he escaped from the mill. Getting rid of it was the highest priority if he wanted any chance of escaping. He weaved hand seals for a D-rank wind-release ninjutsu that caused a tornado his height to spin into life before him. He undercharged to avoid harsh damage, but almost lost balance when he jumped inside, and the furious wind currents pushed him around. The beetles drew closer as he slowed down, but it had to be done. He couldn't be sure if the bug was still on his body, and to confirm it, he had to throw off his tail once again. But Rui needed to be quick about it. The badger-masked Anbunin would likely catch up eventually with his clone. However, reality was often worse than the imagination. Rui's eyes widened at the sight of a boar-masked Anbu standing on a rooftop diagonally to his right. A fire spear burned in his direction faster than a hunter bird diving towards its quarry. Including this new operative, the Aburame and Badger's clone, he now had 4 operatives trying to capture him. But that wasn't his primary thought. As he stared at the fire spear with its smoke trail, he wondered, are they not teammates? Straight-faced. Kreit's tactic was a standard one from the Aburame book, occupy the enemy with insects to create an opening to attack. The special breed of flying beetle had an armored exoskeleton that could withstand a couple of direct D-rank ninjutsu and claw pincers that could match the bite force of predator cats, but the plan itself was simple. He was to exercise patience while the bugs chased, annoyed, and possibly threatened the root agent until he moved to eliminate them with a ninjutsu and use that exact moment to attack him. The only challenge was to remain close and not lose track of the target, which he ensured by putting a tracking bug on the agent. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal 5 bugs adhered to his wrist with chakra. Each one tracked a different bug with scent. He followed the agent from the rooftops and confirmed that the bug was pointing in the same direction he could see the agent. He was in a good position. To top it all off, he wasn't alone. Kreit looked ahead at Duroc, the boar-masked assault squad member, who had come with him to give backup to Radel. They were following a basic pincer maneuver. Even if the agent somehow survived him, he wouldn't have the opportunity to evade Duroc's attack. He frowned. Wait, that's... Duroc formed and propelled a fire spear towards the root agent. Kreit's beetles were in the blast range of the C-rank fire release ninjutsu. Even if they survived, they wouldn't be in any condition to press the agent, and while the 2 of them had discussed the pincer maneuver to overwhelm the agent, they hadn't exchanged their personal strategies. Though not ideal, they were still on plan. If the root agent managed to avoid Duroc's jutsu, he would just have to strike as well. Kreit weaved hand seals for another C-rank, fire release ninjutsu. The agent noticed the fire spear, came to an instant stop, and jumped high into the air, where he suddenly twisted to throw a tag kunai at Kreit while the fire spear exploded below him, taking out some of the beetles. Kreit had a choice to make: either he could dodge the tag kunai and give up the opportunity to attack the agent, or continue the hand seals for fire release, great fireball jutsu, and hope that he would incinerate the tag before detonation, and then proceed onward toward the agent. He gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. The giant fireball swallowed the explosive tag, but it exploded before it burned. The explosion not only destabilized the jutsu, but the resulting mess also clashed with the fire spear, which only caused even more chaos. And if you were paying attention, Kreit would have noticed that the tracking bug was now pointing in 2 different directions. Straight-faced. Duroc didn't think he made a mistake with fire release, fire spear. They were running a pincer maneuver to catch the root agent, but the Aburame was too rigid with the plan. He wanted to wait until the agent attacked the beetles to engage, but not only was that too uncertain to rely on, but it could also take too much time. The longer the chase, the greater the chances of their target escaping. If they had time, he would have liked to discuss the plan, but they also had other possible scenarios to consider, which gave him no room for further discussion. Radel had lost the target, making them hurry further. He made an on-field decision to attack first, acknowledging that some of the beetles might die, but that opened up an opportunity for the same plan with better execution. With the target vulnerable, the remaining beetles would have attacked, pushing the agent to be further ill-protected, creating the perfect opportunity for Kreit to finish the job. What the fuck? Even though the root agent dodged his attack, Kreit's plan seemed to be on track, with Kreit using the Great Fireball Jutsu, but then it suddenly destabilized and burst, sending intense heat that damaged the remaining beetles. A blinding flash momentarily made Duroc lose track of their target. Straight-faced. At the moment, the beetles were in a disarray, and their host was temporarily unable to attack due to the destabilized ninjutsu, leaving only the newcomer boar-masked ANB Yunin in an active position. Rui was in a better position than he was a few seconds ago, all because of the two ANB Yunin's uncoordinated efforts. Either they hadn't communicated properly, or they weren't teammates, or both. The result was him being in a better position, something he was eager to take advantage of quickly before the badger-masked ANB Yunin caught up with his clone. The immediate problem? The beetles that were still alive and the boar ANBU. He could ignore the former, but if he could get rid of the operative, he had a good chance of giving them the shake. He just needed a few more seconds in the lead. He had used a considerable amount of chakra in a very short period, and while he would like to conserve his usage for the uncertain future, he knew he was at a critical point that could make or break his escape. Instead of running in the opposite direction, Rui turned toward the boar ANBU, who charged at him with a sword. As they drew closer, he finished weaving hand seals. The calm air on the rooftop around them spun into the thick dome of sprinting winds around the ANB Yunin, whose Kenjutsu-enhanced sword bounced off the winds, but not before weakening it significantly. It was a C-rank jutsu that did nothing but keep the target inside a dome that didn't last long and became increasingly weaker by the second, making it easy to break out, which was why it was used in conjunction with other offensive ninjutsu to nail down a stationary target. Rui didn't prepare the follow-up ninjutsu and instead ran a distance before chucking his last smoke bomb. Half the smoke was sucked in by the dome's wind current while the other half spread. It was conflicting to use his last smoke bomb because they were his favorite, but he liked living more. When he looked back, he didn't see the Aburame or his beetles anywhere near him. He estimated he had 6 to 7 seconds before they would return. But then Rui's instinct screamed danger when he heard the faintest sound of flapping cloth and leapt to the side because his life depended on it. He looked over his shoulder and saw the badger-masked ANBU coming down at him with his fist cocked back. The sun behind the operative cast a shadow on him, but Rui saw a glimmer of faint blue around the fist. Chakra was ordinarily not visible to the unaided eye unless highly concentrated or manifested in large amounts. The shining fist shattered the rooftop. There was a split second of silence before cracks appeared all over the surface like a flipped switch. A wave of destruction followed and spread out from the point of impact. The roof caved so fast and so deep that Rui almost didn't have the time to jump away and almost sank into the building. Without proper footing, his jump was weak, and thus, he barely made it off the roof. He didn't see the boar ANBU's clone disappear into smoke. Rui stumbled into the street and sprinted with multiple kunai in both hands as he looked around with complete focus. Where's the other one? The badger-masked ANB Yunin or his clone had attacked him, which meant the other one had to be nearby. He looked to the right, left, up, and even kept light on his feet in case an attack came from the ground below him. Every moment that he couldn't find the enemy ramped up the tension in his body rose until his intuition screamed at him. It was an instinctual process of elimination. If there was nothing in sight, then the attack could only come from somewhere unseen. He pumped the brakes a moment before he reached the corner, and the decision was immediately justified when a bouquet of earthen spikes sprang out of the ground. Rui jumped over the spikes and spotted the badger ANBU kneeling with his palms pressed to the ground. He immediately unloaded his kunai toward the operative before continuing to run. The badger ANBU had erased any advantage he had gained thanks to the poor planning of the other two operatives. He turned to look out for possible kunai aimed at his back, only to see that the spikes were no longer affixed to the ground and were now zooming towards him. I can't dodge that. The spikes were too fast and close to him. He could only minimize the damage so he could keep running afterwards. He shrank his body to minimize area, twisted around to get his spine out of the way, protected his head, and let himself fall to the ground. 3 of the 9 spikes hit him in various parts. The pain immediately let him know that his chances of escape had decreased by at least 20%. It made him consider the small pill bottle in his pouch to ensure he wouldn't be captured alive. I'm not taking that, he thought to himself. These people aren't good enough to force me to that limit. He got up and didn't need to look back to know that the badger ANBU was hot on his tail. His training told him he could no longer avoid combat and that it was time to fight. Alas, he did not like fighting. If the master instructor heard his thoughts, they would have beaten it out of him. Unfortunately for them, he hadn't been a trainee in nearly a decade. Rue weaved hand seals as he heard footsteps that could only be a few strides away from him. Wind Release, Second Wind. Chapter 388, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Spikes. Takuma slammed his hands on the road when he heard the sprinting footfall. Sharp, earthen spikes in the shape of narrow pyramids shot out from the surface, but the intended target leapt over them like it was nothing. He felt a hot sludge in his veins as he deflected and dodged the barrage of kunai thrown at him. Takuma had been on his fair share of chases in the police force, but none annoyed him as much as this one. He had lost targets before, but something about coming so close so many times only for the agent to give him the slip was infuriating. His clone had even used his experimental chakra augmentation in development from frustration and ended up destroying his clone, thanks to the backlash. He had been trying to implement Masaki's advice of compression into his augmentation, but the force was too high for his body to bear. Thus, it could only be used as a kamikaze attack by clones. Takuma didn't get up from the ground and weaved hand seals for earth release, flying thrown spikes. The spikes from the previous ninjutsu gained a muddy kind of glow. They broke off from their bases, began to spin and were propelled across the street. He couldn't see the agent because he was around the corner, but he took the risk that his attack would hit. He could have got up first and then chased after the root agent, but there was a chance the agent would have crossed the jutsu's maximum range or be far enough that the accuracy would plummet. It had become increasingly apparent that they were at a disadvantage in the game of cat and mouse, even with their numerical advantage. Something had to change if they wanted to catch the root agent. After firing the spikes, he sprinted around the corner and saw the agent stumble to his knees with wounds all over his body from the spikes. Takuma sprinted after his target, who staggered to his feet and began running again. "You're not getting away now," he thought as he pulled out his sword and went to slow him down even further, but just as he got into range, a gentle, cool gust of wind ruffled his clothes. The agent, who was significantly slower after having spikes slammed into his back, started running even faster than when he was uninjured. It wasn't just raw speed. He turned corners without slowing down and jumped over buildings like gravity had no hold over him. "Fuck!" Takuma cursed as he pushed himself to follow, but was falling behind by the second. He noticed a shadow on the ground around him and saw a cloud of bugs showing swarm behavior buzzing past him. The black mass seemed like they were communicating with each other and flying in formation. It was almost terrifying. The agent noticed the bugs and avoided them. The mass split into two and tried to trap him with a pincer movement, but still couldn't touch him. Whatever ninjutsu he was using made it incredibly difficult to catch him. But it was more than that. Then there was an artistic flair to how the agent moved. He found the smallest footholds to push off and had the control to target them perfectly to keep his balance and momentum. Not to mention, he had the vision and foresight to keep moving forward, knowing that he had A and B Yunin on his tail. Takuma gritted his teeth in frustration when he recognized he was feeling envious. He wondered if he could escape if he were in the exact situation. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew the answer wasn't in his favor. He noticed how the bugs were pushing the agent to the right as though they were trying to corner him. Just as the thought passed him, a sharp screech made him flinch as a fire spear hurtled towards the agent. It exploded at the spot where the agent was a second ago. It didn't hit him, but he was still firmly within the blast radius and was hit by it mid-jump. Duroc and Kryde had worked together to give him a chance. Takuma rushed forth while weaving hand seals for water release, wild water wave, and launched it when he saw the agent turning into a corner. The powerful water wave hit him in the back and slammed him into the wall in front of him. There were a couple of people on the road who ran away screaming. For a second, Takuma was worried that the root agent would take a hostage, but the man stood up with some difficulty and continued running. The ninjutsu hadn't critically injured him, but that was more than enough if it made it easier to catch him. Takuma rushed around the corner only to have a body pushed into him. He almost punched the person but recognized him to be a civilian. I didn't hear a scream. He had his ears open to listen out for civilians who could become potential hostages. From the bruise on the man's face, he was knocked unconscious by the agent. As he looked at the civilian, Takuma's heart lurched when he saw the burning explosive tag on the man's chest. He almost panicked as he slapped the tag, burning the ink with his chakra to diffuse it a split second before it would explode, and in doing so, gave the middle-aged civilian some mild bruising to recover from. However, his problems didn't end there. For the second time, the agent opted not to run. He stood there and weaved hand seals. Takuma didn't even have time to turn his back on the agent to protect the weak civilian from whatever ninjutsu was coming. Fortunately for the civilians, it was only wind release, breakthrough. Unfortunately for Takuma, it was still bad for him as, by the time he set the civilian aside, got up, and began to run, the agent had once again put some space between them. Rue could hear the water. A shinobi could run for hours without breaks, but that was done at a cruising speed. Running at top sprinting speed while running for life without any breaks is the kind of thing that gets tiring quickly. He didn't have long before the accumulating fatigue set in, and he didn't want that to happen with Anbu on his tail. The only reason he was still likely to escape was the boost from wind release, second wind. The badger-masked Anbu had come too close, and his injuries had degraded his already declining endurance. Rue was approaching his last solid chance at escaping. Failing to do so would leave him with the sole option of taking the pill and ending his life before the inevitable suffering that interrogation would bring. He leapt up to the ceiling, and finally, the river that flowed through the middle of the city came into view. It was wide enough that the people coming for him couldn't leap across it. Of course, he recognized they could run over as they were shinobi like him, but he would make it so that walking or swimming wasn't an option. Rue assessed the chakra he had. It was barely enough for a B-rank jutsu, after which he would only be left with less than 10% of chakra left, which was not enough for emergencies. He never really had a lot of chakra and so had to be careful with every jutsu he used. He wanted to C-rank, wind release, great breakthrough to disorient the badger-masked Anbu a little more, but was forced to settle for D-rank, wind release, breakthrough, which was why the Anbu was still uncomfortably close to him. If he failed, he wouldn't have the chakra to escape. He looked to the side and exhaled when he saw a group of shinobi in standard leaf gear coming from a distance. He assumed they were local shinobi who had finally caught up, and once they got involved, his chances would plummet. This final attempt was going to be a gamble. "Okay, here we go," he said to himself as he ran towards the crowded street next to the riverbank and leapt over the people who exclaimed as they looked up at him. He used a man's shoulder as a jumping pad for a second leap to finally reach the railing before he jumped a third time, but not before finishing the hand seals for a D-rank jutsu. Wind release, jet stream. The railings bent from the force of his jump as he shot upward before a current of wind took over and pushed him up and forth. It wasn't enough to cross the river's width but enough to take him halfway. All or nothing, Rue thought as he began weaving hand seals for the B-rank jutsu. He wasn't very good at the jutsu because he didn't have many opportunities to practice with it as an undercover mill worker. But it was the only B-rank jutsu he knew and thus his most potent weapon besides his mind. Wind release, great rising divine spiral. He loaded as much chakra as possible into a green ball of spiraling winds, the size of an exercise ball, and threw it into the river. He heaved a noisy breath as he gritted his teeth and weaved another set of hand seals for wind release, jet stream to get him across the river. On the surface, the badger-masked Anbu was already running on the river's surface with his eyes locked on him. "You shouldn't have done that," Rue said to himself. The moment the wind sphere hit the water surface, a vortex began to form. It started small, but exploded in size with more and more mass of water getting sucked in and picking up velocity. The currents became so turbulent that just walking across the river was hard. It was definitely possible if practiced, but most shinobi didn't practice running on water beyond still waters and moderate flows as part of basic chakra training. How often did shinobi tread water in comparison to scaling walls? Most rarely walked on water if there wasn't a practical need, like a shortcut. The badger-masked Anbu was already suffering as it slowed down from a sprint to cautious jog to suddenly trying his best to not to get sucked into the vortex. Great Rising Divine Spiral was among the strongest B-rank wind release jutsu out there. It took a lot of chakra, but it used every bit of it as effectively as possible to keep the jutsu going for as long as possible. Rui reached the opposite riverbank and immediately began sprinting as hard as possible because he knew the second and final phase of the jutsu was about to start. The jutsu created a spiraling vertical tornado that sucked in everything from trees, boulders bigger than people, and even enemies, before violently expelling them up and outwards. And when you made the jutsu suck in water from a river. Behind him, the river itself exploded in a frothing surge. Massive waves the size of buildings loomed in every direction. Water levels were so high that they broke over the bank and slammed into the people on the streets with substantial power. Fortunately, the banks were high enough for everyone to absorb most of the force without harm. The same couldn't be said about the badger-masked ANBU still on the river's surface. Rui didn't think the operative would die, but it sure wouldn't be pleasant. Whatever happened, he wasn't sticking around to see it. Chapter 389, the vortex slowly dragged Takuma down under as he struggled to run on the turbulent surface. He looked up at the root agent floating down toward the riverbank in frustration. The unstable flow of water forced him to constantly adjust the flow of chakra in the soles of his feet just to remain afloat. He wouldn't drown, but he couldn't cover the distance quickly either. It was faster to cover the distance with long jumps, but that option was closed by the powerful vortex in the middle of the river. Even on the outer edge, he felt the vortex's pull, which would only get stronger if he moved closer to the core. He was bound to get sucked in and trapped inside the spinning rapids. He considered avoiding the area with the strong pull by moving around the vortex, and the plan seemed viable until he heard someone yell his name through the deafening noise of the roiling river. "Radel!" Krite waved his hands over his head. Behind him, Duroc was trying to get the curious civilians moving away from the edge. "Come back! It's dangerous!" "It's going to," a wave of water drowned out the end of Krite's sentence by slamming into him. Takuma was reluctant to return and turned around to look at the agent in the air. He was surprised to find him looking back, so he made up his mind and began running around the vortex. Their efforts would be diminished if even one of the root agents managed to escape. Capture or death were the only two acceptable outcomes. As long as there was a non-zero chance that he could reach the agent, Takuma would try. "Radel!" As he neared the center of the river, the pull suddenly weakened. Takuma immediately quickened his pace because sprinting was now so much easier, but simultaneously, his instincts told him that the sudden relief was very wrong. Krite's call echoed in his mind. His mind told him to move forward, but his heart told him to turn back. The two opposing thoughts made him indecisive, and so he stopped in the middle of the river. He looked at the vortex, then turned his eye to the agent who'd landed on the bank. His target was getting away. With those thoughts in mind, he moved forward only to feel a pulse from deep within the river hit his feet. It was so unexpected that he sank to his elbows. Something was wrong. He immediately turned to swim back, but a second pulse a moment later screwed up his rhythm. There was a split second of silence before the river exploded and threw him back with such force that, when he crashed on the water surface, he bounced on it like a skipping stone. Brackish water flooded his mouth, and when he held his breath, it felt like he was drowning. He tried to swim up, but the movement of the waves pushed him down with a vengeance. Takuma was subject to the river's tender mercies. Holding his breath became more difficult with each second that he remained underneath the water. His body screamed for air while he desperately tried to keep the water out. Panic threatened to rise, but he pushed it back down. His eyes burned as he tried to look around with his blurred vision until he recognized that he was heading toward the riverbank from which he entered. If he hit the bank, he would be pinned to it by the waves, unable to rise to the surface for air. But instead of scaring him, the thought sparked an idea in his mind. Takuma quickly weaved hand seals while doing his best to mold chakra quickly, even as his body revolted against him for more air. Earth release, subterranean voyage. It was the second iteration of his hunt for more ninjutsu. The first batch was the 4 Earth release spike ninjutsu, while the second was 3 underground traversals similar to Takuma's D-rank, Earth release, hiding in the rock jutsu. Subterranean voyage was a C-rank ninjutsu that turned the ground into a fluid, allowing the user to close in on the enemy with high speeds by swimming underground. He needed to be in contact with the ground to activate the jutsu and turn the ground into fluid. He was only confident doing so with his hands, but he was not comfortable with colliding with the riverbank with his hands first because that risked snapping his wrists if he timed it wrong. With great difficulty, Takuma turned his back to the riverbank a moment before he collided. Against the force of the collision, he couldn't keep his mouth and nose shut and swallowed more water, some of which went into his lungs. But he managed to slam one of his hands against the steep banks. The hard, rocky earth behind him turned into gooey fluid as he sank into the wall. However, the work wasn't over because he had to hold his breath underground, which meant getting to the surface as soon as possible. Fortunately, he only needed to go straight up for air. The few seconds it took to reach the surface were possibly the longest seconds of his life. All the water in his lungs only made that wait all the more agonizing. "Are you all right?" Krite ran to him and knelt beside him. He helped Takuma pull the face mask behind his ANBU mask halfway so that his mouth and nose weren't covered. "Why yeah," Takuma said between coughs and splutters. Even though he wasn't bleeding anywhere, there were aches all over his body, and the water had sapped all the heat from him, leaving him shivering against the river's banks. As much as he wanted to continue chasing after the root agent, he knew they had lost him, which only made him feel worse. He wouldn't have minded being tossed around by the river if it meant capturing the root agent. He looked around to see chaos everywhere. Everyone and everything were soaking and drenched. People were running away to safety, but some recognized the danger was over and stood around, looking shell-shocked. Many stalls and shops set up next to the street had suffered damage from being hit with water. "Ah, shit," Krite whispered. Takuma followed his eyes and saw a group of local shinobi dressed in standard leaf gear arrive. They hadn't informed the local administration about their mission, which was a problem when they raided an inconspicuous mill and then went on a chase around the city, causing property damage and danger to the residents. To the local shinobi, they had every reason to treat them as dangerous elements who needed to be contained or eliminated. He quickly pulled his mask down and got up, ready for a confrontation. "Should we escape?" Duroc asked. They looked at Krite, who was in charge. The Aburame gazed as the local shinobi worked to get the civilians away while closing in on them. They didn't know how the rest of the team was doing, so they couldn't match their decision with theirs. If they had cooperated with the local shinobi, and everyone else didn't, the result could lead to hostility towards them, which would in turn lead to the worst-case scenario. "We should." He paused when another shinobi appeared on top of a building. He was a man in his 30s with long black hair that reached the small of his back. He wore an intricate red kimono with long sleeves and a white hakama with a heavy black obi belt around his waist. He was dressed for a social function, and his clothes didn't look comfortable for moving around in, much less jumping around buildings. All three operatives felt their muscles tense as the man stared them down. If one wasn't a sensory nin, there wasn't any surefire way to tell if a person was a shinobi or if a shinobi was a genin or jonin. However, intuition fueled by subconscious observation sometimes allowed people to gauge things about people. And their intuition screamed that they didn't want to offend or anger the man. "He's the jonin," Duroc whispered. His body language struggled between being defensive to protect himself in the face of an overwhelming threat and not making any sudden moves that might tick off the man on the building. When he asks, "We." Krite tried to speak, but trailed off when a voice whispered into their ears with chakra. "Surrender yourself willingly." The words nullified anything Krite was about to suggest. Straight-faced. Rui ran and continued to run until he didn't see or smell the shadow of an ANBU nin anywhere near him for several minutes. Once he was sure he had lost the tail, he patched himself up using the medical kit sealed in his emergency pack and robbed a small pharmacy to supplement what he lacked. His body was black and blue from being smashed into walls, and he'd only been getting by with the physical boost that wind release, second wind had provided. He suffered minor burns that stung from fire release ninjutsu, and his back was throbbing in agony from getting hit by the badger-masked ANBU nin's water release ninjutsu. Ideally, Rui wanted to rest for the night and recover before leaving the city, but he couldn't take the risk with his teammates captured by ANBU. They all knew the same information regarding exit plans, routes, and hidden caches. If that information was extracted quickly, the ANBU could be on his tail again. By leading quickly, he would be ahead of them and thus safer. But he doubted his teammates would fess up any information because of their training. Still, as today proved, assuming the worst-case scenario would always serve him well. Within an hour, Rui left the city. He flipped coins to choose his routes to add an element of randomness and eliminate his biases. While it delayed him from reporting the ANBU raid, doing so also kept him safe, which circled back to increasing the chances of getting the information across. After a few hours of traveling on foot, he reached a civilian caravan and hitched a ride by offering some money. As he sat in a cart, the fatigue finally set in as he leaned against the side of the cart. As he contemplated the day's events, his thoughts took him to the badger-masked ANBU Nin. He sure was young. Despite the mask and full-sleeved clothes, he could tell that the operative who had hounded him the most was fairly young, younger than 18 or even 16, which was rare for ANBU, as they didn't recruit young, which meant they saw something valuable in the kid. He had noticed the gear of the operatives who had chased after him and saw how only the Boer ANBU had gear worn by assault operatives. From that, he could safely deduce that the other two were from another unit. The Aburame and Badger ANBU were likely the ones who had found the lab in the Taihio evergreen forest, captured their youngest when he was visiting, and extracted the information on their whereabouts from him. And since their youngest was only late by a day, it was highly likely that a Yamanaka was involved in the information extraction. A kid, an Aburame, and a Yamanaka, Rui spoke to himself. If he assumed that the Yamanaka was part of the team, he had information on 3 out of 5 members of a standard ANBU squad. He groaned in pain as the cart jostled about his injured frame. I'll just report it and let the others worry. As far as the day went, Rui had escaped 3 ANBU Nin and a clone, and that was enough for him. Chapter 390, the Jonin put all of them in jail, where they were treated like high-risk terrorists. Which wasn't exactly inaccurate when looking at the results of their actions. They were separated into different cells, stripped of their clothes and gear, subjected to cavity searches for suicide pills, slapped with chakra suppression cuffs while few and Nin could draw suppression seals directly onto their bodies, and chained to the cell walls to restrict their movement so they couldn't reach the gate and escape. The cells didn't have bars and were instead closed, reinforced rooms with a heavy iron gate with 2 slots for peering inside and exchanging things like meal trays. And as if that wasn't enough, they had a dozen armed and vigilant shinobi guards in and near their corridor to keep a constant eye on them. This sure is humiliating, said Hopper, the assault squad leader, sitting in the middle of his gray cell with no windows and a single bulb as the source of light. What did he say when he saw the identification scroll? Even though they couldn't see each other, they could still talk with the caveat that the guards would be listening to everything. Kreid had presented the Jonin with a scroll that provided their status as ANBU operatives. He said it'll take him time to verify it, Kreid replied from the adjacent cell. He lay on his bed, gazing at previous inmates' wall scribbles. There was everything from poems to drawing to allies. I suspect it will take a day or 3 if he decides to be petty, which he probably will, given the damage. The Jonin was deliberately going to contact the headquarters because he was pissed. They had caused a significant problem for the Jonin by conducting an operation in his territory without taking his permission or even informing him about it. Unlike a Leaf military installation like the Maizuru quarters, where the Jonin was the formal leader, Inahara was a city. It thus came under the jurisdiction of the Fire Daimyo, the Land of Fire's supreme ruler. The city's major and the region's governor were appointed by the daimyo and his court, granting them total administrative power, which held true for all cities, towns, and villages in the nation, bar the Hidden Leaf Village, which was considered a special administrative region governed solely by the Hokage and his shinobi. Inahara's Jonin was there because the city and region around it were a substantial source of business for the Hidden Leaf. Moreover, the city, like the majority of the other major cities in the Land of Fire, hired shinobi as their primary community protection and law enforcement. The Jonin had substantial power, but he was still answerable to the mayor and governor, even though he could shatter their bones before they could register pain. Thus, they had put the Jonin in a difficult position by destroying property and endangering residents. What about the root agents? Where are they? Takuma asked from the cell across from Hopper. They're in custody. Thankfully, Yatsuo replied and then groaned in frustration. I should have gone after the runaway. He specialized in hunting rogues. If he were on the runaway capture team, their success chances would have increased. A trio of assault squad members might also have fared better. Half a dozen more scenarios might have resulted in victory, but that conversation was for mission review when they returned home. Takuma wasn't looking forward to it. A few hours later, Takuma stared at the ceiling from his cot. He was so agitated and disappointed that he had allowed the root agent to escape that even the humiliation from getting cavity searched couldn't take center stage. While they had captured all the other agents, the one escape changed what they would get out of it for the worse. In the elemental nations, the flow of information differed significantly from the age of 24/7 news cycles, the internet, and social media. The primary source of news was still newspapers and radio news, with the majority of people lacking access to television, which only had a couple of channels with limited programming. Most local news stayed local unless it was a significant matter. Despite how much of a spectacle was created by the river blowing up, ANBU could have buried it with the cooperation of the local administration so that it didn't leave in a hara, and if it did spread somehow, it would be an altered version to reduce suspicion. And at worst, a rumor. Takuma was an ANBU operative, but he only knew a small amount about the department's activities and secrets relevant to him. Similarly, it was safe to assume that the existence and locations of sleeper cells were a need-to-know form of information within the root organization that only a small few knew. If they had captured all the agents and buried the news, it would have taken a not insignificant amount of time before someone in root would have found that one of their sleeper cells had been exposed. However, having one escape target meant that root would become aware much faster, reducing what ANBU could do with the captured agents. The mission was not a failure because captured root agents still held immense value. Even if root knew they'd been compromised, they couldn't uproot everything at a simple risk because doing so wasn't feasible. Simply trying would cost too much, which was a concern now because they lacked the funding from Hidden Leaf. If an agent knew about a crucial long-term root mission, they couldn't just scrap it and waste all the effort. They would have to assess the situation. If the agent only knew about the mission's existence and none of the crucial details, they would keep the mission alive in the hopes that it would still succeed and even bet on ANBU being unable to get to it because they were busy with other information they deemed more critical. However, if too much information became available through the captured agent, then root might instead advance the timeline to accomplish their goal and cause more damage in a rush. And all because there was now someone to notify them sooner than the months it would take for them to realize that they had been compromised. Fuck, Takuma muttered as he bit the inside of his cheek in frustration. He had failed to catch the true culprit behind the Maizuru assassinations. The case had significant positives like keeping a competent Jonin commander to oversee a major base overhaul, uncovering a conspiracy that might have resulted in more assassinations, and shutting down an illegal shinobi job market, but none of that changed the fact that the case was still incomplete. Takuma had made things difficult for the current case, too. If he, his clone, had been more careful while scouting the bunker in the forest and hadn't knocked out the guard, which eventually led to their detection, they could have returned at a later date with an assault squad for a cleaner capture. In his rush to discover information about his scars, he killed too many guards in the bunker, which meant that Amami had fewer people to interrogate. And now he had failed again by allowing the root agent to escape. He made a mistake he couldn't afford to make. Till now, his work was imperfect at best. It had worked till now, but he felt it wouldn't work forever. He had to be flawless if he wanted to advance, and do it fast at that. Takuma sat on the cot and withdrew into himself. He rested his head between his knees and gently rocked himself. The fear of not achieving his goals was supposed to be the lamppost for his struggle for future survival. He hadn't felt that fear recently. He made ANBU, and his training was going excellently with the help of Shadow Clone Jutsu. Everything was perfect until it wasn't. Shadow clones were eating away at his overall health, and he discovered something terrifying inside his mind. And now, he was doubting his ability to work. Campbell and Barbary were happy with his work, so he got access to B-rank ninjutsu as a reward, but that wasn't enough. If he wanted better resources, he needed to climb the career ladder, which required him to become better at his job than the best people around. Takuma stopped rocking and got off the bed. His body felt weak because his chakra was sealed. A deep, uncomfortable feeling made him understand and sympathize with the prisoners at Shibumi copper mines. His plight couldn't be compared to theirs as he only had his chakra sealed for a few hours while they had suffered for years. It was suffocating. He assumed the horse stance and took a deep breath. He pulled his fists to his waist and punched out while breathing out. He breathed in again as he pulled back his arm and repeated the punch routine on loop. With the knowledge of the future, there was no way to alleviate his stress and fears without giving everything up and leaving his survival to luck, but that wasn't something he was willing to do, so the only way to ease those fears was to work towards his goals. As long as he gave it his all, he knew there was nothing more he could do to change things. So, he focused on the sensations of punching. Even though he was punching his arm out, the power also came from his back and lower body. The contractions and relaxations of his muscles produced the force. He felt the movement of his sealed chakra as it reacted to his moves and tried to escape through the tenketsu openings in his hand without him trying, but it was blocked by the fuinjutsu bindings. The slot in his door opened multiple times as guards peeked inside to see what he was doing, but eventually, he tuned them out along with all the noise and conversation. Currently, inside the cells with his chakra sealed, what he could do was limited, and that helped ease the burden of constantly moving forward to reach his goals. His movements were practiced to the point that there were no wasted movements, but a hint of erraticism arose thanks to his fretting. As he repeated the simple movements, the erraticism straightened out, and he fell deeper into his single-hearted focus on his body and chakra. Takuma's eyes snapped open. He was breathing heavily from repeated punches for over 2 hours. Sweat glistened on his skin, and beads rolled off his body to darken the concrete beneath him. He was distracting himself. Even if it was only for a day or so, the prison cell forced him to slow down and stay still, something he avoided by distracting himself by devoting himself to his work and training, so his thoughts that he pushed away wouldn't catch up to him. But eventually, they would. He thought about the black wall in his mind's central hub, a problem created by the boy. It wasn't his fault. But how could he solve a problem that wasn't his fault if he couldn't first solve a problem of his creation? He needed to sort himself out so he had the strength to fight whatever the boy had left behind. Running away from himself wasn't going to work. Takuma's face twisted in bitter reluctance, but he closed his eyes and let his thoughts wander instead of focusing on the sensation of punching. He continued to repeat the simple punch movement, which lacked the single-minded stability from before. The strikes were still polished but lacked fluidity. His decisions, actions, morals, relationships, everything came to him and floated away, and his movements reflected how he bore those things. All of which was counterbalanced by his failures. Takuma continued to punch until he couldn't anymore. Until the very end, his form didn't improve. But that day, he slept just a bit better than usual despite the cell paling in comparison to his home. At the end of it all, he realized with a pang in his chest that he missed Maraboshi despite not being away for long. Chapter 391, it took until the following midnight for them to be released from their cells. The door to Takuma's cell opened while he was repeating a kicking routine. He opened his eyes to see Barbary standing in front of his cell. The ANBU lieutenant was so big that Takuma couldn't see his face because the door cut it off. He had to bend down to clear the door as he stepped into the room. "Making good use of your time even in a cell, huh, Radel?" said the lion-masked ANBU with his usual jovial tone. "Quite musty though. This room needs better ventilation." Takuma wasn't sure if Barbary was angry because he was always upbeat. It was a better mask than the one he wore over his face. However, he doubted that getting summoned to another city by a jonin because his subordinates screwed up was anything to be happy about. "Mistakes were made, sir. I'll take responsibility," Takuma said firmly. He had the option to play the blame game and somehow shift the blame to the assault squad, the main combat force for the mission, but if he wanted to be flawless, then that needed to come from the lack of faults instead of flinging mud on others. "This was indeed a mistake," Barbary replied as he gazed around the tiny cell. The entire team was released from their cells. The guards seemed to be relieved. The jail wasn't equipped to contain that many Chunin-level combatants, so everyone had to put in an extra shift to ensure round-the-clock security in case they attempted an escape. The suppression seals were removed, and their gear was returned to them. The team wanted to leave the jail premises immediately, but couldn't because the captured root agents were still locked in there, and thus gathered in the empty mess hall. Barbari's counterpart for the assault squad talked to them in one corner while they did the same on the other side of the room. "Give me a brief summary," Barbary asked the duo. After listening to their testimonies, he audibly hummed for a moment. "Mistakes indeed. While you captured multiple agents, one of them managed to escape. Keeping it hidden from Root isn't possible anymore. They'll know that we exposed this cell, but also that we found their laboratory." Takuma felt worse when he heard his boss reiterate what he had been thinking about for the past day and a half. "That being said, we can't change the past, so there's no use devoting energy to worrying about it, but I do hope that both of you learn from this experience." "Yes, sir," Takuma replied. Barbary looked at him and perhaps noticed how much it bothered him that he said, "Everyone makes mistakes, Radel. It's part of life. What's important is how we deal with and fix those mistakes." "By catching the agent?" Krieg voiced with doubt. The only fix for their current problem was to track the agent and kill him before he had the chance to relay the information. "No, that's impossible. If he had given all of you the slip, he would have been smart enough to leave the city as soon as possible. We probably won't catch him even if his teammates fully cooperate with us," Barbary chuckled lightheartedly, which irritated Takuma. "Then what?" he asked, his tone inappropriately sharp. Barbary seemed understanding as he patiently answered. "While a mistake in itself can be bad, the primary focus is to manage the outcome. If I hand you something of mine and you break it, I'd be upset, but a replacement would be apt compensation for it. But you chose not to inform the Jonin. The results of that decision were imprisonment and having your face revealed to the prison crew. I think we might want to avoid that from now on. You think letting that agent escape is the mistake because it jeopardizes the case, but we won't know until you fail. I don't need to tell you this, but there are eyes on this case from higher-ups who only care about the results. So as long as you produce satisfactory results, they won't care that you stumbled while doing it. If they wanted the higher-ups to turn a blind eye to the escaped agent, they would need to give them something worthy enough for them to consider the operation a resounding success. I'm not sure this is a stumble," Krieg sighed. "They now know our source of information, so we lose that informational advantage. If we weren't imprisoned, we could have rushed back home and interrogated the agents to form a time-sensitive action plan, but that too." "There would not have been any time-sensitive plan of action," Barbary interrupted. "Pardon?" Jonin Aramesa looked at the agents after he took everyone in custody. "The agents have been here for around 3 years. Even if they aren't a sleeper cell, most of what they would know wouldn't be up to date. Chances of anything we could have managed to extract in a short amount of time being usable without verification would have been low. The team of root agents ran the flour mill for 3 years while they resided full-time as ordinary citizens. According to their customers and the shops around the mill, they couldn't remember anything. The mill was closed for an extended period, which meant that if they were responsible for anything other than supplying the bunker, it would have been a short mission that wouldn't take too much time away from their cover. Any recent information was likely to be related to those missions, which would already be done and dusted and thus not actionable for ANBU in the very short term. They might not have up-to-date information, but simultaneously, not all that they know needs to be updated. Some things are bound to stay the same. We still have a treasure trove of information that could be useful if we get our hands on it. It's your job to find something valuable in there. It's not going to be easy," Takuma clicked his tongue. While this team of agents had remained in Inahara, Root had gone through a massive change. How much of what they knew would still be applicable? The reveal of the information itself would present a problem. If the agents open their mouths, what they choose to reveal first might not be helpful, and it might take a lot of time to get something meaningful out of them. "When do we leave?" he asked. "Preferably at first light, but let's see what Fox says," Barbary replied. "Fox is here?" Takuma was taken aback because he hadn't expected to meet Hatake Kakashi again so soon. Jonin Aramesa made a stink about what happened. And because a full squad of his was involved, Fox had to come here to appease him so he would let it go without escalating it, Barbary replied before sighing. We'll probably need to make this right with them before we ask to work with them again. It was impressive how Barbary towed the line between apologizing and ensuring they didn't take the complete blame. It was a showcase of professional workspace navigation that was envious. It helped that the entire assault squad thought that Barbary was hot shit because of his Mr. Olympia physique. As everyone talked, Takuma nudged Yatsuo, aka 10. What's Fox like? He asked. Oh, you're a fan, 13? Yatsuo had a grin in his voice from behind his mask. Well, he's the copy ninja. Who hasn't heard about his exploits, said Takuma. Even though he wasn't the biggest fan of the series, Kakashi was still one of anime's most popular characters. And after having lived in the world, he had heard and read much about Kakashi of the Sharingan. Yatsuo held his chin as he answered, if I had to choose one thing, then it would be that he always has our backs. To him, we aren't just one of his many subordinates, we are part of his team. Sounds like he's close to his guys. How often do you see him? He asked. He visits the barracks at least once a week. Takuma nodded while thinking about how he hadn't even seen his captain in person, much less talked to him, in the months he had been an ANBU operative. It had bothered him for the first month or so, but he recognized how good he had got with the work culture under Barbary, and if not being familiar with his Jonin superior was the cost, he would pay it gladly. Even now, with the mess up, his boss had focused on the future and the solution rather than blaming them for their mistakes. Speaking of, here he comes. Takuma turned to see a fox-masked ANBU operative enter the mess hall. His spiked, silver hair was too eye-catching, but hiding his identity didn't seem a priority for someone like Kakashi, who, as a Jonin, would never go on a mission where he would be required to hide his illustrious identity. His identity was power itself, as people who would recognize him from his hair would also know what he could do to them. He was dressed like the rest of the assault squad and had a sword on his back. Takuma peered into his mask and saw one normal, black eye, but the other eye hole was dark. He was either wearing a patch or had his eye closed. Perhaps it was because Takuma knew who Kakashi was that he felt he had a different presence as he was dressed in operative gear, like that of a sheathed sword. Even though the edge was concealed, no one doubted its lethality. Everyone knelt on one knee and lowered their heads as ANBU Captain Fox approached them. Even though Fox wasn't their commanding officer, nor were they required to listen to his commands, the Inquisitor 3 also knelt because he was the one who had come to get them out. Stand up. Is everyone well? Kakashi posed the question as his first words as he looked over everyone. Yes, sir, Hopper replied as he stood up. Even though it was a simple inquiry about well-being and nothing special, Takuma could tell that it came from a genuine place because the atmosphere among the assault squad was intense, as they had caused a mess. They weren't afraid in the presence of their captain. Instead, he felt respect and trust as they stood in attention. Jonin Aramesa said his forehead wrinkles got worse because of you, said Kakashi. He was really upset about that. Yatsuo immediately laughed before hurriedly trying to hide his chortle behind his hand. Others from the assault squad bowed their heads to hide their smile, while Hopper and their lieutenant were the only ones to sigh. The tension from facing an ANBU captain and Jonin instantly faded. The Inquisitor unit trio looked at each other awkwardly. Even the ever-stable Barbary seemed momentarily unsure how to proceed. Fortunately, I bought the face cream he likes, and the gift seems to have calmed him down. The idea of giving gifts to appease someone was by no means strange, but the image of a masked ANBU operative, a high-level captain at that, presenting a small case of beauty cream to an angry Jonin boggled Takuma's mind. Pardon, he uttered in confusion. Kakashi glanced at him momentarily before glancing at the Inquisitor 3 as a group. Having said that, I found myself agreeing with him. None of this would have happened if the Inquisitor unit had simply followed procedure and informed him of the mission. He said that if he knew there was a root cell in his territory, he would have personally gotten involved, and the escaped agent would also be in custody. No one could say anything against that. If a jonin were indeed involved, none of the agents would have made it out of the mill. However, at the end of the day, we still have root agents in custody, and our job now is to get them back to the village. We should focus on that. As for what happened during the operation, that will be discussed after we reach home. There was a lot of work to do because under the orders of the jonin, the assault squad's entire inventory was unsealed, so the team had to put it back together the best they could. More importantly, they had to flesh out their return and transportation plans. The mission was rushed, so they had no concrete discussion about how to transport their prisoners and decided to deal with it after the capture. As everyone began to move, Kakashi glanced at Takuma and asked, "Are you wearing weights?" "Yes, sir," Takuma replied, surprised Kakashi noticed. When he put on his weighted gear, the way he moved and breathed changed. He was at a point with his current load where he had gotten used to driving like he would without them. "They're a training tool that has fallen out of favor," Kakashi said as he scanned Takuma's body. "I'm surprised to see you're wearing them outside. Reminds me of someone I know." "They're gifts from Jonin Might Guy," said Takuma. It was a personal detail he wouldn't share with anyone in ANBU because it helped keep Takuma and Riddle separate, but given the relationship between the two jonin, and a possible subconscious desire to get close to Kakashi after finding out that the jonin was going to stay at ANBU for an additional year, he shared the detail. "Ah," Kakashi uttered and then stilled as he gazed at Takuma, who couldn't see his face because of the mask, but felt something was wrong. "Is something wrong?" "No. I was wondering if you also like wearing green spandex." "No," Takuma replied firmly before he repeated himself. "No." "Got it," Kakashi said, but something told Takuma that he didn't fully believe him. So much for a good first impression. Chapter 392, Rui was on the road much longer than he had initially expected. Things had changed since he was stationed at Inohara and he possessed limited access to information. Being ousted from the Hidden Leaf had changed Root's situation drastically. After he conveyed his messages and asked to be brought back in, he was called to a base he didn't know existed in a region far from his current position, even when he knew the existence of bases closer to him. He could only deduce that the organization had abandoned much of the infrastructure that could be potentially found and tracked by ANBU. He traveled to a region deep in the countryside just off the Fire Cascade border and found himself on a less-traveled trade route, standing beside a Yellowstone marker. He was given a map of the region, but the base's location was left unmarked so that Rui wouldn't lead the enemy to the base in case he were followed or the map was stolen. Someone was supposed to confirm his identity and lead him to the actual location of the base, so he was forced to wait an hour and a half until a masked man appeared before him. "I need to verify your identity," said the cloaked and hooded man. "The passphrase, please," Rui asked. "Strong roots will keep digging until they reach water for a stronger foundation." Rui nodded. Due to the verification process, he needed to hear a secret phrase to ensure he had the right person, because the verification could also be used to kill him. That's why it was imperative that he could trust the man he was about to expose a vulnerability to. "Confirmed," he nodded. Both revealed their death seals in the shape of a tree root motif on their upper arms. ANBU operatives weren't the only ones branded with death seals. They touched each other's seals and began funneling chakra into them while monitoring that the other did the same. Around 5–10 seconds later, both forcefully removed the other's hands from their seals and jumped away. By funneling chakra in a specific manner, they could verify the authenticity of the seal that was only put on root agents, thus verifying their identities. However, with a couple of seconds more, someone could also trigger the seal and kill the other, therefore, every verification was a tense ordeal for an agent. "Let's go," said the masked man. Half an hour later, Rui found himself in a small village embedded into a valley. He expected the base to be deep in a forest or in the middle of a wasteland, anywhere away from civilization, so he was surprised to see real civilians tending to their fields, herding their animals, and refining their local produce. They didn't enter the village but passed beside it. One of the villagers saw them from a distance and smiled at them. This place was struggling when we arrived. We offered them help in exchange for allowing us to use their village as our base, the masked man replied. Isn't this unnecessary risk? What do we gain from helping them? Rui asked with a frown, unable to understand the logic. If the villagers talked about them with outsiders, it could reach the ears of the Hidden Leaf. He had just escaped from a team of ANBU and knew how risky and difficult every moment was. This simply invited a repeat of that. Without the Hidden Leaf's support, we must establish ourselves again. This village is among the candidates for our future base of operations. We will develop this village and help it grow, and then sow our roots here and operate in this new tree's shadow. We will help them expand their fields so they grow what we want for them. We will develop their trade to do business in their name. We will train them, not to be shinobi, but in various trades. They will eventually forge our weapons, braid our ropes, stitch our clothes, grow our poisons. As long as they're subservient, they will see their lives improve. Rui looked over the village and understood the logic. Right now, the village was providing cover in their perilous time, but eventually, it would change to serve their needs solely. They were investing in their future by securing a workforce that supported them while they focused on their jobs. The village itself was situated in a valley, far from other settlements. He guessed whatever the villagers needed was bought in by the people who went out to sell produce. From a strategic perspective, it was a perfect location for the route where they could grow away from prying eyes. Smart, Rui commented. Of course. It's our Lord's vision after all. Is he here? Asked Rui. He had only met their glorious leader a handful of times, the last being a week before he left for Inohara 3 years ago. Yes. He's waiting for you. Straight-faced. A humble house stood on the edge of the village with a small produce garden in the backyard. It looked no different from the others, except it was only built last year. It was smaller than the village chief's house, yet the man within it held more power over the village than anyone else. Rui knelt on the sitting room floor with his eyes glued to the ground. He was fairly calm even when he was running away from a team of ANBU operatives, but he couldn't help but feel nervous before the person who was the reason behind his existence. Lord Danzo, he said after wetting his lips. Look up, my son. Some people he knew would cream themselves upon hearing their leader call him his son, but it didn't do much for Rui. He respected and admired Lord Danzo from the bottom of his heart and believed in their mission. There was a time in his life where he wanted to be like him, but Rui didn't feel the reverence that many of his fellow brothers and sisters felt for their leader, whom they almost saw as an object of worship. Rui looked up and was surprised. Lord Danzo hadn't changed much since the last time he had seen him, except that he seemed slightly older. He still had shaggy black hair, the cross-shaped scar on his chin, and wore the same serene expression, except now he had a bandage around his right eye. I hear ANBU found your team. What happened? Asked Danzo in his deep and stable voice. Rui earnestly recalled the events without sparing any details. Even though it had only been 5 days since he was forced to abandon the life he spent 3 years building, the entire ordeal was distant to him. The people on his team were all dead, and he didn't really have a strong sense of materialistic belonging, so there wasn't anything Rui particularly missed. Aburaim, Yamanaka, and a child, you say? Danzo said while in thought. Assuming our youngest member didn't cooperate willingly, Rui replied. Their youngest teammate, who was captured on his trip to the laboratory, was the source of ANBU's information. Do you think he would? Asked Danzo. No, I don't think so, at least, not that fast. I see. What do you think about the child you fought? He was persistent, Rui said after a moment of thought. The kid was after him the longest, thus had the highest chance of catching him, but he also made the most mistakes, leading to Rui's escape. The kid's combat power wasn't the problem. He just wasn't using the tools he possessed to the best of his ability. That's all? I'll frame my thoughts better in my report, sir. Do so, and know that you did well to escape, Rui. Enjoy your rest. Is there something you would like from me? Rui considered the question before answering. I would like another assignment. His life at Inohara was mundane and monotone, but he had come to enjoy playing a character. As much as he liked the idea of staying near Lord Danzo and learning from him, Rui much preferred the sightseeing aspect of his missions. If he stayed at a base, he would have to live among other agents, who he didn't find all that interesting. Rui had lived with 4 other root agents in Inohara but barely kept their company outside of the mill's work hours. Ordinary people, be they civilians or not, were far more interesting than the average root agent. Rui he liked observing them. They possessed something normal that he would never have. Perhaps he liked living through them and catching glimpses of a life outside of his reaches. If that's your wish, it'll be granted. I'm yours to command, sir, Rui said, kneeling. Straight-faced. I must say, as impressive as this is, I'd like to live in a place with some natural sunlight, Rui said to the agent, showing him his living situation. Root had built an underground network of tunnels in one of the valley's slopes. The rooms and chambers in the tunnels were well crafted, connected to the electric grid and even had running water, which he thought was all very impressive. Rui guessed that many agents must have spent months setting everything up as part of their duties. Instead of answering, though, the agent stood there awkwardly before Rui said he was fine with his living quarters. The minute they were gone, Rui checked every nook and cranny of his room and found it clean of any fuinjutsu. Even though he had bravely escaped and brought information back to the organization, he knew he would be observed for at least a few days to remove lingering doubt and suspicions. The truth was that the rest of his team was captured, and the hidden laboratory was also found. But Rui was the only one who escaped, and mostly uninjured, too. It was only natural to find him suspicious. If he were in Root's position, he would be suspicious of himself as well. Rui didn't plan to do anything about alleviating their suspicions. Better to let time do its work. All he could do was write his mission report to the best of his ability. After bathing in a communal bathroom, he began exploring the tunnels. If Rui had to escape for whatever reason, he needed to have his surroundings mapped out in his mind. Such preparation was the reason he was able to escape from Inohara without being severely injured in the process. The tunnel system was complex, with numerous corridors and corners without a single signboards to help with navigation. Even the rooms themselves lacked any signage. He guessed it was by design to limit the flow of information. As he was roaming the tunnels to memorize the routes, he heard a displeased voice. "Is that you, Rui?" He turned to see a middle-aged man with dark brown, almost black hair dressed in a full-body cloak. The deep frown between his brows suggested a lifetime of frowning, and Rui noticed the deep bags under his harsh eyes, alongside the unhealthily pale skin. "Oh, Khan!" Rui smiled brightly and spoke in the most jovial tone he could muster, like he was truly happy to see the man. "You look absolutely terrible. I'd love to know how this happened, so tell me all about it." Khan glared at him as though he wanted to rip his throat out. The two of them had worked together for a year or so when they were younger. There was a 5-year age difference, with Khan being older. Back then, Khan was in a higher position and was his leader, but despite that, they didn't get along, and both tried to make one another's lives difficult. Of course, Rui only did so in retaliation. Making someone's life difficult for no reason at all just wasn't his style. An incident between them had embarrassed Khan in front of the Jonin agents, and the two of them had been at odds since. "I heard you blew your cover and got your whole team killed in the process," Khan sneered maliciously. Rui noticed that one of Khan's arms looked awkward, and happened to be his gloved hand. Rui immediately realized that Khan had lost his hand, and were it anyone else, he would have genuinely expressed his apologies because losing an arm almost always meant ruin for a shinobi. But it wasn't anyone else, it was Khan. "Hey, I'm still new here and need some help moving furniture. Give me a hand, will you?" "Oops." Rui raised his hands in front of him and moved all 10 of his fingers. "Must be rough. But, hey! 25% off shirts. That's not as good as half-price pants, but it'll still save you something." "You!" Khan all but snarled and stepped up to him threateningly. "What are you going to do about it? Spar with me like you did all those years ago?" Rui was shorter than him, so he had to look up. I'm not a combat specialist, but I'm pretty sure I can entertain you all day, old man. Especially now that your hand's gone. Wanna see if it's true? Khan wanted to say something, but seemed to understand that if they fought right now, he had no chance at winning. He sneered before turning away, his cloak billowing out behind him. Rui watched the man disappear before continuing his exploration, though it was no longer as enjoyable because Khan's presence here was another reason he didn't want to live here. I wonder what my assignment will be, he hummed as he walked deeper into the cavernous system. Chapter 393, Takuma's dry throat stung as he nervously swallowed. He gazed at one of the captured root agents through a pane of glass, lying on a surgical table. The agent was missing one of his arms from his shoulder. They were in the medical ward of the facility. Down the hall, the other 3 agents recovered from the exact same condition. I don't understand, he said, bewildered by the sight. Jonan Aramesa was decisive, Barbary said as he, too, observed the duo of Irionin work on the surgical injury. When you claimed the mill workers to be root agents, he verified the claim by checking for death seals. When he got the confirmation, he immediately ordered their arms removed so they couldn't trigger them. There wasn't much blood in the operating room because the arms had been removed the day before, when Takuma and other operatives were still imprisoned. Right now, the Irionin duo were accelerating the healing to close and stabilize the wound enough to reduce the chances of medical complications during their travel back to Hidden Leaf Village. Decisive is a word for it. He was ruthless, Crichton commented with pressed lips. None of them had any sympathy for root agents losing their arms, but lopping off their arms was an extreme choice, even if it was a legitimate one to keep them alive. When Crichton and the assault squad captured the courier agent at the laboratory, they had knocked him out and sealed his chakra with suppression seals so he couldn't trigger the death seal. At the torture and interrogation facility, the agent was kept sedated while Amami searched for information in his mind. It was high risk because even the most prime of suppression seals degraded over time. Death seals required less chakra than a D-rank jutsu. Besides, death seals themselves had some internal contingencies against suppression seals. Similarly, one only needed an extended moment of clarity in the sedated haze to do the deed. So why didn't ANBU remove the agent's arms if it was safer? Because all of them were shinobi, losing a limb meant losing everything. It was regularly observed that shinobi who suffered from injuries that reduced functionality in an arm or leg, or outright lost one of their limbs, often went into depression and shut themselves off from everyone else. From those observations, it was deduced that lopping an agent's arms would cause them to shut down and close themselves off, which was a problem because Yamanaka's hidden jutsu wasn't the end-all for interrogation. In some cases, information could only be extracted through willing participation and cooperation. So, even though it was the safer choice, they couldn't discount the possibility that they might need the agent to cooperate in the future, and removing one of their arms would destroy any chance of that happening. Why do you think they didn't kill themselves the moment they were captured? Asked Takuma as he subconsciously touched his left arm. He thought about what he would do and couldn't see himself taking his life, but he also didn't know how he would react under pressure in that life-threatening situation. But from what he understood, root agents were indoctrinated and conditioned into being emotionless soldiers. He thought they wouldn't have such problems. It's hard to hammer out the self-preservation instinct. The 3 operatives turned to see Kakashi, aka Fox, standing behind them, leaning against the wall. He was dressed in full gear and wearing a fox mask. He stared at the agent through the glass pane. The human mind can be surprisingly weak and, at the same time, incredibly strong. Even if they're trained to ignore their natural instincts, everything in your body is built to keep you alive. Pain is meant to prevent you from harming yourself. Not to mention, triggering the death seals means you have accepted that you don't have a chance at escape. Accepting death, could you do it? Takuma thought about it and concluded that he wouldn't. Not until the last moment, when death was a second away from reaping him, and replied accordingly. 3 years, Kakashi continued. These agents have been away from the rest of the agents for 3 years. They haven't been in contact with the conditioning that would keep them in line with what Root would want from their agents. It's time their hold could have weakened. Takuma thought about it. had life as an ordinary citizen, as fake as it was, going through the motions anyone else would perhaps shown them offerings that life had for them outside their role as agents? You speak as though you have experience, Barbary said, reverting to his usual jovial self. You might be right, Kakashi said as he stepped away from the wall and walked away. Takuma wondered who he was talking about and tried to search his knowledge, but couldn't remember. Straight-faced. The return home was fortunately uneventful. Transporting root agents posed no challenge because they were locked using fuinjutsu tighter than a miser's purse string. Because the agents were injured, they decided that carrying them to minimize strain was better. They bound them and carried them on chairs tied to their backs. It slowed them down, but they left at first light and barely made it to the village an hour after dark. Even though Barbary traveled with them, he held a mission debrief the next day. Amami caught up with them on the details. Campbell wasn't part of the case but joined them because he was their squad leader. It didn't take long after they recalled events for Barbary to end the meeting with a conclusion. The decision not to inform the Jonin was the source of the problem that ultimately led to the agent's escape. Barbary looked at Krite, who made the decision as the case leader. I'll take responsibility and step down as the case lead, Krite said with a poker face, hiding his feelings about the matter. It wasn't a decision out of a sense of responsibility. Barbary was going to remove him from the position regardless. This was simply an opportunity for him to save face. Ideally, I'd like Kestrel to take the lead, but she's the busiest. Especially, now that we have true agents in our custody. None of the guards in the laboratory were branded with death seals. According to the captured scientists, while it was rare, the guards sometimes changed. When Amami interrogated the 2 guards captured alive, they revealed that all the guards belonged to foreign countries. They were shinobi or chakra users who wanted to start a new life, and someone offered it to them in the Land of Fire via official identities and money in exchange for working as guards for 18 months. As such, she would be too busy to serve as the case lead. Barbary turned to look at Takuma. That leaves you, Radel. While the decision not to inform the Jonin was Krite's, he had asked Takuma's opinion, who had agreed because he too thought that the captured agent going missing would alert the rest of his team. Perhaps that's why Barbary wanted Amami as the leader. I'll do my best to bring in results, said Takuma. He could have refused the position in solidarity with Krite to ensure there was no tension among the team, but Takuma wanted to be the case lead because it would give him more control over how the team approached the case. After his run-in with Itachi, he truly wanted to be part of the initiative against Root. Becoming the case lead was his ticket to that. While there were no other people who could be the leader. Takuma had an inkling that if he refused, the position would go to Campbell, even though their squad leader was busy with his caseload. Barbary smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Was it harsh to remove Krite as a case leader after one mistake? Yes, many would argue so. Barbary cared about the results and rewarded those who performed. He didn't explicitly punish those who made mistakes, but sometimes, when you rewarded someone, another person was punished in turn. Campbell's squad's resources were reduced compared to the other teams because they had fewer members. But until Takuma and Amami joined, they were still receiving the same amount of resources as when the team was full. Because the other squads had performed well and were thus rewarded with some of the Campbell squad funding that was sitting there doing nothing. However, Takuma didn't see it that way. At least not fully. As Barbary had said in Inahara, there were eyes on the case. This was perhaps his way of showing that he had made changes so that no more mistakes would be made. If he didn't make any changes and the team failed to produce results, he would be blamed for failing to make changes. It was his way of covering his ass, but it wasn't just that. He was taking a risk by putting Takuma as the leader. If he failed, then the obvious would be pointed out. Takuma was too young and inexperienced to be put in charge of something as important as a case with Root. Whatever the reason, Takuma now had a greater opportunity. He was going to make the most of it. Straight-faced. Danzo read Rui's report about what had happened in Inahara. It was a well-written piece that provided the facts as they were. Most people tainted information with their biases. It wasn't their fault. Their memories were colored by their own biases. It was a human condition. So, it was worth appreciating when someone took the time and care to remove their bias and present a picture that was as close as possible to how it actually was. However, although the report was well done, the contents weren't pleasant. First, they had lost the laboratory. He didn't care about the guards because they were outsourced labor. Every time a guard's term ended, and it was time for them to get paid, they were compensated with death. That said, he was regretful about the scientists and their research. Because of how the shinobi society and its economy were set up, those trained to become shinobi instead became highly productive labor. Most genin worked all types of odd jobs and were incentivized to take more jobs to earn more money, and thus were trapped in that cycle. Very few people went into academia, especially those who studied chakra. Losing those scientists meant losing precious talent. Additionally, the last report he had seen from the laboratory was positive, as they were finally seeing progress with their research, so losing access to that updated research was also a great loss. If there were a silver lining, then it would be that now the laboratory had been raided, he wouldn't have to continue funding it. It wouldn't have been a question before, but now, he had to be mindful of how he was spending his resources. Second, he had lost one of his sleeper cells. It hurt because he planned to activate them soon for a series of missions that were supposed to replace the influence they had lost after his exile from Hidden Leaf. It was only going to be the start of that long journey, but he needed momentum to start it off, so that it would snowball to greater heights. Now, not only did he need to revise some of his plans, but he had also lost capable agents that took time, effort, and resources to train, which was in short supply these days. Yamanaka and Aburame, Danzo muttered to himself. With just those two clues, it would be viable to narrow down the search radius, but it would take some effort because when he created the framework that ANBU followed, he hired smart and competent people to implement it. His framework made it difficult to find information because ANBU restricted the flow of information. They needed more to make the job easier and spend less of their precious and limited resources. "You called, my lord?" Danzo looked up at one of his agents, Khan. He glanced at his empty sleeves. A shinobi, who had lost his arm, lost most of his value. However, he saw rage, hatred in the man's heart, and an opportunity to harness it all for his purposes. He didn't know if he would get something out of it, but there was no harm in trying to do so. And right now, he had an opportunity to stoke that fire. "Can you look at this and tell me what you see?" Danzo handed the file to Khan, who silently read it for a calm half a second before his eyes widened, his nostrils flared, and a look of red rage flashed over his eyes. It was a rare reaction from a root agent, and he would have put them through corrections to beat that burst of unbridled emotion out of him. Emotions weren't unnecessary, but letting them control oneself should be declared a shinobi sin. "It's him." Khan's entire body shook as he crushed the file in his grip. Danzo remembered reading Khan's file from his time at Spring City of U. He recalled reading the profile of a shinobi who used water release, 8 tentacles. It was a niche jutsu that wasn't learned by many, and of the few that did learn it, most didn't end up using it because it was difficult to use. So when he saw the same jutsu in Rui's file and saw that the operative was a child, he remembered seeing the same combination on Khan's file. The chances of it being a coincidence were low, so he checked. The first time, the child was involved in the deaths of multiple of his agents, the capture of one of them, and Khan losing his arm. The second time, the same child was involved in a team of his agents getting captured. Both times, he had come in Root's way. "It's Takuma," Khan hissed as though his breath had poison on it. In that moment, Danzo decided to classify Takuma, a shinobi he had heard about once before, as a dangerous element threatening Root. Chapter 394. After taking over the case, he unexpectedly found some time on his hands as Amami worked on the agents and other prisoners. After what happened at Inahara, they needed additional information before proceeding with any new leads. Until then, they had to complete paperwork and process what they had from before. In the meantime, Takuma decided to focus some of his time and attention on training. He could only use a shadow clone for 4 hours daily, which he would send to work for the first half of the day while he extended his morning training session until lunch. Relying on Masaki's advice, he had two options to push his chakra augmentation to its iteration. The first route was to follow containment, which followed the basic principle of applying pressure. Reducing the area over which the chakra impacted the target would increase its destructive power. The second option was to focus on chakra compression. As the name suggested, it involved compacting more chakra into a smaller physical area, resulting in a power boost. During the chase at Inohara, his clone used chakra augmentation against the agent, but missed and instead shattered the entire roof and more of the building. He suspected he had caused enough structural damage that breaking down the existing structure to build anew was the only way to move forward. It was far more powerful than his usual chakra augmentation and was only possible because the clone used compression. It was a kamikaze attack where the backlash from overloading the augmentation crossed the clone's damage threshold. If Takuma himself had attempted it, he would have lost his arm and shoulder for good. He needed to overcome the backlash problem by perfecting compression to make it a viable part of his arsenal. However, he was aware that, in his case, without a pre-established framework to progress his self-made augmentation, it would take time to perfect it via careful trial and error, especially when messing up potentially meant blowing up his arm. But it was too powerful a weapon to let it sit in development. He wanted to make it combat viable as soon as possible. Fortunately, he had a potential way to accomplish it. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Takuma's second B-rank ninjutsu boosted his defensive and offensive capabilities by channeling earth-natured chakra through his body, causing it to become as hard as diamond. It would shore up his endurance enough to handle the backlash from the in-development augmentation. It was a patchwork solution, but he needed to train Earth Spear either way, so taking this approach had only upsides. For training, he found himself next to a pond in the village. The pond's clear surface reflected the beautiful image of the sky dotted with cotton-like clouds. He sat on a camping folding chair with a bucket of waterlogged, muddy soil between his feet, enjoying the refreshing breeze that cooled his skin. B-rank ninjutsu and beyond required advanced chakra training before one could actually train the ninjutsu itself. For Earth Spear, the focus was on nature transformation as the jutsu utilized hardening, a property of earth-natured chakra. Every chakra nature had multiple properties associated with it. Weight, seismic vibrations, and malleability were among the properties of earth-natured chakra. He had to understand the property utilized by the jutsu and become proficient in it before he could use it in the ninjutsu. If his memory served him well, Naruto's Raisin Shuriken used the sharp property of wind-natured chakra, which had other properties such as vacuum, wind pressure, and velocity among others. Takuma scooped some wet mud from the mound and cupped it between his hands. The feeling of mud getting stuck underneath his fingernails was annoying, but he ignored it, guessing that he would get used to it sooner or later. He recalled what he learned about Earth Spear from its jutsu scroll. Every time he bought a new ninjutsu, his appreciation for the academic text in the scrolls increased. The scroll contained clear instructions for training earth-nature transformation specific to the ninjutsu. He focused on his hands, his palms and the inside of his fingers, and slowly pushed earth-natured chakra into the wad of mud encased in his hand from all directions. The aim was to convert the wet mud into a rock with a pebble-like structural integrity. His chakra seeped into the wad and attached itself to the soil particles before pulling them together. The mud slowly compacted over a few seconds, making squelching sounds as water was pushed out. He opened his hands. Instead of a hard pebble, the sopping wad had turned into a semi-dry cake. He picked it up, and it immediately crumbled when he stared at it too long. Takuma sighed as he threw the mud cake away. He had to push as much water out of the mud as possible. While he wasn't successful at it yet, he didn't think it was a problem, and he could see himself perfecting it soon with practice. The real challenge was turning the mud into a solid pebble. When done naturally, it took over 1,000 years for soil to turn into a rock or pebble through constant application of heat and pressure. He was trying to imitate that process in seconds. The chakra that stuck to the particles was attempting to replace the intermolecular force and enhance its hardness. Fortunately, he had prior experience that made him somewhat familiar with the process. Water release, 8 tentacles followed the familiar principle where the water nature chakra held together the mass of water in the shape of tentacles. He wasn't controlling the tentacles, instead, he was controlling the water nature chakra that, in turn, controlled the water. Similarly, water release, spirit water wave used water nature chakra to retain the bullet's shape as it traveled through the air at high velocity. His soul defensive ninjutsu, C-rank, earth release, earth and dome, used the same hardening principle, albeit on a lesser scale. And because of that prior experience, lesser or different as it may be, and because he wasn't trying to train nature transformation for a S-rank ninjutsu like the Raisin Shuriken, if he consistently trained for 3 to 4 weeks, he would reach a point where he could use what he learned to perform Earth Spear with a relatively higher success rate successfully. As for what came after that, even though his turnaround with the Shadow Clone Jutsu was quick, he had only gained minimal skill with the jutsu. Each time he created a clone, he wasted a lot of chakra, which wasn't a big problem for Takuma because of his reserves. It would have taken much more time to increase his skill if he were anyone else, but because he used a shadow clone daily, he progressed his skill at an accelerated rate. Of course, progress through repetition would eventually plateau, and he would need to train his yin and yang nature transformations further. He couldn't train Earth Spear all day because the jutsu required a constant flow of chakra to sustain. The chakra consumption also rose when actively defending against damage. Tanking a ninjutsu would spike consumption. He also couldn't estimate how much chakra it would take because that information was entirely dependent on the user's chakra reserves and skill level. He would start out greatly inefficient, which was worse for constant consumption jutsu like Earth Spear over a one-time input jutsu like clones, before improving efficiency as his skill got better. Not to mention, the jutsu would become increasingly desirable as his chakra reserves increased because, unlike Shadow Clone Jutsu, where costs scaled up with his progress, the cost for Earth Spear wouldn't increase. However, time itself was a constraint because he had more things to train. So much to do, so little time, Takuma muttered to himself as he again scooped up a wad of mud to continue his nature transformation training. He experimented with how to apply chakra. He tried slowly pushing chakra into the mud, doing it quickly, using non-linear applications, and testing any variations that might give him insight. He faced failure after failure, but didn't let it get to him because it was all part of the process. As a certain sports franchise's motto said, he trusted the process. Eventually, Takuma had to go to work, so he created a clone and set to continue where he left off for the next 4 hours as per In-Pachi's orders. He heaved a sigh as he watched the clone disappear from his field of vision. He spent at least an hour every day feeling depressed because every time he created a clone or received a clone's experience, it reminded him of the dangerous time bomb in his mind, and that only ever soured his mood. Takuma looked down to see that he had run out of the wet mud and picked up his dirty shovel and bucket to get more. As he shoveled mud into his bucket, he heard footsteps approaching him. Throughout the day, people had been coming up to him to ask what he was doing. He was training near a public pond because it was easier to source wet mud than to make it in the pristine ANBU facilities. He didn't mind the people because they broke the monotony and repetitiveness of the training. Though he was sure it would get old really quickly if he had to repeat the same response to every visitor, it was fine for now. The consistent and stable footsteps told him that the visitor was most probably a shinobi, which meant the conversation was going to be longer because he didn't need to go into the intricacies of chakra manipulation with them, but shinobi, mostly genin, liked to talk about the topic and how they were also thinking about doing advanced chakra training even though they only knew C-rank jutsu. He turned around and was momentarily surprised because he recognized the visitor. "Good afternoon, Takuma. What a pleasure seeing you here," said Okubo Momo. Chapter 395, Takuma wasn't expecting to meet someone he knew. He put down the shovel and bucket as he returned the greeting. "How have you been? If I'm not wrong, the last time we met was at Inuzuka Hana's promotion party, right?" Okubo Momo was his Shinobi Academy classmate. She had cinnamon brown hair that barely reached her shoulders but had now grown down to her upper back. Like most early teen shinobi, she had lost the baby fat in her face because of regular strength and conditioning training, giving her sharper features that paired well with her cat-like, glassy amber eyes. Even though they only shared a class for a year, she was among the few to create a lasting impression. For one, she was their batch's Rookie of the Year, a commendable honor considering she competed against peers from shinobi clans who received training from an early age. She was also the first in their batch to receive a Chunin rank promotion. They had sparred once 2 years ago. She had forced him to surrender by launching a B-rank, fire-release ninjutsu at him. Looking back on it, her skill with jutsu was shoddy at best, but it was so terrifying in his memories that he hadn't even tried to fight back, which was saying something since he was at the height of his ring fighting days at the time. Back then, he had an extreme mindset where he would rather get knocked out and risk harsh injuries than willingly surrender. That's right. I enjoyed our discussion that day. Momo smiled and offered a handshake. You've been busy since then. Congratulations on the promotion. It created a lot of buzz in our batch. Everyone had bets on who would be the next to get promoted. Many lost their money because of you. Thank you, Takuma smiled, showing her his dirty hands. Yeah, I heard about the bet from Taro. He did win all of it, after all, Momo chuckled. Taro had bet on him as a joke and wasn't expecting to win. He had used a portion of a considerable amount of money to buy Takuma the best shoe cleaning brush money could buy. As a shinobi whose boots got dirty every single day he trained, the horsehair brush was a godsend. It was probably among the best gifts he had received in his 2 lives. He noticed her looking at his mud-filled bucket and asked, "Wanna guess what I'm doing?" Nature transformation for Earth release. That's right. He was surprised by how quickly she replied. I've done hundreds of training sessions with that, she pointed at the mud. I went from being okay with getting my hands muddy to hating it more than anything else in the world, then circling back to liking it again. I even picked up pottery because of it. Takuma was again reminded that the girl before him had used B-rank ninjutsu in their spar 2 years ago. He wondered how many more B-rank ninjutsu she had learned since then and how skilled she was with them if she had gone through hundreds of advanced chakra manipulation sessions. So, fire and earth, huh, said Takuma as he offered her to sit down. Neither wanted to take the chair while the other sat on the ground, so they just sat on the grass. Yes, fire and earth. It's water and earth for you, she said after a moment of thought. I see you remember our spar. I remember all my fights beat by beat. That includes our spar, of course. I can see it in my head right now. You must have a good memory. His body remembered his fights, and it showed through intuition and honed instinct, but he didn't remember most of his ring fights or academy spars. It was difficult to remember things while getting beaten up. Not really. I think my memory is average. It's just fights that I remember, she said. Ah, so like how shogi masters can remember their games. Yeah, that, exactly. So, what do you think about our spars? He asked. Momo hummed in thought. To be honest, it wasn't anything special. Neither you nor I were any good back then. We made many mistakes, more me than you. I used a B-rank jutsu. I mean, it's embarrassing looking back at it. I don't think I'm any good still, he replied. He had never felt good about his skill. He was sure most people wouldn't feel good about themselves when comparing themselves to Jonin, but he definitely thought more about it than others. I get that feeling. It's tough to feel good when someone dismantles all your moves every time you meet, Momo all but whispered it with a rueful tone. Before Takuma could guess what she meant, she continued, Izumi has been thriving under Lady Uchiha. I heard she wanted to thank you for introducing them. Takuma scoffed at the absurdity of the statement. An outsider introducing 2 people from the same clan. Right, she laughed as well. She feels bad because she hasn't been able to thank you. I've been busy with work. I'll catch up with her as soon as I get some time. Please tell that to her for me, said Takuma. He barely had time for most things, not to mention this total time had gone down because of the shadow clone restriction. You want any tips for this? Asked Momo, pointing to the dirty bucket. Thank you, but not yet. Why? I believe failure has an innate value, Takuma answered after choosing the best words to convey his feelings. Imagine a pitch-black, dark room. My objective is to reach the table in the room, but I don't know where anything is or what's in the room. You, on the other hand, know where it is and shine a spotlight on its location for me. I could then make my way to the table every time. But I won't know anything else about the room. I won't know why the table was placed in that location, what influenced that placement in relation to everything else. But if I go in without help and stumble through the room, I will find out where things are. I might also learn what they are or even find the hidden light switch, which would make everything clear for me, all because I was willing to stumble around. That's why Takuma hadn't asked Maraboshi, who also used water and earth release ninjutsu. That's a nice, visual analogy, she said. The guy who invented the light bulb said no failure went to waste. Even though he didn't find the right material, every time he failed, he discovered what didn't work, and that was just as important a discovery. He had checked, and it was the same story in the world. That's a wise way to think about it, Momo said with an appreciative nod. I'm still stumbling in the room. When I feel I've found enough, I'll ask you to spot a light for me. Done. Takuma glanced at her. He had been a chunin for less than a year, which meant he wasn't supposed to have a B-rank ninjutsu yet. But the girl beside him had a B-rank ninjutsu as a genin, which was much more egregious flaunting of the law than his official ANBU exemption. Can I ask you a question? Momo looked at him. That tone says it's a difficult question to answer. Maybe? It depends on you. Well, I'll answer if I want to. She gestured for him to go ahead and ask. Your Jonin teacher is a Sarutobi. Did you perchance accept a sponsorship from their clan? When he thought about how a civilian-born shinobi like Momo could get access to B-rank ninjutsu before she was promoted to chunin, sponsorship was one of the most obvious answers. He recognized that she had rich parents who could buy her access. Only the biggest clans were allowed to maintain personal jutsu archives, and those clans were far richer than her parents, but that didn't mean a clan's individual members were swimming in money. There had to be some in the shinobi clans in need of money. But they couldn't ask their clans, which would create an opportunity for a rich outsider to buy that precious access reserved for only the powerful. However, there had to be limits to that approach in wealthy social circles like influential shinobi clans. Takuma. I didn't know you were so direct, Momo sounded half amazed. Even though he had refused the Uchiha clan, he still had the offer in his back pocket in case his views changed. The Akimichi clan sponsored Masaki, but their situation was very different to Takuma and Momo's. That relationship was tied too early in his shinobi career. Momo might have also done it early, but she was the top talent in her batch, and if what Taro said was true, the two batches above them had yet to produce a chunin. Even if she had entered that relationship early, she had much more potent leverage. How about we do it like this? Tell me why you want to know, and I'll answer in return, she said. Takuma considered giving a token answer that he was considering an offer from a clan, but then decided to be direct in case she returned with his token response with a token answer. When we sparred, you were a genin, yet you had a B-rank jutsu. That was 2 years ago, and even though our positions differ from before we earned our forehead protectors, you must understand how difficult it can be for us to rise and gain resources without some form of backing. While he only had experience with the police force, he didn't think his experience would be that different if he were in other departments. Taro worked in the analysis team of the Hidden Lease Intelligence Department, and according to him, the department was essentially controlled by the Yamanaka clan. It was possible to rise through merit, but one had to gain the favor of people in power if one truly wanted to succeed. And people in power didn't like to give it up. My teacher is a jonin and we have a close relationship as master and student. He could have given me that jutsu, Momo said. Did he? Yes, he did. Takuma was surprised. Even though jonin had a significant influence, he didn't think they would just give their students B-rank jutsu, at least, not until they were chunin, or at least close to becoming one. It made sense if there was a similar situation to his with ANBU, where the jonin would help their student bypass the 1-year limit because they would also be held responsible if things went wrong because of that decision. But back then, she was still a year away from her chunin promotion. However, you're right. He did try to get me under the Sarutobi banner. Momo had a self-assured smile. He promised me immediate access to a B-rank jutsu of my choice, more when I turned Chunin, resources to help me grow, connections in high places, and a long list of resources. Ah, so she did accept it, Takuma thought, but then she continued. I didn't accept his offer. Then? He still gave me the ninjutsu. What? I mean, how, said Takuma, baffled. Why would the Sarutobi Jonin give her the jutsu after she rejected them? I'll be honest, I felt so insulted back then. I respect my teacher from the bottom of my heart, but I was really upset when he gave me that low ball of an offer, Momo said with a displeased expression. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I'm worth more than a few of B-rank jutsu. Momo's tone had a sense of self-confidence in it. If a clan wants me to work for them, bleed for them, they will have to offer me much more than a promise of B-rank jutsu. I demanded an A-rank jutsu up front for me to consider an offer. I want them to pave the path for promotion when I'm ready to become a jonin. I want a profit share in the clan's earnings. A few B-rank jutsu? If anything, they'd have to open their B-rank archives to me or pay for any B-rank jutsu I want. It's a given that they will give me resources to grow. If they can't promise that, it's not worth even entertaining that conversation. Her gaze held a glimmer of trust in herself. Although all of it could easily be interpreted as overconfidence or unchecked ego, for some reason, he could only see it as an unbreakable faith in her abilities and potential. But why would they give you any of that when you were just a genin? It's not like you can guarantee they're getting a future jonin powerhouse in their ranks. What if you died one day after all that investment with nothing to show for it? Takuma asked carefully. The odds of becoming a jonin were astronomically low even for genin part of jonin teams. He would have felt comfortable saying that to his friends, but Momo wasn't his friend, and he didn't know her well. I know that, Momo nodded in understanding. I'm not expecting that level of offer anytime soon, but that doesn't mean I have to accept what they're giving me now. It's not like I need their help right now. That couldn't be denied. Even though Takuma wasn't following his batchmates' careers, he still heard things. She had already been on a team of Chunin led by a jonin on a couple of high-ranking missions. I understand where you're coming from, but with those demands, don't you think it'll be too late by the time they accept? Won't you need to be a done deal for jonin for them to feel comfortable giving that offer? The sooner I accept any offer, the more they'll hold it over my head. Let's say I accept an offer today. By the time I'm ready to become a jonin, they will have already helped me a lot. The more I take, the more they'll hold over my head. They'll still help me become a jonin if I'm ready because it's to their benefit as well, but it'll be on their terms. They might use my eligibility as a political chip, like saving it until they want to block someone else's bid. There were no official restrictions on how many jonin promotions could happen in a year, but historically, at most one person could be promoted per year. It was done to limit huge waves in the Hidden Leaf's political landscape. There were exceptions like post-war promotions, where war contributions were rewarded and jonin rosters were refreshed. By bringing the most I can without doing all the work myself, I hold the most leverage, said Momo as she pulled some grass and threw it over her legs. Saying all that, I don't ever plan to accept a clan's offer. Huh, why? Takuma asked, surprised. If a clan ever offered him that much, he would accept it immediately because he couldn't see any downside ever coming close to balancing out the advantages. A twisted smile tugged on Momo's lips as she said, even the thought of swearing fealty to a clan makes me want to retire on the spot. Chapter 396, even the thought of swearing fealty to a clan makes me want to retire on the spot. It was clear that she had some complicated feelings and negative views towards shinobi clans. Could it be that she was a civilian-born shinobi and felt some form of complex towards her clan-born peers? But she had been above and better than the clan folk in their batch. However, complexes were never logical. Look at who's being direct, Takuma said to avoid an awkward silence that was coming. I'm curious as to why you think so. The current state of clans is objectively unfair. Do you know why? Momo asked. Massive wealth accumulation, abuse of power, increased resource disparity. Takuma listed some reasons from the top of his head. That and more, she said. I understand our village was born from the union of two shinobi clans, and that more clans followed to make a stronger shinobi alliance against the daimyo's samurai. It's not like I'm ignorant of the fact that before the creation of the hidden villages, shinobi were mostly concentrated in shinobi clans, and that civilian-born shinobi went through a boom after the establishment of the academies, which the clans played a role in developing. Before hidden villages and shinobi academies, if someone outside of a clan wanted to become a shinobi, they had to become a vassal of a shinobi clan, similar to today's sponsorships, who would teach the outsiders how to use weapons, harness chakra, and wield jutsu. The clans kept those outsiders under tight rein by only allowing them access to lower-ranked ninjutsu to ensure they never became strong enough to betray the clans. Shinobi academies democratized that process. While Senju Tobarama, who established and refined the concept, received most of the credit, the Hidden Leaf clans played just as big, if not a bigger, role in the success of the Leaf Shinobi academies. For the first 2 decades, teachers were exclusively clan shinobi. They left their homes for years at a time to establish shinobi academies around the Land of Fire, and promoted them while the daimyo's court tried to dissuade the people from joining them in an attempt to keep the shinobi in check. Leaf's jutsu archives, which were used by literally every civilian-born shinobi who ever earned their forehead protectors, were also created by shinobi clans contributing jutsu to get it started. Am I grateful that they made it possible for people like us to become a shinobi without devoting our entire lives to serving a clan? Yes, of course I am. But am I supposed to stay below them and be considered a lesser shinobi because they did a good deed in the past? No, that's ridiculous, Takuma supplied the answer. Fuck that, he thought. Do you hate the existence of clans? He asked because while he could see her point, he didn't think clans were an evil they needed to get rid of. I have no problems with the concept of a clan. It's natural for families to help each other. I received plenty of help from my parents. I don't hate clan folk either. Izumi is my best friend and the best person I know. As much as I don't like Hyge, it's not his fault that he was born in a clan and benefited from it. What's he supposed to do? Deny those resources? That's unrealistic. I'd take full advantage if I were born into a shinobi clan. So would he. The problem is when the clans grow too big. How big? He asked. The 2 dojutsu clans, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi of the Inashikacho, Lord Hokage Sarutobi, Aburame, Inazuka, Shimura, all these old clans who were invited into Hidden Leaf because they were the big players before the village's inception, and have grown even bigger since then. These clans are so deeply entrenched in this village that they control everything in some fashion, directly or indirectly. They have amassed hordes of wealth so vast that they could live in lavish luxury for a century or more even if they stopped working today. One could use money to earn money. The clan's enormous wealth was ever increasing as they used it to earn more than a person could imagine. The problem was that there was only a limited amount of money in the economy. The more someone gained, the less someone else would have. It wouldn't be a problem if money exchanged hands frequently, a concept known as velocity of money, but when it amassed in the pockets of a few people and stopped there without moving somewhere else, it became a problem. What about a clan like the Fuma? He asked. Arisu's clan? They're not a behemoth, but they, too, represent another problem. Let's put aside the wealth disparity. Until recently, the Uchiha kept the police force closed to everyone except them and the Fuma clan, their vassal clan in the Warring States era. In fact, you were among the first to enter an institution that was closed off for decades. The batch size of non-affiliated people entering the police force had increased ever since Takuma's entry. The Uchiha clan was diluting their presence in the police force while inviting more people in. By no measure were they going to lose their influence, but it was still the biggest change since its inception. I think that was because Lord Sekken tried to isolate the Uchiha clan by not allowing them to participate in governing the village, and gave them the police force in return. The Uchiha clan retaliated by making it so they had complete control over the police force, said Takuma. He was in the police force and in contact with several Uchiha shinobi to know what they thought about it. They were proud of their position because, only the strong can bring other shinobi to justice, but they were also aware of the history. So, why should I care about that? Momo said, fully turning to face him. I'm unfamiliar with this history, so I'll take your word for it. And if what you said is true, then it sounds like it was some political cockfighting between the two founding clans. I won't claim it had no value. As I said, I don't know the complete context. Maybe at that time, it wasn't that big of a problem. But why, for decades, was there no representation for people like you and me in an institution with the authority to arrest us? For decades, the power to arrest and interrogate us was firmly in the hands of a clan. Is that fair? She asked. Takuma felt conflicted because he was part of the police force, and he didn't think the Uchiha were abusing their power by unfairly persecuting civilian-born shinobi or protecting clan shinobi. However, that didn't mean her points weren't entirely valid. It's not fair, he said after a moment. Momo nodded. She seemed to recognize that he had complicated feelings regarding the topic and quickly moved on. Coming back to the Fuma clan. They were allowed entry into that closed institution because of their connection to the Uchiha. And that's another problem. These clans have created a gated community, and they only allow people who know each other into it. If she was passionate before, Momo was most definitely angry now. I'm not sure if you've directly experienced it, but I'm certain you must have experienced it indirectly. Have you ever been overlooked for a mission, only for a clan kid, who's clearly not as good as you, to get a spot? I know what you mean, said Takuma. He momentarily hid his face by using the excuse to wipe off sweat because he didn't know what expression he was making. His first C-rank mission to the Land of Frost was perhaps his first experience of the power of connections in the shinobi world. While Irika had brought civilian-born shinobi, the other team was composed entirely of clan shinobi. And it was clear that they had gotten on the mission through connections. The end result was nothing but negative, but that was an outlier. He had also used his influence to get his friends on the farm raid. He needed people from outside the police force and told Nenro and Masaki to use the opportunity to the Chunin they knew. As long as the two of them were on the team, the Chunin could fill up the other spots with whoever they liked. Every single one of those spots was filled up by a clan shinobi. And while he loved all those people because he had risked life and death with them, he couldn't deny that they had been on the mission because the Chunin had sold their team spots. How many opportunities we don't even know about are taken away by clan shinobi just because they know the right people? Momo's speech began to quicken as she posed question after question, getting worked up. How do they expect us to grow when these decisions are made behind closed doors? Do we have to claw and struggle for every opportunity? Is that our only choice? Instead of answering or saying anything, Takuma took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. He didn't like to think about what it took to reach where he was today. Recently, when he had looked back at all he had to do, the sheer scope of what happened in the space of a few years always exhausted. All energy drained from his mind and body, and he felt like he was hanging by a thread over a dark pit of burnout. Just thinking about the word burnout made him want to retire. Is going to war and risking his life the only way for a genin named Takuma to earn a deserving promotion? Momo asked before raising her hands. Hey, I've benefited from those connections. A clan jonin used his position and background to secure good missions for me and my team. After I became a Chunin, he helped me by putting me on teams of Chunin led by jonin going on high-ranking missions. But that opportunity can only be earned by a handful. The genin who get guidance from jonin right out of the academy are few. At least half of them belong to shinobi families or clans. What does that say to everyone else? That they only get one chance, so they better not fuck up when they're 11 years old, or else be ready to abuse themselves in the genin corp for years to come. I'm not saying that the academy system is wrong. I earned my way to be on that jonin team. I deserve to be there. The village saw potential in me, so they gave me the help and resources to grow. I consider that logical. But just because I got a good deal, doesn't mean I have to turn a blind eye to the problem. What about late bloomers like you? You're the first non-jonin lead genin to be promoted from our batch. What if you had more resources? What would he have done? Takuma thought about her question, and the answers were clear. He wouldn't have dealt drugs. He wouldn't have shed sweat, blood, and tears as an underground prizefighter. He would have kept less secret and maintained healthier relationships with his friends, who he considered his second family. Maybe he'd even have confronted the problem with his mind. "And you still accepted the jutsu?" he asked. "Of course I did. There were no strings attached to it. If I want to rise through the ranks, I need all the help I can. As long as they don't cross my principles, I'll take everything I can," she replied. "No strings attached? Why would they give something as valuable as a B rank without wanting something in return?" "Because they're courting me," Momo replied as a matter of course. "Courting?" The arrogant ones might not think much about civilian-born shinobi even if they're visibly better, but those people aren't even worth looking at. But the smart ones, those ones who really matter, can spot potential. They try to bring those with promise under their banner, or at least maintain a positive relationship. My teacher gave me that jutsu because the Sarutobi clan wants to make me feel seen, and so do the Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Shimura clans. Takuma's eyes widened. "All of them gave you?" Momo nodded. Akimichi Hideaki was Momo's teammate. Inuzuka Hana was her friend. They had a Shimura classmate. It dawned on Takuma that the clans were keeping an eye on those with potential through their children. She had gotten at least 4 B-rank jutsu based on her potential for the future. Who knew how many she had gotten on her own? Or if she was only telling him about the big clans, and there were more. He couldn't help it, then. A massive wave of envy surged through him from the feet up. "I might not have gone to a war, but I've done things for this village that cost me," Momo said while gazing at the pond's surface. "And those people in high spaces with the means to find things out know about them." She paused for a moment as though considering her words. "It was quite apparent you weren't comfortable talking about your experience during the war the last time we met." "I understand that. I'm not telling you to brag about it, but people will only know things about you if you tell them." Takuma had heard that before. To his defense, he did carry around a resume. It was just that it was somewhat difficult to advertise himself when he couldn't even tell people the truth about what he did for work. "Why do you want to rise the ranks?" he asked her. A person's motivation and goals said a lot about them. Momo had said a lot, so he wanted to know what exactly she wanted to do with the influence that came with being someone important. "To bring about change," Momo replied with determination. "And I'm not waiting until I'm a jonin." "Do you know Ninro?" "Ninro?" Takuma was utterly baffled as to why one of his closest friends' names had come up in a conversation with Momo. "Yes, I do know him." "But why?" "I know him. That guy is special," Momo said with a nod of impressed acknowledgement. "I think he's going to go far. So I used the connections to give him opportunities, and he has absolutely thrived. I think he can become a chunin as soon as next year or definitely the year after that." Apparently, she had been looking for impressive civilian-born shinobi around her age and found Ninro. She approached him without knowing he was friends with Takuma until very recently, and she helped him connect with people who wanted someone reliable. "What I can do is small, but if I keep trying, those small things will eventually add up. Even if I can't do everything on my own, I want to help someone who might perhaps bring about massive change one day. You know, last year I looked into Lord Fourth," Momo said with a glimmer in her eye. "Namazake Minato?" "Yes. A Hokage who came from a civilian background. He was taken too early," she sighed and seemed visibly upset. "Lord Third had 3 students, one of them was Jiraiya of Sannin, another shinobi from a civilian background. As far as I know, Jiraiya was never under a clan's banner." "And do you know who 4th Hokage's Jonin teacher was?" "Jiraiya of the Sannin." "You're well read, Dot." She nodded approvingly. When a civilian-born shinobi was given proper training, he became a legendary shinobi, and then trained another civilian-born who went on to become the Hokage. That's the best proof that we have the potential. As long as I can support civilian-born shinobi, they might do the same with others, and perhaps someday we will have another Namikaze Minato. Why not try to become the next Namikaze Minato yourself? He asked. Given how much passion she had, it was better for her to take the lead and aim for the sky. The next Namikaze Minato might not be passionate about her aspirations. Momo laughed while rubbing her arms. That's too idealistic for me. I will, of course, aim as high as possible. But thinking of becoming the Hokage while I'm just a lowly chunin is too far of a goal. If someday I'm in the position to shoot for it, I'll of course go for it, but until then, I'm going to be somewhat realistic with my goals. Takuma nodded in understanding. On a daily basis, he rarely thought about the future he knew was coming. It wasn't productive to think about it too much because there wasn't much he could do about it. Instead, he thought about what he wanted to achieve next and just hyper-focused on reaching there as soon as possible. If he thought about the big picture daily, he would be crushed under its weight. Then how do you think we can level the playing field? In Takuma's opinion, even if all the civilian-born shinobi banded together, it would be difficult to shake the control and influence of the shinobi clans they possessed. Even if they outnumbered them and could exert influence through numbers, most of the hidden leaf jonin came from clans. To be honest, even if I dedicate my life to fighting for the civilian-born, I don't know if I could change the core problem. But I do know someone who could bring about definite change. Who? We need a traitor, she said with a bitter smile. Chapter 397, A Traitor? Like Orochimaru? Takuma asked with concern because while he agreed with everything she had said, he couldn't see how a tumor like Orochimaru would help the village. Even if there were some upside, it would be drowned out by the downside. Orochimaru? Why did he come up? Momo frowned in confusion. Ah, because I bought up Jiraiya? My bad. No, I'm not talking about that kind of traitor. We need a class traitor. A class traitor? Someone from a clan who recognizes the problem and is willing to do something to change it. Working from outside will take a long time, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, but it'll probably be faster if someone with power on the inside is willing to join the cause. Takuma nodded because it made sense. As Momo had described, clans had created a gated community for themselves. People like Momo, who were being pursued for their potential, could get inside, but she would always be treated like a guest. They needed a native with free access to take the full advantage of the influence the clans hoarded. And who might that be? He asked. No idea, she sighed. The problem is that even if we find someone like that, it won't matter if they aren't in a position of power, high enough that it would be difficult for the clans to overrule them. Good intentions aren't enough, we need someone with real sway, he commented. Couldn't have put it any better, Momo said with pursed lips. He could see her dilemma. She wanted more power for civilian-born shinobi, who made up the majority of leaf shinobi, but doing so required help from someone within the clans, who gate-kept the majority of the resources for themselves. It wasn't a good feeling knowing that they needed help from the enemy camp to change things. That's going to be difficult. How about finding someone willing to help and pushing them into a position of power? Perhaps someone like Izumi, Takuma suggested. Izumi wasn't only a Uchiha, but also extremely talented, as she was promoted at the same time as Momo, but also had activated her Sharingan. Not to mention, she had a great personality, and he could see her sympathizing with Momo. Izumi won't work. Momo confidently shook her head. Why? In my opinion, we need someone dedicated. While Izumi would be sympathetic, I don't think she would want to make it one of her major goals. And there's nothing wrong with that. There are plenty of problems in the world, and we can express our support for them, but there's a limit to how many of those problems someone can be involved with. I don't think she's in the right time of her life to think of things like this. And you are? He asked. If Izumi wasn't in the right time of her life, then what about Momo? Both of them were in the same chapters of their lives and had similar future trajectories. He also noticed how she said that Izumi would be sympathetic rather than is, which meant she hadn't discussed this with her best friend. He could understand that. She probably feared how Izumi would take it. She was blaming the clans, and Uchiha Izumi could take that as a personal attack. While he didn't think Izumi would react like that, it was different because he wasn't close to her. Momo risked ruining a close friendship, which probably came with immense doubt and fear, causing her to hesitate. If Izumi did indeed react like that, Momo probably wouldn't want to be friends with her, but that was logic talking, which rarely matters when deep emotional matters were involved. Because this personally involves me, she replied. I wonder if it's the guilt. From what? For having it easier than others. She had spoken at length until now, so the short response made it clear that it was a difficult topic for her. I envy you, Takuma said without looking at her. You have everything I wish I had in myself. Great talent, excellent opportunities right from the beginning, an impressive deal of self-confidence. She also had a happy and supportive family. There wasn't a day that he didn't think about his family. She was also blessed with ignorance, whereas he was cursed with knowledge. If he didn't know anything about Naruto in the future, he probably would be living a happier life, even if it meant not being prepared. Before he knew about the mess in his mind, he was happily ignorant of the problem, but now, he had a whole new load of stress that made him feel awful daily. I won't deny it. I felt I was dealt an unfair hand while you got everything. If nothing else, he at least wanted his fair chance at testing for a Jonin team. Being denied that had stung for a while. It still stung from time to time. Ah, I see. Momo hung her head with a bitter smile. But why the fuck would you have to care about what I feel? It doesn't make sense that you have to feel sorry for any of it or feel like you have to compensate somehow to balance the scales. Everything you got only matters because it was utilized well by hard work and smart decisions. While he thought that he had burned a bridge with the police force and the Uchiha clan by rejecting their offers, she had not only rejected the Sarutobi clan, but was also playing with several clans and receiving resources with no intention of ever joining them. That was a smart hustle he could respect and get behind. Even if her skill with B-rank jutsu 2 years back was shoddy, she wouldn't have been able to do it at such a young age without putting in effort and hard work. If I were in your position, I would have taken the full advantage of everything within my reach without ever thinking about others who didn't get the same opportunities. Most people would be the same, and you know what? They would have become detached from reality and claim that everything they got was the sole result of their hard work and deny any privilege. At least, you're recognizing that your situation played a huge part in where you are today. If Takuma knew himself, he knew he would fold in the face of greed. He came from a world where capitalism had degraded life and society for decades, and the importance of wealth in one's life had become twisted. If he weren't constantly stressed about survival, his relationship with money would have shaped his shinobi career into a constant effort to earn more. The only right thing to do is not to let anything go to waste. Acknowledge that you are luckier than others and move on. By doing things like helping Nenro, you're already better than the next person because you're pulling up people while rising yourself, he said, thinking about how few times he had helped someone from the goodness of his heart. He connected Izumi with Makoto, but that was among the very sparse examples. His words made her feel better because the grim look lifted from her face. Right, I will do so, she straightened her back and nodded firmly. You're right. We will need some dedicated individuals invested in the cause. The moment the clans realize that someone is planning to wrestle away their influence from them, they would do everything in their power to oppose it, said Takuma. Uchiha and Hyuga, 2 of the Leaf's biggest clans, didn't get along by any measure, having maintained a rivalry from before the village's inception because of their status as dojutsu clans. But they had put their difference aside to come together to bring Shimura Danzo, accused of bloodline theft and murder of Uchiha Shursui. They saw that as a grave infraction and an attack against their reputation and influence. Going against someone like Danzo was unadvisable because things always got ugly. The old vulture had the uncanny ability to make the other party face some level of loss, even if he was on the losing side. There was no clean winning with Shimura Danzo, which made him so scary. But the 2 clans had to respond because the alternative was to suffer a political loss. They couldn't let others think they were a toothless tiger. Not to mention, many others, big and small, had joined them in support, not because they wanted to curry favor with the 2 biggest clans in the village, but because if Danzo felt like he could get away with bloodline theft against Uchiha, he definitely would feel confident in getting away after doing much worse to those with less influence. It was perhaps the biggest show of unity of clans outside a state of emergency, like the Shinobi World Wars and the Nine Tails incident, when everyone came together. Whoever would go against the clans needed to feel an ownership towards the goal. Otherwise, there wasn't enough riches in the world to convince someone to go against the combined political might of the Shinobi clans. It could only be done by someone who believed in the value of the cause. Takuma rested his chin on the back of his hand and stared at the pond, thinking about who would be suitable for bringing about drastic change. It was a serious undertaking for an insider to go against and dismantle all the systems that were there to serve and help them. Someone who can objectively see the problem, has a good head on their head, with significant influence, and is willing to go against the clans. A blurry image formed in his head and slowly cleared as he listed the points to himself. He saw someone young with long black hair pulled back in a low ponytail that framed a young handsome face with pronounced tear troughs, surprisingly dressed in a strange mix of ANBU gear with the Akatsuki cloak over it. Takuma gulped when he saw the onyx eyes turn red as the three-tomo Sharingan pattern smoothly spun in the iris before again shifting into three spiraling curves around the pupil. "Wow, that's scary," he muttered while rubbing his arms as a shiver went down his spine. "What is?" "A guy who makes people deep, swallow crows, feathers, bones, and all." "What the hell? That's gross." "Agreed." Chapter 398, Takuma checked his clothes for the fourth time before ringing the doorbell. It was his first time visiting the Uchiha house after his run-in with Itachi. Even though it was a job requirement to keep his position in ANBU a secret, he felt guilty keeping it from Makoto, especially since finding out that she knew about his real job. He couldn't help but think she was being careful around him, and it caused him to look back at every conversation they had since he had become an operative. As always, Makoto opened the door with a smile and warmly welcomed him into her home. "Oh ho, is that for me?" she said, eyeing the gift-wrapped box in his hand with a mischievous glimmer as they settled into the usual room. "It is." He slid the gift toward her. "Can I open it now?" "Yes, please." He patiently waited for her to unwrap her gift, revealing a bare utility but highly adjustable belt that could hold multiple pouches. It was Takuma's latest choice of kit that he used over the ANBU standard gear. He trusted it, so he felt confident and comfortable gifting it to her. Gear was very personal to Shinobi, and trusting someone else's choice was difficult, so if he was going to recommend something, he needed to trust it with his life. It was his way of asking for her trust. "What is it for?" "An apology," he said with a rueful smile. "For hurting you with a secret." Her curious hands, exploring the utility belt and accompanying pouches, paused. She looked up at him, her smile slowly slipping from her lips. He didn't need to say it out loud for her to understand what he was talking about. "Why now?" she asked. "Because I know you know." "Didn't really like how that changes our relationships." "Our relationship has changed regardless." The mutual acknowledgement of his ANBU status wasn't going to change the fact that he was still an ANBU nin and she was still the Lady Uchiha. There were things they couldn't talk about anymore. Things shared in passing, seen as non-consequential that would have been forgotten or kept secret now, could be used against the Uchiha clan. It didn't matter if Takuma would never share information, but as long as the possibility existed, a boundary now stood between them that might never go away, even if Takuma eventually left ANBU, because he would still retain his connections and could still be considered a source of information. "I would rather it change at the terms I like rather than pretend nothing has changed," he said. He could have ignored Itachi's advice and let their relationship exist in an ambiguous state where both pretend that they didn't know in hopes that things would remain fine and well, but while the temptation to do so was intense, it didn't sit right in his heart to do so. "Would you have told me if I didn't know?" she asked. "No, I would not have," he replied without hesitation. Perhaps answering with some uncertainty would have received better, but he had come intending to be honest, so that he would do just that. Makoto remained silent for an extended moment, during which Takuma felt uncomfortable all over. He would rather get a swift rejection than stew in silence. "I'm not going to pretend this isn't going to take some time getting used to it, but I appreciate your honesty. Now that this is in the open, we can at least start working towards something both of us are happy with." Despite months of knowing he was an ANBU nin, he could tell she wasn't pleased about the situation, but he expected it and understood her. She had spent time getting used to his identity, but now that he had dredged it open, the emotions she had settled had returned. "This feels deeply uncomfortable," said Takuma, pushing down the resistance. It was difficult to admit caring about someone when one didn't know if that someone felt the same way. He felt as though he was bearing his vulnerability in the open where it could be attacked. But I care about this enough that I'm fine with feeling this way to ensure everything's fine between us. He couldn't look at her for fear that he could see something in her eyes he wished against more than anything in the moment. If he cared about her when he sent the letter before he was deployed to war, he cared more now after spending a year away from home. He didn't want to know how he would feel if she rejected him in this moment. Takuma heard the rustle of clothes as Makoto moved. A moment later, he was embraced in a warm hug. He froze up in her arms as he failed to comprehend what was happening and felt flustered. It was the first time either of them had initiated or engaged in any form of skinship. "Look at you, are you trying to tempt me into adopting you?" she said while gently stroking the back of his head. "Thank you for not only feeling this way but also telling me about it. If you're uncomfortable, then I'll be uncomfortable alongside you because I, too, care about what you and I have built together." He couldn't reply to her because he was still recovering from the shock of being hugged. He hesitated for the longest moment of his life before he raised his hands to hug her back. He was glad it was a weekday and there wasn't anyone home because he didn't know if he could handle anyone running in on them. "You're not going to ask how I knew?" Takuma asked, feeling awkward after they separated from their hug. He could only remedy the awkwardness by moving the conversation along. "I don't need to," said Makoto as she prepared some tea, not at all awkward. "There are only two, and my husband doesn't keep things about me from me." Takuma nodded. Her guess and deduction were correct. "I hope you haven't reported this to ANBU, she said. "I'm going to do it by the end of his week," he said, rubbing his temple because he knew it was going to be a hassle and shit show because he had done it before informing his ANBU before. He knew that his relationship with Lady Uchiha and, in turn, his access to the Uchiha clan leader was always a consideration for ANBU. Even if he refused to spy on them, ANBU would never give up on it because opinions could change, and because he wasn't a Uchiha or under their sponsorship, and thus he was much easier to turn than a clan member like Itachi. If he had informed them beforehand, he was sure they would have done everything in their power to discourage him from going through it, for fear that it would break the relationship and would cost them a valuable opportunity. He wasn't going to let them stop him from telling her, so he thought to skip all the hassle and just do it. As the saying went, it was better to ask for forgiveness than permission. "Don't tell them," said Makoto. "Why?" "Because of how it would look to others. I'll bet my rank that many people will think you did this to get out of spying on us because you have some loyalty to the clan. You were in the police force, which isn't making things better. They're going to assume that we are close enough to share information. And you never know how that'll affect your job. You're not affiliated with a clan, so you won't get help from others like other clan shinobi. As a department, ANBU had to expect that their shinobi, especially those from clans, also had loyalties other than those towards the Hidden Leaf. They had to expect that some level of confidential information was going to leak out into the clans. That status could limit them from what they could work on, but around half of ANBU was made up of shinobi who came from clans or had some shinobi lineage, which granted them support. Even if an operative lost opportunities, they could gain access to others through their fellow ANBU clanmates. "You're an operative, handling secrets is your job, so, keep a secret," she said. Takuma thought about it for a moment. "Makes sense. I'm not against it, but I'd like to sleep on it," he said. "Do so," she smiled. "How is it going with Izumi?" Makoto clapped her hands once, animatedly with an excited shimmer in her eyes. "That girl is a dream. It's nice to have a student who just gets it immediately." "What does that supposed to mean?" Takuma said, offended because as far as he knew, he was her only other student. "You're a great student, Takuma. You're a good boy who never skips homework." But that girl just absorbs everything like soil on the first rain after a famine, she sighed as though in bliss. Takuma recalled Makoto's method of using Sharingan to analyze the opponent's combat style rather than just using it for a monkey copy. It required the Uchiha in question to actually think about what they had copied and understand the logic behind the opponent's choices. It required a solid foundation of combat fundamentals, the ability to think and reason logically, and a knack for turning the insights into effective knowledge. It took her one day to understand what I taught her. I showed her 7 different combat styles over a week, and on the 8th day, she managed to come up with a decent counter strategy to every single one of them. Another week later, not only had she created solid counters to all of those styles, but she created a rudimentary amalgamation of all those styles. It was terrible, but just the fact that she tried it by herself was proof enough that she got the essence of what I was trying to teach her. One would expect a Uchiha with a Sharingan to absorb everything they see, but most never manage to utilize the eyes to their fullest extent, truly. What? Takuma asked when he saw Makoto looking at him with a grin. Are you bothered? Feeling competitive? Do you feel you're losing against her? She said, teasing and taunting him. I won't deny, you have improved considerably with Jinjutsu, but you still lack something you can call your own. Takuma sat up straighter, feeling bitter about her words because they were true. From the first day, Makoto had always disallowed him from buying pre-made Jinjutsu apart from the set she had given him. If he wanted to use Jinjutsu, he needed to make them on their own. All of that was in service so that he would eventually create something he could call his signature style. He had yet to create something like that because he hadn't been able to think about a type of Jinjutsu that fit him perfectly. You have what it takes. Makoto's usual beautiful, gentle smile returned as she continued, you have the knowledge, the skill, and the comfort level to use Jinjutsu during combat. The question is whether you have what it takes to create something special, because that's what separates good from the great. Chapter 399, 10 days had passed since Takuma returned home from Inohara. During that time, he led the team, and a number of water clones, to complete and organize the case material into a knowledge base that would serve as the foundation for the case. It was a lot of work, but they finally managed to complete it, allowing the people involved some well-deserved time to rest. And that didn't bode well with him. Takuma watched Amami interrogate one of the root agents through a two-way mirror. There wasn't much to see or hear as the silence dominated the room with the agent tied to a bed while she sat behind it, holding his head in her hands as she used the Yamanaka clan hidden jutsu to scour his mind. She had been spending all of her time, except for bi-weekly meetings, at the torture and interrogation holding facility. However, the results of the interrogation had been lackluster. The root agents were trained to remain silent under torture. According to Amami, their resentment at having one of their arms removed fueled their spirit of non-cooperation as they kept their lips tightly sealed. The mind-body jutsu, too, hadn't borne promising results. As powerful as the class of jutsu was, they had their limitations. Memories and other information got progressively harder to find and access the older they were. And that posed a problem in the current case because the agents had been undercover as a sleeper cell for 3 long years. They lived mundane, civilian lives, which made memories associated with root older and thus harder to get to. Good work in there, Takuma said as he handed her a chilled soda can. With nothing to show for, Amami said with a rare irritated expression. This isn't working. 13. We need something to stimulate their brains and dredge up old memories. So, root gear didn't work? He asked. It only brings up memories of training, spars, maintenance, and in one case, burning the gear in an attempt to ditch it. Would recreating that burning bring up some memories? That could work, but that's a desperate option. We are desperate. Let's set that up. Sure, but what we need right now is something targeted to bring up relevant memories, Amami said as she opened the can with a fizzy pop. Any news from Inohara? Takuma shook his head. The local shinobi at Inohara were investigating the agents 3 years in the city. There was still a lot to be found in the city by searching their homes and belongings, and talking to their neighbors and anyone they associated with. Unfortunately, the agents had managed to live a clean 3 years. If there was anything, it hadn't been found yet. I will keep trying to get something. Here, finish this for me. Thanks, I'll look for something that might help, he said, receiving the can. Thanks, she replied as she returned to the interrogation room. Takuma shook the can before looking down. It was empty. Just say that you want me to throw it away. Straight-faced. Not all avenues of leads had been exhausted. Another team handled a part of the case investigation because no one in the Campbell squad had medical expertise. How rude for you to come empty-handed, Sango said as soon as Takuma entered her temporary office. Takuma wordlessly put a kunai on her desk. Here, you can have this, he said, sitting down. She looked him dead in the eye as she shamelessly pocketed the kunai. They were essentially free for operatives like them, and the woman still took them. You don't look chipper. You usually don't either, so I guess it's no different. What happened? Sango asked. Sango aka Copperhead was in charge of everything medical that was confiscated from the bunker. She and a team of Irionin were charged with finding out what the scientists were trying to accomplish. Technically, both teams had different goals, and the other team's success didn't help the other team, which was why Takuma had only visited them once after he took over the case. I want to meet the TNI interrogator working with you, said Takuma. The medical team was given custody of the scientists arrested in the bunker because they needed their help understanding the research. But because the team was full of Irionin, they didn't have interrogation expertise, and because the scientists, as cooperative as they had been, were still associated with Root. So, an interrogator from torture and interrogation was assigned to the team. Sure, but why? I want to dig into the scientist's background. Unlike the guards, there might be something there. The two guards who survived Takuma had shared that they all hailed from different parts of the world and wanted to start a new life in the Land of Fire, and were promised that if they worked as guards in the bunker. Not only were they not Root agents, but they didn't even know that they were working for them. The scientists, on the other hand, were not only more numerous, but they also thought they were working for Hidden Leaf and were approached and interviewed to work at the bunker, which meant they could have valuable information regarding Root. With the work on the knowledge base done for now, Takuma had the time to interrogate the scientists himself, but the interrogator had been working with them longer and would not only know more about them but also have a better chance of getting more information out of them. What were they researching? Takuma asked. He recalled the child who died the moment he stepped out of the sterile environment and the captive chakra beasts who were in poor condition because of the research that had been done on them. What else? Trying to make better soldiers, Sango sighed as she tiredly leaned into her chair. She looked fine physically, but it was evident that going through all the research had taken a mental toll on her. They were trying to see if they could chakra beasts to enhance humans through chakra-mutated cell therapy and implantation. So many people, failed test subjects, she clicked her tongue as anger flared. When I was there, I remember reading something about Orochimaru, he said. His research was the basis of their research. Not all humans are born the same. Genetics decides a lot from physical traits to predisposition to certain diseases. They also influence a person's chakra through physical energy, how much someone can have and how quickly they gain it. His research was trying to find out if he could increase the body's ability to handle chakras better. The bunker shitheads decided to add chakra beasts into the mix because animals without chakra and their enhanced beast counterparts are drastically different from a physical and a mental point of view when compared to how humans change when we start using chakra. They were trying to induce that level of change through their research. Her words made Takuma think about the summoning animals he recalled from the series. Naruto's frogs were larger than most buildings. That kind of size deviation from the norm was indeed too drastic. Did he succeed? He asked. Who? Orochimaru. In his research. He ran into a roadblock. How old was his research? A little over a decade. Is that so? What? She asked. Nothing. Just wondering if he worked on it afterwards, Takuma said, looking up at the ceiling. If he did, he probably got farther than the team of scientists, but he didn't say any of that aloud. After all, getting misunderstood as an Orochimaru sympathizer wasn't a good look. The next day, Takuma was in a room with 2 people and 2 dogs. He was dressed in light gear and had his mask on because he was meeting with the interrogator from Torture and Interrogation and couldn't show his face to an outsider. To ensure that outsiders weren't deceived by someone claiming to be an ANB Union, liaisons were often used to bridge the gap. They were part of the staff and operated without masks, and helped ANBU communicate with other departments without the need for operatives to reveal their identities. "This is Chunin Inazuka Yubi from Torture and Interrogation," said the liaison handling the TNI department. "This is Operative Radel." The young woman before didn't have a hair or thread out of place and was dressed in the gray TNI uniform. She had medium black hair with asymmetrical bangs and triangular glasses that gave her a sharp and alert look. And like every Inazuka shinobi, she had ninkin accompanying her. One of them was a ferocious medium-sized Kaiken dog with a black brindle medium-length coat and red eyes that stared straight at Takuma as though ready to pounce on him if he made a bad move. The other one was from the Japanese Chin breed, the size of a lap dog, with a black and white coat that looked as cute as the other dog looked fierce. "Copperhead mentioned you wanted to know about the scientists themselves," said Yubi. "Yes. Who they are and how they got recruited," Takuma asked while modulating his voice. "I apologize. I know that your focus was on aiding the other team, so I understand if you don't know much about their backgrounds. If you wish for more time, I can give you the questions I need answered, and we can return to it later. I will take those questions. For now, we can look at what I've already gathered about them," Yubi said, taking out a thick binder of information and placing it on the table. "When I heard that you wanted to meet, I had a short chat with the prisoners I had the best rapport with to ask them additional questions." "Impressive," Takuma nodded, pleased by her preparedness. "What can you tell me about the scientists?" "As you would expect, most of them are Leaf Shinobi." "Are or were?" "They are still officially registered as Leaf Shinobi and believe they were working for Hidden Leaf. Interestingly, all of them are stationed in remote locations around the Land of Fire, but none ever made it to their new posts. I believe someone went to great lengths to hide their existence." It made sense that most of the scientists were Leaf Shinobi because the Hidden Leaf was the country's greatest chakra training institution by far, dwarfing everyone else combined. As for shifting the scientists around, it was Root's work to make sure no one would notice them missing. "What do you think about their claim? That they are working for Hidden Leaf? Do you believe it?" he asked. "They are telling the truth," nodded Yubi. "That's troublesome," Takuma sighed, feeling a headache coming. The scientists' claims were technically true because when they were recruited, Root was still part of the Hidden Leaf. Though what they were doing was highly illegal. In all cases, they were approached by someone. What made this group of people special? Their lack of ethics. A silence permeated the room. It made complete sense that people willing to do the vile research would have no problems with breaking the ethics involved with using humans in experimentation, as they had a high chance of killing them. "These recruiters. What do we know about them?" he asked with a sigh. According to Yubi, the scientists were assembled from major cities with a strong shinobi presence around the country. A shinobi, with the rank of Chunin, approached them and claimed to be from Hidden Leaf Village and said that their talent and merit had been noticed and that they were needed for a confidential research project for the Hidden Leaf, aiming to strengthen Leaf Shinobi. They weren't told specifics about the research, only that it would be a long-term assignment in a secret facility and would be generously compensated. From how they described the person who approached them, there were at least 4 different men, said Yubi. "I checked the identity those men used. None of them exist." "They use fakes," said Takuma, expecting that. Yubi nodded. Because these recruiters claimed to be from the Hidden Leaf, and these scientists were recruited from other cities, there were limited ways to verify their identity. It's to be mentioned that all the documentation they had was, for all intents and purposes, legit, which dissolved any scrutiny. They specifically recruited people from outside because they knew the chances of getting caught would be lower, Takuma said. Most Leaf Shinobi were never stationed at the Hidden Leaf Village and only ever saw it if they were visiting, but it had a high reputation as the hub of Leaf Shinobi, which was only strengthened by the fact that only the best academy graduates from academies around the country were invited to the village to test for Jonin teams. So to hear that someone from the Hidden Leaf village had noticed their talent must have felt incredible to them. That is for all scientists except for 3. 3 of them were recruited from here. Another fake? While it was riskier, it wasn't difficult to convince people of bizarre things if the right cards were played. There were countless people, irrespective of their education, who had fallen for bigger or stupider things. Actually, I just got confirmation today. This one's real. Chapter 400, Takuma felt strange having luck on his side. Inuzuka Yubi had managed to find a solid connection to Root by discovering an undercover agent or an external collaborator. It wasn't strange that they had left behind people in important positions, or those who simply existed in the village as a connection they could tap for information or missions. Those people were now extremely important because Root couldn't replenish their undercover agents if they were found out. They represented Shimura Danzo's limited ability to directly influence the Hidden Leaf. And Takuma now had one of them in his sights as he gazed at an office building that served as a bureaucratic office handling grants for medical research, which was his target for the day. Huh, seems like it was no trouble at all, said Sanaba Yatsu of the assault squad, aka 10. Don't say that in front of 3, Takuma replied, looking back at Amami, who was talking to Krite at a distance. The poor girl had been working hard to get anything at all from the agents, who weren't cooperating, but they also were not opposing her. They had completely shut down, which, in some cases, was worse because she didn't even know what made them tick so she could exploit them. However, it was true that it had been easy because the scientists had been cooperative. And that ease of finding the lead, which had evaded them for 10 days, wasn't because Root had made a mistake or anything. It was a series of events that simply unfolded to bring them to where they were. The Hidden Leaf village had a sizable concentration of the country's best chakra academics and Iriyajitsu researchers, only matched by the Land of Fire's medicinal capital, which produced a large percentage of the country's pharmaceutical and medical output, a situation aided by the city giving those industries significant concessions that saved organizations like Hidden Leaf state-run establishments and Nara Clan's pharmaceutical operations substantial money in taxes as opposed to if they had set up anywhere else including the Hidden Leaf village. Root had been careful to recruit scientists from all over the country so as to avoid suspicion and detection, but experienced and talented individuals were needed to lead the research, and the right people just so happened to work in the Hidden Leaf village. As cautious as they were, they probably weren't that worried about it. I mean, if you were Root, do you think you would have been run out of the village? Said Takuma. It had been years since the inception of the bunker experiment. At that time, Root was still at the height of its power. They didn't think someone would find a bunker hidden deep in a forest, supplied only by a small team of sleeper agents who weren't stationed at the Hidden Leaf village. I guess, Yatsu nodded after thinking about it. So, what do we know about this fool? Penro Juro, a genin of the Hidden Leaf, who works at the office that decides which projects get medical grants, Takuma said, referencing Inuzuka Yubi's findings. He was an Iriyajitsu trainee who dropped out because he didn't have the skill, but because he had the relevant knowledge, he was able to join the grant office. It's the perfect position to scout out talented people in the field. Takuma looked around and saw 2 teams of the police force creating a perimeter around the block. He had lost a Root agent because they hadn't communicated with the local forces. He wouldn't let that happen again, so he communicated his wants clearly with the police force liaison. A genin Root agent? Yatsu commented skeptically. ANBU isn't made up of all Chunin and above. And who knows, maybe he's stronger but keeps a low profile by remaining at the lower rank. Just like the last time, the same assault squad was once again recruited to help them with a smooth arrest. Takuma didn't think they would be willing to help him after what had happened at Inahara, but they were the only squad available, and the higher-ups didn't care about their mishaps. This time around, only 2 from the squad were joining them. Yatsu's squad mate hadn't talked to them outside of discussing the plans. Yatsu had treated Krite like air. Takuma didn't think Yatsu would have talked to him or Amami if they weren't friends. The prison experience had been humiliating, to say the least. When this case was over, he intended to amend his relationships with the assault squad because it was important to be in good standing with high-ranking squads like Yatsu's assault squad. But for now, they had a job to do. "Time to work," said Takuma, gesturing to Amami and Krite that they were ready to move out. "Let's go," Yatsu nodded, putting his mask on. Straight-faced. What is this about? Is this a misunderstanding?" Penrojuro said from an interrogation room inside an ANBU black site. He was sitting alone and bewildered and utterly scared from suddenly having been arrested in his office in the middle of the day by ANBU. Given how easy he was to arrest and his nervous and panicky behavior, it perfectly painted a picture of an innocent man who was wrongfully arrested. "He's pretending." "Not surprising at all," said Krite. "Let's hope so," said Takuma, scratching his head. Even though he didn't know Inuzuka Yubi and her competence, she gave the impression that she took her work seriously, so he trusted her information. Penrojuro's track record was airtight. He was a model employee who didn't have a single citation against him in his file. The people around him liked him as much as one could like a coworker. Going further back, people remembered him when he was training to be an Irionin, and no one said anything strange. The people who liked to gossip could only mention how he never went out drinking and partying with anyone, but as it turned out, he didn't drink. He did come from outside the Hidden Leaf Village, which was a common trait in forged identities. Making someone come from outside made it difficult for people to verify the information, and if the party involved a lowly genin, a face in a crowd, no one bothered to look deep into things. Takuma had looked into Kabuto's forged identity, and it had marked him as having graduated from an academy in the middle of nowhere and then similarly stationed in the boondocks before he transferred to the Hidden Leaf Village. But that single thing didn't mean anything because Nenro, AI, and Masaki had all come to the Hidden Leaf Village from outside, and if they were root agents, then he would bow down to Danzo and admit that he was the greatest spymaster of all time. The problem was that Juro didn't have a death seal, which would have dismissed him as a root agent, but they didn't want to take the risk. Not to mention, the three scientists who had named him had all said that he knew exactly what the research involved, including the human experimentation part of it. "Give me some time. I'll find out if he's innocent or not," said Amami with a serious glint in her eye. "Let me do it," she said to Takuma. He had intended to interrogate Juro on his own because he had experience with interrogations, but he could see that she wanted it. She hadn't taken the news that Inuzuka Yubi had managed to find a lead when she had been hitting walls well. Takuma wanted to do the interrogation, and because he was the case lead, it was his call. But he considered her words for a moment and agreed. She had said, "I'll find out if he's innocent or not," instead of something like, "I'll make sure he fesses up the truth." The former showed that she was open to the possibility that Juro was innocent, but the latter would indicate that she had decided that he was a root agent and would do anything to make him admit it, and that would be a waste of time because they wanted a real root agent who could give them more information. He judged that she was in the right state of mind by her words. "Go for it," he nodded. "I'll not disappoint," Amami said firmly. Straight-faced. For days later, Takuma stared at 3 files on his table in his office. He was genuinely nervous as he grabbed one while Krite, sitting across from him on his desk, picked another. They both looked at a tired Amami sprawled on the couch in the corner. She had been working hard on Juro to pull something out of him, and she did. Amami had pulled a treasure chest. "Are you sure about this?" Krite asked her. Same academy, same posting after graduation, same home address after arriving at the village, Amami said without getting up from the couch and even burrowing deeper into it. That wouldn't be strange if they're all from the same village, were it not for that first home address. I looked into it, and that building is owned by a company registered in another city. Who's the owner? Don't know. The information hasn't come back yet, Amami continued. But I did ask around the neighbors, and all 3 of them lived there for exactly 6 months. No one lived in that house other than them, even though they had arrived at the village over a 5-year period. That's 3.5 years of that house sitting empty. And it's not a dump. For that house and location, you could ask a decent amount for rent. Has the house been empty since the latest arrival left it? Takuma asked. Amami nodded. Why doesn't he have a death seal? Amami shook his head. Didn't have much time to focus on that, so nothing yet. Maybe they removed it from all those who stayed in the village to avoid risking any form of detection. You don't need a death seal to end yourself. I'm sure the motivated could find other ways, Krite said. Takuma nodded. Even though the Inohara root agents had their death seals removed, they were still kept under constant surveillance and even lightly sedated to ensure they didn't try to do something. Those agents still had valuable information that could be extracted from them. He looked down at the files of 3 potential root agents. Even though the team had faced numerous hiccups, from the carnage at the bunker, the escaped root agent from Inohara, the time in prison, and the days where they didn't get any intel from the captured agents, it hadn't been that long since he and Krite had found the bunker. If these 3 people from Juro were indeed root agents, they would have dealt Root the biggest blow since they left the village. We can't fuck this up, he said to the other 2. The silence in the office as they looked at each other couldn't be any heavier. They were at a turning point, it was now or never. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 21. Peace.